5-6 years ago, you're saying, okay, lost to Boston or whomever, but we know 5-6 years down the road, meaning now the Leafs should be the number one team in the Atlantic Division. There should be supplanting Boston, supplanting Tampa Bay. Well, that hasn't been the case, and Florida's passed them now. Like, Florida's become a better team. And look what they could do trade-wise today. They get Tarasenko. That takes Cousins off their top two lines. Like, that's just a great, great way to make a trade deadline pickup that has great trickle-down ramifications. And, you know, the Leafs were able to do that in the past but did not get the results, and now they're unable to do it because, they don't have the currency to trade with. So I'm with you about whatever the growth period of the Florida Panthers. They are a legitimate force.
Last one for you, Gord, before we let you go. Trade deadline, I'm sure it brings back some memories, maybe some stories. You got any craziest trade deadline moments or conversations or things that almost happened? Because, you can open it up just to us and we won't tell anyone.
Well, the funny ones are when it gets late, kind of bargain basement. And all of a sudden, like, I wouldn't say a panic call, but almost a panic call. Like, you thought you had a trade. Like, you thought you had the Justin Cuthbert trade. Okay, Eilish is going to give me whatever X. Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm going to go to Eilish. I've done another. Oh my crap! I want to. Geez, now I got to find somebody else. And new trading partners come up, and that's always interesting. That kind of on the fly. You've got now. It's a lot tougher. Like, my era did not include a salary cap, so that's a lot more difficult. But I always said about my funniest last minute deal, because he's a big player now, was years ago, the Los Angeles Kings called. I was an assistant to the general manager then. The guy named Punch Imlach was actually the general manager. And some goaltender got hurt in practice that day. They needed a depth goaltender out of the blue. And we had a guy named Jim Rutherford. So we sent him to the LA Kings for a 5th-round pick. Had a hell of a time finding Jim. Nobody had cell phones back then. He was pissed because he'd been told everyone was staying. And so he was like that last minute at the bell pick. And here he is, one of the biggest players the last number of decades, and he's been a big one this trade deadline as well.
Oh, that's fun. Twitter these days kind of makes things a little bit less fun because all you do is just put tweet alerts on for people and you kind of get the answers. But being in those rooms and getting those texts and those phone calls might have been something that, you can't replicate anymore. Gord, we appreciate your time tonight. Enjoy tonight's game and enjoy the chaos up until 3 p.m. tomorrow.
Will do. You guys too.
Thanks
Great
so
being
much.
On. Thanks, Ailish. Thanks, Justin.
Gord Stellick, former Leafs GM, Sirius XM, NHL Network Radio. Leafs did make a trade today, and they made another trade while we were prepping for the show. Mm-hmm. They added big college kid, Cade Weber. Now, we didn't...
6'8"?
We didn't know much about Cade Weber, but they did acquire him from the Hurricanes for a 6th-round pick. Now, he was selected in the...
6th round, I believe. 6th round.
He's in his 4th year at Boston University and has registered 6 assists in 30 games this season. He is a large dude. Got to get his actual draft class up there. 6'6", 194. And
Fact checking myself. 4th round.
Okay. And he's 23 years old from Worcester, Mass. He's a Boston kid.
It's right in your backyard.
I know Worcester, Mass well. Plays for Boston University, and he's just a big guy. And which hand does he shoot? Left.
Yeah, left, unfortunately. So it doesn't check every box that Brad Treliving's looking for.
A couple boxes were checked.
But a couple boxes, like, honestly, if I'm under 6 feet and I'm a defenseman in the Toronto Maple Leaf system, I'm not buying a condo. I'm not taking up permanent residence.
How tall is Timothy Liljegren?
I don't know. He might be close to 6, but he's not big enough.
No.
This is the change from the one era to the next. Mm-hmm. Is that Brad Treliving's not going to have a small puck moving defense the same way that Kyle Dubas was trying to orchestrate with the draft picks of Rasmus Sandin, Timothy Liljegren, and so on and so forth. Topi Niemelä? I mean, maybe pack the bags.
You don't really hear much about Topi Niemelä, do you?
Which is not a great thing either, that you're not hearing much from a pretty prized prospect, or once was, with the Maple Leafs. Mm-hmm. This team is going to look different on the back end, for sure. And I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. Like, you can look at the graphs from Joel Edmondson and you're not going to be impressed. And I get it, 100%. I understand that there are many limitations with a guy like Joel Edmondson, but I also understand there are limitations with a guy like Timothy Liljegren. If you just get boxed out every time you're trying to clean up the front of the net in the playoffs, you're going to lose games.
Yeah.
And we remember 3-4 years ago, Montreal, Toronto, Joel Edmondson just cross-checking everything in sight and getting away with it. and it was a thorn in Maple Leafs fans' sides. It's these things are different when the playoffs roll around. I expect there to be some ugly moments. I expect there to be two sides of it all the time. But if this guy stuffs Nick Cousins in a locker at some point in a first-round series, second-round series versus the Florida Panthers, I think people are going to be warming up a little bit to Joel Edmondson. Maybe they don't quite have the talent to have the Brad Treliving style defense core that wins now, but you know what he's going after. You know he's going after upgrades on the likes of Edmondson and Lyubushkin moving forward. Big guys that can actually play. That's eventually what we're going to see when Treliving has his way.
So earlier today, Sheldon Keefe was talking about the addition of Joel Edmondson, and he put it pretty perfectly. He's not fun to play against. We have been an undersized defense in a lot of ways in terms of our length. He adds that, and you know what? Like, I think a lot of times we say this Maple Leafs team is soft or isn't playoff put together, and we just talked about the Florida Panthers and how hard they were to play against, and then you think about the Vegas Golden Knights, how hard they are to play against. They're just big, strong guys. Like, who's that on the Maple Leafs? I don't really know. Like Ryan Reeves in his own way, but he's in and out of the lineup. Joel Edmondson, if you're going to be trying to box out in front of the net, like you are getting a stick on your spine, on your tailbone. Like it is not going to be fun. He's a big, strong dude. And yeah, he's lacking in, puck movement and production in terms of scoring goals. Sometimes, you got to think, okay, if the Maple Leafs were going to play the Boston Bruins in the first round, which at this point they might be, that's the type of guy that you want hitting Brad Marchand in the corner or trying to box out Pasternak in front of the net. Like, he's a really important piece for playoff performance, I think.
And it feels like it's time to try something new, right? Because you kind of tried, and you have been trying if you're the Maple Leafs, the puck-moving defenseman, and everybody breaks even, and everyone has a strong expected goals percentage because, hey, offense is easier to come by when you have talent and puck-moving ability and the ability to have five-man attacks that are cohesive and work together and can prioritize offense and can rack up the good things that you find in a data set. But when it comes to playoffs, and you're right, battling in front of the net, winning matchups against really tough individuals, making it so that players actually don't want to come through the front of the net. Well, that's the type of stuff that wins. And it may not be, again, the defense core that wins for the Maple Leafs now because they are lacking a certain something. If you compare it to Vegas, well, yeah, they punish you every time you go through the front of the net, but they also have Shea Theodore and Alex Pietrangelo who are Olympic caliber defensemen. They have a top
echelon of defensemen.
But they do both. And that's what Colorado does. They have both. They have Josh Manson and they have Cale Makar. They have Devontae's and they have Samuel Girard. And now they have the Philly guy. Not Nick Seeler, the opposite one. Your boy.
What's his name, Justin?
Well, bail me out here.
Sean Walker.
Keswick. I had Keswick on the break.
Can't believe that.
So they do it all, right? And the Leafs are, I guess, trying to get down that path. But until you can get the ultra-talented defenseman that does it all and kind of clean it up, you just take the cross-checks for now.
What about Colton Parayko, who can move the puck real well, but comes with
He's a tough guy.
$7 billion and 80 years of contract.
Yeah, he's just locked up till 2030 something.
Second season of an 8-year contract, and he's 31 years old, and it's a $6.5 million per year contract.
Well, I'm not going to say it's impossible because if we've learned anything here, like there's a surplus of defensemen here. I'm counting 9 right now that are options, I guess, for night one, Stanley Cup playoffs. You could trade one of those guys and bring someone back in. Money would be equal.
Weren't Parayko and Edmondson once?
I think they're probably a pairing. But TJ Brody.
Pairing. Interesting.
Could you see TJ Brody getting traded?
Yes.
TJ Brody has lost a lot of utility with the Maple Leafs.
I can definitely see
he
TJ
doesn't
Brody
do what
getting
Treliving wants. Maybe Brody goes. Maybe Liljegren goes. Maybe there's another move here that can actually allow Brad Treliving to get closer to the defense score that he wants.
All right, we've got a little bit more time on the other side of the break to tee up Leafs and Bruins tonight. We'll go through the lines. We will maybe take a look at what this Leafs decor would look like on night one of the Stanley Cup playoffs because they could be playing this team on the other side of the ice tonight. So we'll take a quick break. We'll do all that and more on the other side. You're listening to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Move up to Heathwood. Hi, I'm Hugh Heron. Experience true luxury at Williamsburg Green in Kitchener. Heathwood's all-brick homes are built with upgraded features and elevated finishes. Chef-inspired kitchens, spa-like en-suites, and a fully finished lower level. Even better, Williamsburg Green has parks, playgrounds, and trails to explore. It's time to move up to Heathwood. Learn more at heathwood.com.
There are many peculiar words in the English language. Words like solivigant, peregrinate, nemophilus, peripatetic, and conviviality. Yet, there is no word for getting the most out of winter in your Subaru, thanks to symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive and X-Mode. Until now. We call it unhibernate. As in, while your neighbors stay home, you'll be unhibernating all winter in your Subaru. So peregrinate to your local Subaru dealer today, and welcome to uncommon winter confidence.
Oh, that coffee smells good. Can you pass me the sugar when you're finished? Whoa, what are you doing? That's salt, not sugar. Let's get you another coffee.
Feeling distracted? You're not alone. Many Canadians are finding it hard to focus with mortgage payments on their minds. If you're struggling with your payments, speak to your bank. The earlier they understand your situation, the more options and relief measures could be available to you. Learn more at canada.ca/it-pays-to-know. A message from the Government of Canada.
Truck.ca. So when you gotta move, all moving day. Think 2-minute truck.ca. Cause all of us movers are not the same. So that's our company name, 2-minute truck.ca. We're lots of men with lots of trucks, so give us a call today.
Feel the thrill of the open road and the frosty chill of winter.
You're as cold as ice.
With sounds specially selected for hitting the slopes or cruising through the snow. Miles and miles of Black Diamond anthems that'll make you shiver. Ski Trip, a road trip radio mixtape, now on the all-new SiriusXM app.
The Power Play with Steve Koulias.
And we're with John Cooper, head coach of the Lightning. You've been in Tampa 12 years. Do you think you could run the table where you are?
You know, we have something special here. For me personally, as long as the fire still burns and the burn to win and to make this city proud, I will do this as long until they kick me out. And as long as that's happening, if somebody takes me, I'll be there to give them everything I have.
The Power Play, weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app. The Point with Boomer Gordon.
The Avs got a little Jekyll and Hyde going on this year. And when they're rolling, they look unstoppable, and you think, wow, no one's going to slow down the Avs. And then when it doesn't go well, you go, they're just not deep enough. Nichushkin isn't there right now. We don't know if Landeskog is going to come back. Yes, Colorado's good, Jake, but unless McKinnon's getting 2-3 points every night, they don't have the parts.
Point with Boomer Gordon, 1 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app. The Power Play with Steve Koulias.
With Tyler Toffoli of the New Jersey Devils.
Lindy Ruff, is he still the prankster in the room?
Just a quick little funny story. We had the little playoff football pool, and me and Nate Ashton won. Lindy obviously came up to me right away and asked where I was taking him out for dinner. He's been great at it, just with the whole season and being there, talking to all the boys when things aren't going well, and just trying to encourage us to play up to our potential. It's been good. He's awesome.
The Power Play, weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app.
Feel the passion of Major League Soccer all season long on SiriusXM FC.
Stupendously magnificent!
Every week, hear all the top matches, including every Inter-Miami game.
Messi, up, over,
and get analysis and insight from our team of experts like former MVP Tony Meola.
He looks so confident. It's starting to look so easy.
It's Major League Soccer's biggest season ever, and you can experience it on SiriusXM FC 157 and streaming on the all-new SiriusXM app.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91.
The biggest names in the game.
Trying to get behind, wrist the line, and walks in, put it between his legs, shoots it, score!
NHL play-by-play on SiriusXM.
Hi, this is Ray Hudson, and for all the biggest matches from club soccer's holy grail, the UEFA Champions League, tune in to SiriusXM FC 157.
This is Molson Leafs Hockey. On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network. There's a Molson with your name on it.
Welcome into Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network. Ailish Forfar, Justin Cuthbert here for Leafs Bruins, the second time in a few days, this time at TD Garden. The night before was the night before the trade deadline, and all through Sportsnet.
That's a good ghoulish voice you got there.
It was the night before the trade deadline, and all throughout Sportsnet, the insiders were something.
Twitter.
Tweeting all about Joel Edmondson.
Yes, Joel Edmondson,
Yay!
New Leaf.
There's your newest song.
That is staying power, I think. And maybe Joel Edmondson will have staying power with the Toronto Maple Leafs. It's an interesting one. It's not a perfect acquisition by any stretch of the imagination. This guy is not a complete defenseman, doesn't shoot right-handed. We know the Maple Leafs looking for right shot defenseman. But this is a guy who can use his stick to great effect when he's got, it kind of like
he's
raised
broken
up
it
in the
off
air.
a few bodies. How about that?
He can throw a few cross checks, and the Maple Leafs were witness to that a couple years ago when they played the Montreal Canadiens in the first round of the Stanley Cup playoffs. Remember that? And he was not Ben Sherratt, and he was not Shea Weber, but he was a second pairing defenseman who was not fun to meet and encounter at the front of the net. And I think if we learned anything about the trade deadline season or trade season for the Toronto Maple Leafs and Brad Treliving, is that he wants this defense core to be far different than it was under Kyle Dubas. He wants them to be big and mean and tough, and I'm sure talented too, and maybe they'll get the talent aspect eventually. But for now, I think they're going the let's dole out some punishment and see where it takes us.
So, and one thing that you forgot all of that, he's cheap. So they acquire him, defenseman Joel Edmondson from the Capitals, of course. So the Caps retain 50% of the salary, and the Capitals will get a third-round pick in 2024, which was from the New York Islanders, which I believe was from Pierre Engvall. So remember that guy.
Yep.
Two tall men being traded. And they're also receiving...
one more physical than the other.
They're receiving a fifth-round pick in 2025, which was already from Chicago. So they're getting two different picks from the Leafs, and they're retaining 50% of the salary for Joel Edmondson. And he steps in right away as, for sure, Toronto's biggest defenseman, for sure, Toronto's nastiest defenseman. That's two things that they upgraded on. Height and weight and nastiness. And yeah, and you mentioned there's a couple things that he's not great at. You can go look at the charts, and there's a lot of red on the charts, and there's things that he doesn't provide, but he provides something that they do not have, and that is snarl, and that is physicality, and someone I would not want to get into the corner against.
Yeah, this is a twice retained player making less than $900,000 against the salary cap. So in addition to Lyubushkin, we're like, 75% retention. That means there's another deal coming. Well, after this one, you can be like, hey, there might be another deal coming because they have added two defensemen for the low price of about $1.6 million,
something like that,
$1.65 million. And you open up some money too because you're dropping a guy down who might make more than those two combined, really, in the end. So the Maple Leafs have kept their powder dry to a certain extent. Like they have flexibility in the next 20 hours, 22 hours or so to make another deal. We'll see if they do it. But for now, they have paid that low price to slightly transform the way their defense and their blue line functions. And we'll see if that yields better results than before when they were losing net front battles and they were, facilitating and puck moving, doing all that stuff. But it just wasn't what was working in the playoffs enough to add up to lots of wins.
So we most likely won't see Joel Edmondson, but there is a chance. He's arriving close to game time, not expected to play. He's not in the lineups that the Leafs have posted so far, but they have this flu bug going around, and he might have to be thrust into the lineup if they don't have 6 healthy options. So that could be a fun little twist. But Sheldon Keefe did talk a little earlier today when the trade was made official about Joel Edmondson, about what he brings to the lineup. So here is Sheldon Keefe on the newest Toronto Maple Leafs defenseman.
Lots of experience, in particular at the playoffs. Obviously, he's won. Big guy, competitive, protects the net very well. Not fun to play against. So I think just another guy that adds to the depth of our defense. And gives us some extra size and presence back there. I think, that's been something that I think we definitely, I would say we've been an undersized defense in lots of ways in terms of our length, and he adds to that.
Retweet Sheldon Keefe.
Yeah, I mean, where would you rate the enthusiasm?
Sorry,
I didn't realize we were mocking each other on live radio.
It was just funny because I didn't know which direction you were going.
I didn't realize, or looking at, where was the enthusiasm there for Sheldon Keefe? Because you thought, oh, that's genuine. Retweet Sheldon Keefe. I'm all about that. But we know.
Well, I think maybe he wants more than Joel Edmondson.
I suppose so. But
we
know that Sheldon Keefe and Kyle Dubas share a brain in a lot of ways, right? They were connected at the hip, moving in lockstep, whatever you want to say. And this is a change for him too, because he likes puck movers generally. I don't think maybe to the same extent as Kyle, and Kyle was changing in the final couple years.
It was hard to know who wanted what too, though. Like, did Sheldon Keefe just become
I feel like Sheldon Keefe became a coach in the NHL because he loved everything Kyle Dubas was doing.
Mm-hmm.
Kyle Dubas loved the things he was doing, and they were kind of thinking the game the exact same way. And again, it did change a little bit towards the end of the tenure. But if Brad Treliving just does something completely different, zags in a way that is not compatible with Sheldon Keefe, like, it's a little different. And I don't know if he's going to love playing Joel Edmondson a ton or Ilya Lyubushkin a ton. I don't know if he loved playing Timothy Liljegren a ton either, though. So, frankly, I don't really know if he had many options he was all too thrilled about. Getting another one at least gives him another piece to play with. But I don't think either of the guys, Treliving and Sheldon Keefe, have the blue line that they really, really want. And that doesn't mean they want the same blue line. They just don't love what's here right now, and they're trying to fix it.
Well, one thing that Sheldon Keefe did say, and we mentioned this in our last block with Gord Stellick, was when talking about this exact team that they're playing tonight, the Boston Bruins, and how they lost on 4-1, he said they defended their net extremely well, better than us in that area for sure. And then 3 days later, you acquire, a massive defenseman who does that probably best than anyone in the Maple Leafs organization, of course, and he's pretty well known for that. So maybe Sheldon keeps coming around to the fact that the style and speed and puck moving isn't always going to be the fix, and maybe you needed Edmondson and a Lyubushkin. He did say that. So it's just an interesting timeline of playing the Bruins on Monday, the trade deadline tomorrow. You play them twice in the span of 4 days, and they handed it to you on Monday. This is a team that you're probably lined up to play night one in the Stanley Cup playoffs if all things were to go according to the plan right now. And you can't walk into TD Garden or Scotiabank Arena, for that matter, with the same type of plan again and again and again against the Boston Bruins. Because if there's anything that we've learned, the Bruins just know how to play the Leafs well. Obviously their goaltending has been pretty elite over the last couple of seasons, but they like Pasternak, he gets like minimum 2 or 3 points every time he plays the Leafs. He cooks against the Leafs. They've got some sort of voodoo on the Maple Leafs, and maybe this is thinking ahead to looking like the way that they could match up in the playoffs. Let's try to find some ways that we can out-muscle them.
Let's talk about night one of the playoffs, assuming the Toronto Maple Leafs will get there. There might be another move to come.
I hope so. Are they not going to get there?
Well, they're likely getting there. But there might be another move to come here.
Yeah.
Maple Leafs, as we mentioned, still have the flexibility. So maybe another defenseman comes in. But given what they have, there's about 9 guys I would consider options. Let's try to put the top 6 together for night one Stanley Cup playoffs. Okay. Morgan Rielly, TJ Brody, Jake McCabe, Simone Benoit, Joel Edmondson, Mark Giordano. Those are the left shot guys. Right shot D, Ilya Lyubushkin, Timothy Liljegren, Connor Timmins we're going to include for this exercise.
Yeah. He's actually apparently healthy again.
Likely not going to be a factor.
No, but physically healthy from mono.
But now,
that's happy for him.
Yeah, so that's great for Connor Timmins. Right now, 3rd on the depth chart in terms of right shot D, so I guess we kind of have to include him. Morgan Rielly's your number 1. Who's he playing with night one?
I think Lyubushkin, right?
Okay, so top pairing, Ilya Lyubushkin, Morgan Rielly.
I think that's been working well in our small sample size. Or like that would work well in a small sample size of a way to extrapolate?
Yeah, I mean, looking back to the last 2 playoffs for the Maple Leafs, at least to start, it was Lyubushkin and Riley in 2022. Last year, it was Riley and Luke Schenn, who's kind of playing the Lyubushkin mold.
He needs someone like that.
And that's generally...
That's very opposite than him.
Generally, Riley has to kind of carry someone, but that someone is dependable, allowing Morgan Riley to do the things that he does pretty well. So, okay, maybe that's the top pair.
But this is where it gets a little bit more difficult.
Is TJ Brody next up?
Yeah.
Okay, so who's Brody playing with? Brody this season infamously cannot play the right side anymore. Has to be on the left side. Your options, I suppose, are Liljegren, McCabe, Benoit, Edmondson.
I just have lost a lot of faith in Liljegren over the last couple weeks. And it's too bad because when Riley was out, that's when Liljegren was like the best I think I've remembered him as a Leaf. But I don't know if it's just because the dialogue about Liljegren has been really picking up over the last 2 weeks and we saw what could be and we saw what is. But I don't know if my confidence level is with him anymore. And look at the additions that you're getting right now in terms of, people that are very opposite of Liljegren. So maybe it's leading the witness a bit for me to think that he doesn't seem to have a spot really with this team anymore. So I guess potentially that could be him, but I don't feel like fired up about that.
Yeah, and frankly, I don't feel fired up about TJ Brody. I think I've lost a lot of faith in TJ Brody. And in fact, I think I'll be looking at sheltered minutes for TJ Brody in the playoffs, at least as it stands right now. So I'm going to do a Brody Benoit third pair.
Well,
Are you into that?
I love Brody Benoit. Well, I love Benoit.
Yeah.
And I think...
But you can't give Benoit too much.
No. Benoit is not... If you're telling me Benoit's in your second pairing, we have bigger issues here. But Brody Benoit, I like a lot.
Brody Benoit, third pairing.
So
a little
McCabe?
less... Asking a little less of these two come playoff time. Jake McCabe is the second best defenseman on this team right now. So he's got to be slotting in left side to start the playoffs. That leaves who he could play with. Joel Edmondson or Timothy Liljegren. You just had your Liljegren thought. I echo a lot of those thoughts.
But I don't see Edmondson as a second pairing.
He was 3 years ago with Montreal. Made it difficult on the Maple Leafs.
I guess that you're telling me that's the better fit than Liljegren, and I don't really have much to debate you with.
Edmondson shoots left. Liljegren shoots right. So Liljegren would have the, I guess, positional advantage. But again, this is kind of where the decision comes down to.
McCabe and Edmondson stylistically versus McCabe and Liljegren stylistically. I mean, you're obviously getting something completely different from. And I'm not. You know what? When's the last time I watched Joel Edmondson play hockey? So it's just me trying to remember him as a.
And that's fair too. And it's hard to really say, hey, was he doing anything good in Washington? Is Washington doing anything other than watching Alex Ovechkin try to score goals?
Exactly.
Like, it's a little bit of a different situation.
But let's put like McCabe Liljegren / Edmondson in that spot. It's so hard to say Edmondson in that spot. One might be better than the other day to day, right? I don't think there's like a solid lock. So this is where should we be adding another defenseman?
I would say they did not acquire Edmondson to not play him.
No, I agree.
So
that would be strange.
I would be more comfortable putting Edmondson in, given like, hey, this is what they're going for, like mean, tough guys. Liljegren just got pushed out of the front.
Night one of the Stanley Cup playoffs. I keep forgetting that. Yes. I'm picturing next week.
Night one Stanley Cup playoffs.
Then you're putting the big bad bear in there.
So as it stands now, we got two bears, one on each top pairing.
Yeah.
Riley, Lyubushkin, McCabe, Edmondson, Brody, Benoit, our preferred night one defensive core. That's probably not going to win you a Stanley Cup.
It's really not.
It's probably not going to win you a Stanley Cup. But hey, they went into last year, McCabe, Brody, Gio, Hall, Riley, Schenn. The year before, Riley, Lyubushkin, Muzz and Brody, Gio, Liljegren. Year before that, Riley, Brody, Muzzin, Hall, Sandin, Bogosian.
It's not their best. I can't picture which one would you like. What's your favorite of all those?
So let's look them up here. And we've been talking about this. Like, let's say Brody or Liljegren are moved. Maybe Matt Dumba comes in. Maybe there's
maybe give me Matt Dumba.
Colton Parayko comes in. I'm not really sure.
Parayko, we're talking.
Well, we talked about it, but I could see TJ Brody getting dealt, because if TJ Brody can't play on one of those top two pairs, if he can't play the right side anymore, and Riley and McCabe are better defensemen than him right now, well, what's the point in stringing him along for one more year? Maybe there's a way to turn Brody's money into something of an upgrade. And Edmondson moves down. Benoit and Edmondson, third pair. That might be a little difficult in terms of puck moving ability. But there's still options here. There's just an incomplete defense core, even despite having 9 active defensemen.
All right, quickly here. Let's take a look at how they're lining up defensively tonight. Brody McCabe, Riley Labushkin, Benoit Liljegren. Forwards, Nyes, Matthews, Marner, Bertuzzi, Domi, Nylander, McMahon, Tavares, Yarncroc, and Gregor, Kampf, and Reeves, Wall getting the start for the second time this week against the Boston Bruins. Let's take a look at our player to watch presented by Bet365. Visit the app for the latest odds and find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Must be 19 plus, Ontario only. Play responsibly.
I don't think Calle Järnkrok has been our player to watch
Never,
yet.
ever.
Calle Järnkrok is back in the lineup, of course, after recovering from the broken knuckle. He got the belt last game. He's been playing a lot for Sheldon Keefe. Sheldon Keefe likes Calle Järnkrok. Now he's playing with a legitimate center in John Tavares who can create some offense and he can support some offense without being out of place. Calle Järnkrok, anytime goal scorer tonight, is plus 425. I think this is an immensely important player. We know Keefe loves him. And if that third line is going to work with Tavares and McMahon, having Calle Järnkrok make sure it works. I think he's indispensable to this team right now. And I think we're going to get some good hockey from Calle Järnkrok down the stretch. Plus 425 anytime goal scorer.
This is the last time I think the Bruins and Leafs match up this regular season, and last time for the Maple Leafs to get double points by beating them in regulation, possibly. They are still behind the Bruins, but within reach, right? So it has felt like they could never catch the Panthers. Things can change, but the Bruins could be someone they face up here in the first round. Would you want home ice advantage? Most likely. So this one means a lot. I think it means a lot for like the revenge angle of just this earlier this week, right? So Bruins have 87 points, Leafs have 80. If you win tonight, it's a 4-point game. You get a little bit closer. The Leafs have 2 games in hand as well. So there's still something to be gained for the Maple Leafs, but I think also just shutting up the narrative of like we can't beat the Bruins. It's been a long time since we beat them in regulation, even so. So I think this one means a lot for the Leafs because of how Monday went as well.
Yeah, overcoming a 9-point deficit and stealing home ice advantage back from the Boston Bruins. I think that would be really difficult over the course of 19 games. Mm-hmm. So cutting the lead to 5, that makes it more manageable. Big game for the Maple Leafs tonight.
All right, Joe Bowen and Jim Ralph will have the call of the first period after the break. You're listening to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
For college basketball fans, the madness is already here.
One of the best rivalries. Another instant classic.
With NCAA tournament dreams on the line, every possession matters.
Three-pointer at the buzzer for the win. It's good. It's good.
And each game is a chance to improve a resume.
Cannot overemphasize how big a win this is.
As Selection Sunday draws closer, hear all the pivotal games on SiriusXM and the all-new SiriusXM app.
The Power Play with Steve Koulias.
I'm with John Cooper, head coach of the Lightning. You've been in Tampa 12 years. Do you think you could run the table where you are?
We have something special here. For me personally, as long as the fire still burns and the burn to win and to make this city proud, I will do this as long until they kick me out. And as long as that's happening, if somebody takes me, I'll be there to give them everything I have.
The Power Play. Weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app. The Point with Boomer Gordon.
The Avs got a little Jekyll and Hyde going on this year. And when they're rolling, they look unstoppable, and you think, wow, no one's going to slow down the Avs. And then when it doesn't go well, you go, they're just not deep enough. Nichushkin isn't there right now. We don't know if Landeskog is going to come back. Yes, Colorado's good, Jake, but unless McKinnon's getting 2-3 points every night, they don't have the parts.
Point with Boomer Gordon. 1 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app. The Power Play with Steve Koulias.
With Tyler Toffoli of the New Jersey Devils.
Lindy Ruff, is he still the prankster in the room?
Just a quick little funny story. We had the little playoff football pool, and me and Nate Ashton won. Lindy obviously came up to me right away and asked where I was taking him out for dinner. He's been great at it, just with the whole season and being there, talking to all the boys when things aren't going well, and just trying to encourage us to play up to our potential. It's been good. He's awesome.
The Power Play, weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app. The NHL trade deadline is coming.
Friday, March 8th. Tune in for all-day coverage.
Beginning at 7 a.m. with NHL Morning Skate.
At 11 a.m., it's Mick Kern and your calls.
At 1 p.m., Boomer Gordon brings you the trades as they happen. Then,
when the bell rings at 3 p.m. Eastern,
Steve Cooley's and the Power Play break it all down. The best analysis, insight, and breaking news.
Follow at SiriusXM NHL on X.
And tune in to Trade Deadline Day. NHL Network Radio.
NHL Network Radio.
On demand.
On demand with the all-new SiriusXM app.
From in the crease to in the locker room.
Mr. Rick Tocchet, if you're taking a mix of coaches you had the best of, what is that mix for Rick Tocchet?
Scotty Bowman behind the bench, tactician. Mike Keenan, a lot of stuff that coaches do now, he did. Jim Schoenfeld, the father figure. And Mike Sullivan. I still talk to guys like Craig Berube, Travis Green. So, there's a mixture, and then you got to find your own niche, right?
SiriusXM, NHL Network Radio. SiriusXM 91. And on your schedule with the SiriusXM app.
Hey, Toronto. I'm David Morsuti, host of the daily Toronto Maple Leafs podcast, Locked On Leafs, part of the Locked On Podcast Network on the SiriusXM app. Every weekday, we bring you the latest Leafs news and analysis, break down all the action, including this game you're listening to right now, and preview the next one. We're giving you everything a Leafs fan could want, all in a daily 30-minute podcast. Download Locked On Leafs right now on the SiriusXM app, available with all trials and popular plans, or where you get your podcasts. Search Locked On Leafs.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91.
And the Leafs Radio Network.
Set to enjoy a night in Boston as the Leafs will start goaltender Joseph Woll. The pillow protectors of the Pikes. Woll has a record of 9-6-1, a 2.82 goals against average, 9.14 save percentage. Jeremy Swayman, who won the other night in Toronto, is 26-8 with a 2.49 goals against average and a 9.21 save percentage. He and Linus Ullmark have been 1 and 1A and splitting things right down the middle almost.
Yeah, Ullmark wins the Vezina Trophy last year, and this year Jeremy Swayman goes to the All-Star game. So great duo to have, and obviously a great option.
Brought to you, the starting goalies, by Superior Door and Gate System, Canada's top choice for automatic doors and security gates, security fencing, and bollards, because security can only be measured by what it will save you. Ready at center ice? And the puck is dropped, and we're underway. The Leafs to the right and the Bruins to the left, and glad you have joined us this evening. As a busy week of hockey for the Maple Leafs, it's cleared down into the Toronto zone. Wall leaving it there for Lyubushkin, who backhands it out at center past Nyes, and the Bruins will shoot it right back in again. Recently acquired Joel Edmondson is not in the lineup for the Maple Leafs tonight. Here's Matthews in across the line. A blind pass to the left wing side. No one was there. And it is cleared by Boston out at center ice. Riley to Lyubushkin and driven right back into Boston territory. Down the boards is Matthews to Marner. Marner back into the corner for Nyes. Nyes around back of the net, tied up there by McAvoy. Puck goes free into the corners. McCabe is pinched, and a big hit there. Stood up Marchand as the puck comes back out into the center ice area. Leafs right back in over the line. Here's Yarncrook in the slot, trying to get a shot away, and he did, but he launched it high over top of the net. Leafs after it in the corner. Yarncrook goes back in there after it along with McMahon. McMahon tipped it along the boards. Tavares in front of the net, but they can't get him the puck. It's backhanded into the corner, but the Leafs have got some good jump early here as Bobby McMahon has it back of the net. Tried to center, went off the side of the goal and to the near boards, and the Bruins still can't get it out. Paid to the side of the net. Lore trying to get it into the corner. McMahon has tied his man up and comes away with the loose puck. Now bodied there and knocked down by Trent Frederick. The puck is played to the blue line and still not out by Boston. And the Bruins will get it to center and roll it in, and they need a change. Good start for the Maple Leafs. Now they got to keep it going. Benoit shoots it back into the Bruins zone. Played off the boards to the line. Nylander trapped it but couldn't get it in deep. The puck comes out at center. Bruins break it in on the left wing. A pass back into the slot. And a centering feed goes off a body high into the far corner. Pasternak getting it back to the point. Shot taken by Witherspoon is knocked away by Joseph Wall. Bruins with it again. Pasternak giving it up. Benoit lost it there. Zacha back to the point. Another wrist shot coming. That was off the mark wide. Pasternak with it now as now the Bruins take an opportunity to hem the Leafs in. Puck along the boards for Zacha. Backhanded towards the net. Another shot. What a save by Wall. Oh, brother. He had to get over, and it was a lot of good fortune as well as good effort. He got that left pad along the ice, Jimmy, but the Boston player couldn't elevate it.
Well, that was Danton Heinen that found the puck on his stick. And that was after the pass to David Pasternak, who was to the right of Wall. It went off Pasternak's skate and straight across the top of the crease and onto the stick of Heinen. But Joseph Wall was able to recover and seal off the bottom part of the net. You're right. Leafs and Joseph Wall very lucky that that puck isn't elevated 6 inches or it's 1-0 Boston.
Bruins work it back around behind the net. Boquist playing it into the corner. Reeves drags it up the boards but doesn't get it out the first time. Does the second. And David Camp will play it back into his own zone for Lyubushkin. Lyubushkin backhanding it ahead for Morgan Riley. Riley elevates it high and over the line. Knocked down by the glove of Reeves. He has to touch it first and did to allow Camp to stay into the attack. It goes back into the corner for Camp. Back to the net for Reeves. Bank pass back to the blue line. Riley lets a shot go. And unable to redirect that in front of the net was Gregor, who took a pretty good hack from Jeremy Swayman while doing so. Now brought in by Brandon Carlo, but he has it taken away. Gregor launching it high into the Boston zone. Both teams trying to get a change going. No score, just nicely underway at the Toronto Dominion Garden in Boston. I like saying that. Just wonder how many Bruins fans know that. Bouncing puck goes down into the Boston zone. Centering pass for Nyes didn't connect. And the Bruins will start out with it, getting it up on the left wing side. Chipped in over the line and down into the corner. McCabe goes in there against Marchand. Marchand has it stripped away by Matthews, but he doesn't get it out. And a shot from the point deflects just wide of the net. Big hit there by McCabe. He thundered Jake DeBrusk to the ice, and then DeBrusk comes back at McCabe after Marchand is drilled.
Yeah, Marchand was pushed, and I think trying to milk it to get another penalty, but Jake McCabe was getting the first one on a hit by DeBrusk. Then he knocked Marchand down rather easily, and DeBrusk came in, so it'll be interesting to see what the call is going to be. But the first one definitely was going to McCabe, probably for interference, Joe. I don't think DeBrusk was close enough to the puck to make it a clean hit.
So Jake McCabe will go to the penalty box. The first power play goes to the Boston Bruins, who are 3 of 9 in their last 5 games.
That might have been a cross-check as much as anything. Well, and then he did the same thing to Brad Marchand, so it'll be interesting to see. This might be a double minor for McCabe, and then maybe DeBrusk gets a courtesy roughing penalty. Crowd does not seem too thrilled as
well. We can't see what's now we do, as Marchand was chirping the Toronto bench, and the officials are Francis Sharon and Jake Brink, and Brad Kovacic and Derek Nansen are the linesmen, and they're having a discussion at the penalty box. McCabe is definitely getting.
Boy, well, now you wonder, is it going to be more than a minor or just, even a double minor? Is there some discussion that perhaps because it was a cross-check to the head area that it's going to be more?
You mean he's suspended?
Well, if he's got a major in front of the game. Looking at it again, and
it was a cross-check to the body. Now, the one to Marchand was a tad bit higher, maybe, and that brought everybody in. And Marchand, the mouthpiece, is busy chirping at Marner now.
Yeah, it's probably St. Marner's going to get it next.
Well, here it is.
Toronto's penalties, original number 22, 2 minutes for interference. Number 23 gets 2 minutes for roughing.
So somehow in that,
Holy jumping, and DeBrusque gets nothing.
Matthew Nyes. I mean, I apologize because I have no idea what Nyes did to get a roughing penalty. Now Marchand is still upset. I mean, I find that a little comical. Marchand is saying, hey, I got cross-checked. A 5-on-3 is not enough.
Now on our screen, it's just showing one minor or one power play, one minor.
No, but it's...
Is DeBrusque getting a penalty as well? And Nyes for roughing? I still haven't seen Nyes in the scrum. And I think that's the discussion.
Watching
it's
the
a
replay.
two-man advantage.
All Nyes did was come in and grab DeBrusque after DeBrusque went after McCabe.
That's unbelievable. McCabe's penalty is for interference.
Joel Edmondson is not going to... Welcome to Toronto.
Yeah, this is
what you got.
This is the fifth two-man disadvantage the Leafs have had. A centering pass in front, blocked and not cleared. David Camp had a chance and didn't get rid of it. Marchand, far side, shot in on goal, and that deflected just wide. Marchand, no worse for the wear. Power plays will do that. They'll fix you up. On the far side, Pasternak back to the point. Across to Marchand. Across came goaltender Wall to make a big save. Leafs trying to clear, but unable to get it free. Back to the point. It bounces over the stick and comes to center as McAvoy couldn't keep it in.
Well, I thought T.J. Brody got hooked when he was trying to make that clearing attempt.
Brought in over the line by Boston. Played around the boards for Marchand. Marchand works into the corner. Now to the circle. A pass down low. Gets it back again. Into the slot. And a shot. That's deflected wide. Marner trying to get it out and down the ice, and he does. 56 seconds in the two-man disadvantage. The Leafs have given up one goal in 4 times that they have been 2 men short. Pasternak across the line for Marchand. Marchand down the right wing boards. Top of the circle. Into the slot. McAvoy holding, working to the circle, gets it off to Pasternak. The wrist shot coming, and that was kicked away by Wall. Leafs trying to get to the puck on the far side. Liljegren can't get it out. It comes to Marchand on the right wing boards. Marchand down low. Back to Marchand again, and a shot. That was deflected wide. Marchand with it once more. 20 seconds left. Marchand into the circle, trying to come across the Brusque, and they score. Pasternak on the far side. So chalk that one up to Francis Chiron and Jake Brink for giving the Bruins a 2-man advantage and a 1-0 lead.
DeBrusque makes a nice play, walking off the goal line from the left of Joseph Wall, and then funnels it across the top of the crease, where David Pasternak, who had gone goalless in 4, is on the board. I just think it's great the officials got together and discussed what the call was and came up with that. Now Matthew Nyes is part of it. I could see Jake McCabe getting a double minor, maybe.
No, I could see that too. I could see 4 minutes.
And even then, you're saying DeBrusque, if you're going to do that, DeBrusque should have got one. But Matthew Nyes comes in to the aid of Jake McCabe after DeBrusque went back after McCabe. Anyway, it's really nothing surprising anymore.
39th goal of the season for now. Bouncing puck comes to the side of the goal, and Wall had to. It came right out from the side of the net. Wall had to get across and get a pad on it.
Well, this was just fired in. It actually was starting to go around the glass behind the net.
Hit a stanchion.
I don't know if I've ever seen it come out like this before. You know, you see it sometimes in the corners, but this was.
Look at where it is.
Wow.
Right on top of his skate on the goal line. Wow.
I mean, what? One more roll and that puck.
If Wall sneezes, it's in the net.
If he sneezes, he might get a major.
That was the most. That's one of the more bizarre calls we've seen this year. I have to admit that.
And I realize we might view it a little more through blue and white glasses than some.
Wow.
But a 5-on-3.
Here the Bruins keeping it in. Geekie tries to center. Pass intercepted and chipped out at center ice now by Toronto. Bruins regroup back in their own zone. Off the stick of McMahon, but to the side of the goal. It'll be corralled by Witherspoon, who gets it up on the wing now. And Frederick will start out with a long lead pass to center. And it is just going to be flipped into the Toronto zone. Walls out of the goal. Took a bit of a hit there from one of the Bruins. A centering pass goes by everybody and sails all the way back into Boston territory. Pasternak with his 39th of the season. And he leads the Boston Bruins now with 91 points.
You know, when you start talking about the Hart Trophy, David Pasternak's name does not get mentioned enough. I mean, you can look at where Boston is in the standings. But he came into this game with a 36-point lead over the second highest scorer for the Bruins, which was Brad Marchand. 91, Marchand came in with 54.
Marner with a shot blockered away by Swayman into the corner. The Bruins, well, that almost was a closed glove on the puck there by DeBrusk as he kind of skated about a stride and a half before he threw it to himself. And now a centering pass is swallowed up by Joseph Wall and held for a faceoff in the Toronto end. So the Leafs trail 1-0. A 5-on-3 goal with McCabe and Nyes in the penalty box. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Build a championship fantasy baseball team with the advice of Sirius XM Fantasy Sports Radio.
Ronald Acuna should be the first overall pick.
Ronald touches them all. Hear winning strategies and player projections from former big league general managers Jim Bowden and Steve Phillips.
Soto, I believe, is going to have the best offensive season he's had in his career.
Get ready for your draft by listening to our experts draft right now on the all-new Sirius XM app, and catch all of your fantasy baseball talk on Fantasy Sports Radio, Channel 87.
The Power Play with Steve Koulias.
And we're with John Cooper, head coach of the Lightning. You've been in Tampa 12 years. Do you think you could run the table where you are?
You know, we have something special here. For me personally, as long as the fire still burns and the burn to win and to make this city proud, I will do this as long until they kick me out. And as long as that's happening, if somebody takes me, I'll be there to give them everything I have.
The Power Play, weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. The Point with Boomer Gordon.
The Avs got a little Jekyll and Hyde going on this year. And when they're rolling, they look unstoppable, and you think, wow, no one's going to slow down the Avs. And then when it doesn't go well, you go, they're just not deep enough. Nichushkin isn't there right now. We don't know if Landeskog is going to come back. Yes, Colorado's good, Jake, but unless McKinnon's getting 2-3 points every night, they don't have the parts.
Point with Boomer Gordon, 1 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. The best hockey lives here.
Burns gets it back. Stick handles to the backhand. Moves in front. Score!
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM
Radio Network.
Pasternak from DeBrusk and Marchand on a 5-on-3 at 5:37 halves the Bruins out in front 1-0.
One of the most bizarre cases. Like we said, we could see, maybe being shorthanded for 4 minutes instead of down 5-on-3 for a full 2. There's not much difference to it, but probably the best part was Brad Marchand talking to the referee all through the commercial break, thinking that a 5-on-3 for 2 minutes wasn't enough.
Wasn't enough, no. Draw in the Leaf zone is won by Toronto. Launched high to center ice. Bouncing puck on the near wing. Reeves couldn't get to it. And Gregor will chip it back into the Toronto end. McCabe goes back into the corner after it. The puck comes back to him, and he gets it up on the wing for Kemp. And Kemp will find Benoit. And Benoit will bank it to the line, and Reeves gets it the rest of the way deep into Boston territory. Reeves, a bit of a bump on the far boards, but the puck comes free, and now the Bruins breaking it out at center. Played ahead by Geekie to the right wing side. Good poke check by Benoit, and it's chipped back again, and the Leafs get it to center. Reeves sending it in. Down the boards and into the corner. Witherspoon playing it reverse back of the net for Shattenkirk. Kevin Shattenkirk then gave the puck away. Here's Bertuzzi, unable to make a pass, gobbled up and flipped high to center ice by Boston. Leafs will chop it right back into Bourne territory, but it's going to be called icing by the linesman, and so it's going to come back. If in fact your philosophy, I'm going to say, on officiating is that it'll get evened up. This is really going to take some work.
Well, and the unfortunate thing is like we said, the Leafs actually came out with more energy in this game than they had the last two games on home ice. And then he got dinged. I mean, McCabe definitely deserved a penalty. I mean, it was an interference call, whether you want to call it interference or cross-checking. But then came the mystery call on Matthew Knies.
Here the Bruins in on the wing, trying to get in close with a shot. Good save by Wall off his shoulder. Down into the corner it goes for Heinen. Heinen tied up along the boards. Puck comes free as Domi was able to punch it up ahead. Bertuzzi in a fight for it, gets it out at center, and the Bruins try to bring it right back in again, and Lyubushkin, in attempting to clear, didn't get it out. Bruins with it again. Lyubushkin takes his man wide and is able to punch it ahead for Nylander. Nylander dropping it off for Domi. Domi goes wide, took a shot, but it was well over top of the net. Bertuzzi sending it right back from whence it came. And now here's Domi trying to outfight his man for it. Loses his stick, pleads innocence, and got away with it. It's played back into the center ice area. There's the even up part. It's over now. He could have had a hooking penalty. Played ahead and into the zone by Bobby McMahon. Around back of the net to the far side is Tavares. Back of the net for Yarncrook. Near side for McCabe. McCabe played it back for McMahon. Back of the net, Yarncrook. He works out of the corner. Cycles it back for Tavares. Back of the net. The pass comes back to the blue line. Brody can't send it to the net. Sends it back to the goal. Bobby McMahon has it in his skates. Got some support there from Yarncrook as it's poked into the far corner. And Grzelcyk will try to play it out at center. And the Bruins bring it to the line. That's offside. And it's whistled down by the linesman. Face-off coming in neutral ice. First period presented by Bet365. Visit the app for the latest odds and find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Must be 19 plus. Ontario only. Play responsibly.
Boston Bruins, by the way, coming into this game just 3 for 16 in their previous 7 on the power play. I don't believe they had a full 5-on-3 for 2 minutes during that stretch. Leafs had actually killed off 10 of 11 in the last 5.
Pass up to the blue line. Didn't get into the Bruins zone. Marchand sends it down into the Leaf end. Back of the net. Good hit by Liljegren. Takes his man to the ice. Along the boards, Knies got a piece of his man. Benoit chipping it into the far corner, but Marchand is there. He'll send it around to the near side, and Knies slams into his man. Back at the point, DeBrusk to the side of the goal. Pass intercepted by Liljegren. He got thundered there by Charlie Coyle, and no call. And the puck is now back up on the wing, but not out. Bruins with a shot that is deflected wide. Marchand taken to the boards by Knies. Puck comes back to the point. Kept in by the Bruins to the far side. Round back of the net. Bank pass comes back to the blue line, and fanning on the shot completely there was Geekie. Now he gets another whack at it. That's stopped by Wall. Another shot. Leafs are scrambling around. Matthews can't get it out. Back to the point it comes. Marchand near side Shattenkirk. Back to Marchand. Wrist shot coming and swallowed up there by Wall, holding for a face-off.
I don't know how Charlie Coyle gets away with it. It's either boarding or interference, because Marchand and Liljegren were tied up behind the net. Liljegren got rid of it, and then Coyle comes in with a late hit.
So it is a 1-0 Boston lead. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Unhibernate, a verb. To laugh in the face of snow because you drive a Subaru. As in, when I unhibernate, I have the roads all to myself because my Subaru has symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive and others don't. Or, the award-winning safety in my Subaru means I can unhibernate all winter while my neighbors stare longingly from their bedroom windows. Or my favorite usage, I am going to unhibernate this winter by visiting my local Subaru dealer today. Welcome to Uncommon Winter Confidence.
Move up to Heathwood. Hi, I'm Hugh Herron. Experience true luxury at Williamsburg Green in Kitchener. Heathwood's all-brick single-family homes come with a long list of features you've always dreamed of. Gourmet kitchens, freestanding tubs, and even fully finished lower levels. Dare to compare and you'll see why it's time to move up to Heathwood. Learn more at heathwood.com.
So when you gotta move, all moving day. Think 2 minute truck, 2 minute truck.ca. Cause all of us movers are not the same. So that's our company name, 2 minute truck.ca. We're lots of men with lots of trucks. So give us a call today.
You're listening to Toronto Maple Leafs hockey.
Y'all ready?
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
This starts a 3-game road trip for the Maple Leafs, who will be in Montreal on Saturday, but then they don't play again until Thursday when they are in Philadelphia.
The Leafs, by the way, on the road, 11-3-2 in the last 16 games. But against the East on the road, they're just 2-2-3. Well, there have been a lot of stretches for the West Coast and the Western Conference since January as well. The California trip and the Western Canada trip.
Leafs get it down into the Boston zone. Noah Gregor goes in with a forechecking hit. So did Reeves. The puck along the boards. Reeves has it in his skates. Can't kick it free. Has one of the Bruins in a bit of a headlock here, as that was Lokow, and now it is brought out by the Bruins off a skate to center ice. Riley goes back in his own zone. Morgan Riley starting out. Works to center. He'll shoot it in. Bounces around the boards to the near side. Played back of the net then by Shattenkirk. Bruins get it ahead. Domi tried to stand up his man but failed to get in the way of Heinen, who was able to play it into the zone. Pasternak playing it around out into the forecheck as it comes to Nylander. Nylander eludes one. Now trying to one-hand it out at center, but not getting it very far. And the Bruins sending it on an errant pass into the Leaf end, icing the call. It'll come back with 8:19 to play in the period. And a 5-on-3 power play goal for the Boston Bruins from David Pasternak is on the board.
Leafs with only one shot on goal. They had the first shot on goal of the game. Then came the penalties. And the Bruins now have the advantage 8-1 in shots. The Leafs really haven't had much offensive zone time since the power play goal by the Bruins.
Played in around back of the net. Stolen by the Leafs. A centering pass. Knocked down in front of the net was Bertuzzi, and an errant pass is going down into the Leaf end, but it won't be icing as Riley is taken to the boards, but it's grabbed off, and Toronto will play it off the wall to center ice. Nylander trying to chip it ahead. Left there for Domi. Domi to the far side. Here's a wrist shot taken by Riley that was knocked away there by Swayman. Knocked down twice in front of the net was one of the Leafs, with the puck in the other end of the rink. You had a comment that Angel Hernandez may be working the game tonight. A shot by
and Joe West.
Joe West. Matthews is stopped. Nyes buckled over in front of the net after being taken down and is slowly getting back to the Leaf bench.
Boy, he was wide open. The puck had come to him, but he was dropped his stick and was already doubled over. Did not see what happened behind the play.
Play to the blue line. Leafs corral it there. Working with it on the near side and turning back with it is Matthews, and he's headed to the bench as Benoit does likewise. And the Leafs have it with Brody back in their own zone. Up on the wing it goes to Tavares. Tavares across the line. Tried to backhand it into the zone. He was tripped up there by McAvoy. No call. Around the boards, Tavares jams into his man on the near boards. Puck comes all the way out at center ice, though. And Brody will regroup it as he sends it back, but the pass was intercepted. Brought in by Frederick. Pass in on goal. That will stop the rebound. Cleared to the line, but not out. It'll come to the near side. Chlorite playing it into the corner. Leafs get it there, and the pass in front of the net is intercepted. And now here is McMahon trying to get it out, but they fail again to get it out. Back into the corner. Here's Van Riemsdyk trying to center. It goes back into the right wing corner, centering pass, and Wall went across to get a piece of that. Leafs were within a foot of getting the puck into center ice and failed to do it. And now the Hornets' nest is back on in their own zone. They've been in their end for a half minute now. Finally, they are able to skate it to the line and just get it out at center. And it is played down into the Boston end.
Boy, minute 30 for Bobby McMahon. He was the Leaf that couldn't get it out in the left wing boards.
Lowry with a nice pass in front of the goal, and a big save made by Wall with the left pad. Leafs counter and get it out at center, but Gregor couldn't find it. Played right back into Toronto territory. Lyubushkin taken to the boards on the far side by Brazeau. A puck along the boards. Gregor misses a hit. Brazeau trying to come away with it. Brazeau playing it around back of the net. Grabbed off by Riley. Nope, couldn't make a play. Lyubushkin does on the far side, and he'll send it up off his stick to center ice. Bruins changing. Leafs are doing likewise. 5:11 to play first period. Matthew Knies, we have no idea if he is still on the bench. You've not had a stoppage of play for a close-up of the Toronto bench to know whether Knies is there. And he hasn't been back on the ice. Now here's Nylander weaving in. He goes around back of the net. Nylander to the near side. Got it in front of the goal. It comes back to the blue line. Nylander gets it off on the wing for Domi. A long shot that was deflected wide. Benoit leaving for Nylander. Nylander comes back in with a pass in front of the net, but it's intercepted. And the Bruins are going to get it out at center ice. Pasternak turned the puck over. Domi works right back in again. Nylander is with him. He got it on the wing, but couldn't get it settled down to get a shot, and it's cleared to the line and out at center ice. Brody will go back.
Matthew Knies' stick is still laying in the slot in front of the Boston net. That's kind of been a benefit to the Boston Bruins as the Leafs have hit it a couple of times trying to make plays.
Played into the Bruins end. Swayman gets it around the boards near side. Marchand almost lost it there to Matthews. It's played out at center, and we'll get an idea here. Yarncroc playing on the line with Matthews and Marner. Matthews in. Wrist shot deflected wide of the net. Marner has given a rude bump there by Grzelcyk. And the Bruins are certainly finishing their checks. There's no two ways about that. Back to the point, kept in by Liljegren. Into the corner for Marner. Marner tried to center. Matthews couldn't get to it. Matthews then steals it back. Yarncroc in with a shot, and he fired that one wide. Brody at the left point with a shot. That was off the mark wide. To the right point now, it comes from Yarncroc on to Liljegren. Now to Matthews, who swings it at the net, and that was kicked away, I believe. It reached Swayman, but it was cleared away, and the Bruins will get it out and down the ice. And trying to slow that up enough is Riley to bring about an icing.
Bruins fans don't like that. It's figure that it's tough when you can't get a break, huh?
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah. Isn't that the truth?
Shots on goal have now gone up 10-4, but obviously Matthew Knies unable to take the shift with Matthews and Marner, and trying to look at the replay again. And it looked like it was Brandon Carlo was the Boston Bruin that got tangled up with Knies. Oh no, it was Marchand.
It was Brad Marchand with a cheap shot.
It was interference, and it was an elbow to the head of Matthew Knies. So now we know what Marchand was talking to the ref about.
Give me one good shot at somebody, I'm all right.
How do you... never mind.
Never mind. Lyubushkin around back of the net. Brought out at center ice. Played off the boards ahead for McMahon. He backhands it high, and it's going to be caught by Swayman. And there'll be a face-off coming in the Boston zone. It is a 1-0 Bruin lead on a 5-on-3 power play goal. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
For college basketball fans, the madness is already here.
One of the best rivalries. Another instant classic.
With NCAA tournament dreams on the line, every possession matters.
Three-pointer at the buzzer for the win. It's good. It's good.
And each game is a chance to improve a resume.
Cannot overemphasize how big a win this is.
As Selection Sunday draws closer, hear all the pivotal games on SiriusXM and the all-new SiriusXM app.
The Power Play with Steve Kouleas.
And we're with John Cooper, head coach of the Lightning. You've been in Tampa 12 years. Do you think you could run the table where you are?
You know, we have something special here. For me personally, as long as the fire still burns and the burn to win and to make this city proud, I will do this as long until they kick me out. And as long as that's happening, if somebody takes me, I'll be there to give them everything I have.
The Power Play, weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app. The Point with Boomer Gordon.
The Avs got a little Jekyll and Hyde going on this year. And when they're rolling, they look unstoppable, and you think, wow, no one's going to slow down the Avs. And then when it doesn't go well, you go, they're just not deep enough. Nichushkin isn't there right now. We don't know if Landeskog is going to come back. Yes, Colorado's good, Jake, but unless McKinnon's getting 2-3 points every night, they don't have the parts.
Point with Boomer Gordon. 1 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91.
Radio Network.
Well, we now know what happened to Matthew Nyes. Cheap shot by Brad Marchand, an elbow to the head, has him in concussion protocol.
And do not believe he is on the bench, as Kelly Yarncroc has shuffled out with Tavares with Matthews and Marner. John Tavares is out for this shift here.
I don't imagine that'll be suspendable. I wouldn't think that player safety would care about somebody taking a backhand shot here. And cleared by the Bruins to the line, but not out. Far side, it comes back to the point. Liljegren with a shot deflected in front of the net off a stick, and the Bruins are going to ice the puck. Or will they? No, it's going to go right to goaltender Wall.
One thing I would do, though, if you're Sheldon Keefe, I would show exactly what happened to Matthew Nyes.
Oh, during the intermission?
Yeah,
absolutely.
Video to the fellas?
Absolutely. Played off the boards on the near side. The Bruins get it out at center. And they'll flip it in on the far wing. DeBrusk goes in there after it, but it is McCabe getting it around on the boards for Brody. Brody misses a hit from Charlie Coyle, and now Matthews turning in his own zone, dishes it off, and McCabe gets it up on the right wing and in over the line. It's flipped in wide of the goal and into the near corner. Hammered along the boards then for Reeves. He couldn't get to it. The puck around the far side, and it's out at center ice. Going to be interesting if, in fact, this is going to be the precursor to a first-round series. It is going to be a physical affair, and the Leafs are hoping they've got some physicality to them this year as it's around back of the net. But they're going to have to start showing it as well. Camp knocked down, played back to the point. It comes to the left wing side. Benoit into the slot area. Reeves doesn't shoot it at the net. He clears it into the corner. Camp couldn't come up with it. Noah Gregor unable to trap it, and it's played by Boston to center. But through all of this,
Leafs are going to get a 2-minute on the ice penalty. They may not know all the rules, but they can count fast. But Ryan Reeves going to the bench. Willie Nylander had already jumped on, and Ryan Reeves looks up and plays the puck anyway. And with 1:21 to go, this is an easy call for the officials. Willie Nylander had already jumped on, and Ryan Reeves stopped and played the puck. So the Bruins will go to their third power play of the period. This one, the Leafs can only blame themselves.
Nylander tried to get back off the ice, but to no avail.
Well, as soon as you do that.
No, you're admitting guilt.
That's like freezing with your hand in the cookie jar.
Face off to the right in the Toronto zone. Draw won by Boston. Played into the corner. Centering pass. Wall knocked it away. It's chipped back of the goal. Now out in front for Yarncroc, and Yarncroc will ice it. With 1:07 to go in the period, the intermission will dissect this power play. But fortunately for the Leafs, they're only one man short. Pass. Knocked by Marner, back into the Boston zone, played to the line. Marner knocked it high in the air, couldn't get it back again. Yarncroc has it spun around to the far side, down low, a centering pass, and unable to get it on his backhand there was Pasternak. It goes to the far side, Pasternak turning with it again. Looking in front of the net, Pasternak with a pass, knocked down and in back is Geekie trying to find a man. Geekie loses the handle on it, backhanded high by the Leafs. They'll get it out and down into Boston territory. McAvoy or Pasternak. Poked at the blue line and whistled down offside by the linesman. 20.2 seconds to go in the first period.
Well, let's hope it's one of those even up games.
Wow, boy, it's going to be something if it is.
It's in again, and You go from what's called and compare it to what's not called. And I think that's where the frustration comes in, and that's where you drive yourself crazy, trying to find the comparables.
Pastrnak with 12 power play goals leads the Bruins in that department, and he has the goal that has them out in front. 10 seconds left in the period. Brought in on the right side by Coyle. Pass intercepted. Nylander swinging it around the boards, and that will send it down into Boston territory and end the period. So a controversial call by Jake Brink and Francis Sharon that sends the Maple Leafs 2 men short is the reason for a Pastrnak 5-on-3 goal and a 1-0 Boston lead.
I think you liked what Joseph Woll did. Even before the 5-on-3, Joseph Woll made a spectacular stop. So if you're looking for a positive, maybe it's the fact that it's only 1-0. The Leafs did rebound and make the shots a little closer, 10-7 Boston. But another big kill to start period number 2.
You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
It's Lainey Wilson, y'all. And as part of Women's History Month, I'm putting a spotlight on some of my country music peers.
Dive into SiriusXM's Women of Country, one of over 200 extra channels available anytime in the all-new SiriusXM app. And you can hear Women of Country now for a limited time, hosted by Grammy and CMA Award winner Lainey Wilson.
Let's do it.
On Channel 107.
The Power Play with Steve Coolius.
And we're with John Cooper, head coach of the Lightning. You've been in Tampa 12 years. Do you think you could run the table where you are?
You know, we have something special here. For me personally, as long as the fire still burns and the burn to win and to make this city proud, I will do this as long until they kick me out. And as long as that's happening, if somebody takes me, I'll be there to give them everything I have.
The Power Play, weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. The Point with Boomer Gordon.
The Avs got a little Jekyll and Hyde going on this year. And when they're rolling, they look unstoppable, and you think, wow, no one's going to slow down the Avs. And then when it doesn't go well, you go, they're just not deep enough. Nichushkin isn't there right now. We don't know if Landeskog is going to come back. Yes, Colorado's good, Jake, but unless McKinnon's getting 2-3 points every night, they don't have the parts.
Point with Boomer Gordon, 1 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. The Power Play with Steve Coolius.
With Tyler Toffoli of the New Jersey Devils.
Lindy Ruff, is he still the prankster in the room?
Just a quick little funny story. We had a little football pool, and me and Nate Ashton won. Lindy obviously came up to me right away and asked where I was taking him out for dinner. He's been great at it, just with the whole season and being there, talking to all the boys when things aren't going well, and just trying to encourage us to play up to our potential. It's been good. He's awesome.
The Power Play, weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
Feel the passion of Major League Soccer all season long on Sirius XM FC.
Stupendously magnificent!
Every week, hear all the top matches, including every Inter-Miami game.
Messi, up, overhand!
And get analysis and insight from our team of experts like former MVP Tony Meola.
He looks so confident. It's starting to look so easy.
It's Major League Soccer's biggest season ever, and you can experience it on Sirius XM FC 157 and streaming on the all-new Sirius XM app.
The NHL trade deadline is coming.
Friday, March 8th. Tune in for all-day coverage.
Beginning at 7 a.m. with NHL Morning Skate.
At 11 a.m., it's Mick Kern and your calls.
At 1 p.m., Boomer Gordon brings you the trades as they happen. Then,
when the bell rings at 3 p.m. Eastern,
Steve Coolius and the Power Play break it all down. The best analysis, insight, and breaking news.
Follow at SiriusXM NHL on X.
And tune into Trade Deadline Day. NHL Network Radio.
NHL Network Radio.
On demand.
On demand with the all-new SiriusXM app.
From in the crease to in the locker room.
Mr. Rick Tocchet, if you're taking a mix of coaches you had the best of, what is that mix for Rick Tocchet?
Scotty Bowman behind the bench, tactician. Mike Keenan, a lot of stuff that coaches do now, he did. Jim Schoenfeld, the father figure. Mike Sullivan. I still talk to guys like Craig Berube, Travis Green. So, there's a mixture, and then you got to find your own niche, right?
Sirius XM, NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and on your schedule with the Sirius XM app. The biggest names in the game.
Trying to get behind Ristolainen, walks in, put it between his legs, shoots it, score!
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM. And the Leafs Radio Network.
Welcome back to Mostly Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network. Leafs on the road to face the Boston Bruins, who are up 1-0 after 20 minutes, thanks to a goal by David Pastrnak, and maybe thanks to some other forces wearing the stripes. But I don't want to get into that too much, but that was a crazy first period.
Yeah, it was. It was kind of the quintessential Boston-Toronto period, if we're being honest with ourselves.
Felt like playoff hockey.
Yeah, where one team is kind of just like comfortable in this physical, edgy brand while the other is getting it used against them in some ways. And yeah, I mean, we could talk about the officials, but in my eyes, the punishment fit the crime. I mean, Jake McCabe went out there, cross-checked 2 guys in the throat in about 5 seconds, and the Maple Leafs went on to the penalty kill. It was a little sloppy, the call, because they put Matthew Nyes in the box instead of McCabe getting a double minor or a major. But still, I mean, what are you expecting as a team when you cross-check 2 guys in the throat in 5 seconds? You're probably going to be killing a penalty, whether it's a major or a 2-minute 5-on-3.
Okay, this is what I think happened on the mishap. Nyes is 23 and McCabe's 22. I honestly think...
I think they made a mistake.
100%. I think the refs thought those are 2 different individuals that did the same thing. So that's an error. And I think it makes a huge difference to be on a 5-on-3 versus a 5-on-4 for 5 minutes.
So how about this, though? For 5 minutes, yes. But what if you want the 5-minute penalty, game misconduct, Jake McCabe? Because it could have been that.
Well, I don't want anything.
I know, but he did it.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying I'd rather probably be... Well, is Joel Edmondson in the dressing room waiting to play, or is he not?
I don't think he's an option tonight.
Yeah, he's not, eh? Either way, revisionist history, but I'm pretty sure we could concretely say that they just accidentally gave the penalty to Matthew Nyes, which is... This is a professional hockey league. Let's figure that out.
Yeah,
nonetheless.
I agree. That was a mistake.
McCabe was, unhinged there for about...
And unprovoked, too.
30... But then I'm...
5.
I'm looking on Twitter and people are saying that maybe, I don't know, whatever, who cares? He got his stick into some throats.
I didn't see it. What was the theory?
Just like that there was some chirping going on the bench and that something was missed earlier, but I'm not even, I don't even have words.
But he did cross-check 2 guys in the throat, which is something that it was just like, what just happened? Like, why did he just do that twice? So, I thought he was going to get thrown out of the game.
So that's what I thought too. So, but the referees make a mistake, and then a 5-on-3, obviously, the Bruins are going to score on a 2-minute 5-on-3, and they did.
Yeah.
So the penalty conundrum happens. But you're right. It's like the Leafs poked the bear, and power to McCabe for coming out with a little bit of vengeance, but the Bruins can do that. The Bruins can do that to another level. What happens later in the period when Marchand's obviously pissed off about this throat, whatever.
There were some threats to Mitch Marner after he got cross-checked in the throat,
and then looks like Marchand spent every single intermission and every TV break talking to the refs, because we can see it on the feed, and he finds a way to crush Matthew Nyes, who's probably bigger and stronger than him, mid-ice, and Matthew Nyes is now off into the dressing room. We haven't got a report from him. Seeing some reporters are saying that he was cut, and some reporters are saying that he was in concussion protocol. Nonetheless, Matthew Nyes was kind of holding his abdomen or his wrist, buckled over, skating off the bench. We haven't seen him since. So Marchand found a way to exact revenge already.
Yeah, it looked like he was making a promise and then delivered on the promise. And this goes back to one of my long-standing theories about kind of Boston and Toronto specifically. There is one team that is comfortable in the muck, thrives in the muck, and that's the Boston Bruins. There's another team, the Maple Leafs, who are almost always uncomfortable and disadvantaged when the game becomes something less than the actual game, and there's just warfare type stuff going on. It always seems to get the best of the Leafs. And to the point on McCabe, McCabe did start this. It's like he decided, hey, I'm going to get involved tonight. And he did. And since he got involved, since the very moment, the team that is comfortable in those situations have gotten the better of every single situation that we've seen since. And the team that generally likes to stay out of it but decided to start it tonight has been taken advantage of every single turn when it comes to the calls that are made and the players who are getting injured along the way.
Just seeing one video here of Marchand after the Bruins scored, going by the Leafs bench with this stick pointing at them.
Yeah.
He loves this. And you welcome that into the game, and he thrives.
And one more point on that.
Yeah.
The 2011 Stanley Cup champion Boston Bruins were celebrated right before this game. Brad Marchand played on that team. You don't think that they're going to be fired up after that sort of ceremony and think, oh, this team's going to come in here and start cross-checking us in the throats? No, that's not going to happen. We're going to do what they did in 2011 because the guys are upstairs watching this game right now. Maybe not the right time to poke the bear.
All right, we'll take a quick break. On the other side, we'll give you our out-of-town scoreboard and get you set for the second period. You're listening to Mostly Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Today, when it comes to following sports, a basic box score just won't cut it. Get the stats behind the stats with NHL Edge. So you won't just see Makar's time on ice. You'll see where he spent it. You won't just know Matthews scored. You'll know how hard he shot it. And you won't just get OV's shot total. You'll know where he shot it from. Even if they're all from the same place. Know more about every stat, every shift, and every star with NHL Edge.
Every year, fans debate over the draft. Who's going first? At Chuck's, they already know. The top draft choice is that icy cold 18-ounce Molson Canadian you're holding, and it's just $4 at Chuck's during Leafs games. No wonder that at draft time, Canadians are always in high demand. Chuck's Roadhouse Bar and Grill. Food the way it ought to be. Price the way it used to be.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. That's why we've introduced Same Game Parlay Plus. It's a game changer. Making a same game parlay across different games has never been easier because the biggest games and most popular markets are now all in one place. Check out Same Game Parlay Plus and find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Must be 19 or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connectsontario.ca.
Think two-in-a-truck.ca. So when you gotta move, all moving day. Think two-in-a-truck.ca. Cause all of us movers are not the same. So that's our company name, two-men-in-a-truck.ca. We're lots of men with lots of trucks, so give us a call today.
There are many peculiar words in the English language. Words like salivigant, peregrinate, nemophilus, peripatetic, and conviviality. Yet, there is no word for getting the most out of winter in your Subaru, thanks to symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive and X-Mode. Until now. We call it unhibernate, as in while your neighbors stay home, you'll be unhibernating all winter in your Subaru. So peregrinate to your local Subaru dealer today, and welcome to uncommon winter confidence.
Move up to Heathwood. Hi, I'm Hugh Heron. Experience a new level of luxury at Williamsburg Green. Your new single-family home will have all the modern features you dream about, even a fully finished lower level. Kitchener's newest master plan community with bike trails, parks, and a new library. Williamsburg Green has it all. It's time to move up to Heathwood. Learn more at heathwood.com.
You're listening to Toronto Maple Leafs hockey.
He's got a partial breakaway. Scores! Holy mackerel, what a dagger!
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
We're back on Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network. The Leafs trail 1-0 after 20 minutes at TD Garden or Toronto Dominion Garden. I love when Bonesy makes that point because it's an important one.
It is an important point to make.
This is a house of horrors, though, at times for the Maple Leafs. They did this whole big ceremony honoring the 2011 Stanley Cup champions before the game. This game is certainly being played in the Boston Bruins format, right? That like gritty, punch you in the face and get away with it type format.
And when it's like that, sometimes I actually often focus my attention on a guy like Timothy Liljegren, who may be playing for a job right now, right? Joel Edmondson coming in, Lyubushkin already in the fold. Lots of defensemen are options for Sheldon Keefe, and Liljegren did not have a particularly good period. Maybe the clearance could have cost the Maple Leafs the power play goal, and it just looked like he was kind of getting out muscled like he has been. Edmondson, if he's taking anyone right now, at least hand up for me, it's Timothy Liljegren.
All right, let's take a look at the NHL scoreboard presented by Bet365. Visit the app for the latest odds and find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Must be 19 plus, Ontario only. Play responsibly.
8 games ongoing, 12 total tonight. The Devils have a 2-0 lead over the Blues in the second period. It's 1-0 Flyers over the Panthers in the second period. The Blue Jackets have a 3-1 lead over the Oilers. It's 1-1 Flames and Lightning. Hurricanes and Canadians 1-1 in the second period. Caps 2-0 over the Penguins early second period. And just getting underway, the Predators and the Sabres are knotted at 0 still to come. Coyotes and Wild, Canucks and Golden Knights, Sharks and Islanders, and Kings and Senators.
Any trades?
There was a minor one that our boy Jeff Merrick tweeted out. I frankly do not know either of those players, though.
Yes, just a minor league swap. But we'll keep you updated if any trades happen. It sounded like Michael Bunting might be headed to Pittsburgh as a part of a deal for Jake Gensel. Bunting and Dubas reunited, possibly. Not confirmed, but
a match made in heaven.
Might be happening down the road. Trade deadline is 3:00 tomorrow, so lots to come. Usually when the teams are playing, not as much, but we'll keep you updated. You never know. They might sneak a trade in, and we'll have you after the next break. Because Joe Bone and Jim Ralph will have the call of the second period next. You're listening to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
For college basketball fans, the madness is already here.
One of the best rivalries. Another instant classic.
With NCAA tournament dreams on the line, every possession matters.
Three-pointer at the buzzer for the win. It's good. It's good.
And each game is a chance to improve a resume.
Cannot overemphasize how big a win this is.
As Selection Sunday draws closer, hear all the pivotal games on SiriusXM and the all-new SiriusXM app.
The Power Play with Steve Koulias.
And we're with John Cooper, head coach of the Lightning. Do you think you could run the table where you are?
You know, we have something special here. For me personally, as long as the fire still burns and the burn to win and to make this city proud, I will do this as long until they kick me out. And as long as that's happening, if somebody takes me, I'll be there to give them everything I have.
The Power Play. Weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio. SiriusXM 91 and the SiriusXM app. The Point with Boomer Gordon.
The Avs got a little Jekyll and Hyde going on this year. And when they're rolling, they look unstoppable, and you think, wow, no one's going to slow down the Avs. And then when it doesn't go well, you go, they're just not deep enough. Nichushkin isn't there right now. We don't know if Landeskog is going to come back. Yes, Colorado's good, Jake, but unless McKinnon's getting 2-3 points every night, they don't have the parts.
Point with Boomer Gordon. 1 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio. SiriusXM 91 and the SiriusXM app.
Feel the passion of Major League Soccer all season long on SiriusXM FC.
Stupendously magnificent!
Every week, hear all the top matches, including every Inter-Miami game.
Messi, up, over,
and get analysis and insight from our team of experts like former MVP Tony Meola.
He looks so confident. It's starting to look so easy.
It's Major League Soccer's biggest season ever, and you can experience it on SiriusXM FC 157 and streaming on the all-new SiriusXM app.
Join me, Scott Laughlin, and Gord Stellick, along with former NHLer Mike Johnson for NHL Morning Skate. Weekday morning, 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91.
Leafs Radio Network.
Bruins lead it 1-0 on a 5-on-3 power play goal on a rather controversial set of officiating. And the first period presented by Bet365. Visit the app for the latest odds and find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Must be 19 plus, Ontario only. Play responsibly. We will see. And it looks like Matthew Nyes is not going to return after taking an elbow from Brad Marchand, where the puck was nowhere even remotely near him.
It's an unfortunate collision. Yeah. Well, we were talking during the commercial break. It has gotten to the point where you think, am I that stupid? And I ask myself that question a lot. Well, you know, in life.
Yes.
We both saying, how it's a 5-on-3. Marchand knocks Nyes out of the game with a shoulder to the head, and it would still look as if that Matthew Nyes is going to be done for the night. It was a cheap shot. It was interference. At least that's what I saw.
And no call.
And the fact that Nyes is out of the game might lead you to believe that there was a collision. But what looks really bad was Marchand talking to the official for 2 minutes during a commercial break and
complaining.
A few minutes later,
Well, the second period underway. Leafs are a man short still for 34 seconds. Bruins to the right. Carrying the puck to the line is Marchand. He works over on the right wing board, stops up, tries to send it to the side of the goal. A centering pass comes to Pasternak. Left wing side. Pass in front, deflected just wide of the goal in front. Now McCabe, a nice little saucered pass then to Brody. Brody gets it to Marner. Marner to McCabe, and McCabe will ice the puck. 9 seconds left in the power play for Boston. McAvoy gets it ahead for Marchand. Marchand makes a move across. Pass was knocked off his stick into the near corner. Launched out at center ice. Reeves escapes the penalty box, but couldn't come up with the loose puck. Now McAvoy playing it ahead to the lead blue line. Chip back out at center. It'll be played off to the left wing side. DeBrusque with a long shoot in. And a whistle for... I don't know. Offside, I'm assuming. So it'll be brought back out into the center ice area. Matthews and Marner now being joined by Bertuzzi. Wow.
Oh, yeah. Seeing it again on the replay. I mean, it's you just, all you can do is shake your head, right?
No.
You can say that's fine if you missed it. But you also missed a whole bunch of other stuff and made up for it anyway.
Shot by Grzelcyk into the Toronto zone. Around on the boards it comes. Chipped on the boards into the corner. Cut off by Frederick. But the Leafs come away with it. Marner is away at center. A pass on the left wing for Riley. He's going to shoot it in. Marner trying to get to the puck to gut it into the corner. Along the boards it's going to be pushed back by Bertuzzi. Stolen back by Marner. And now Matthews can't come up with it. And the Bruins are going to get it out at center ice and send it in on the right wing, but it's intercepted by Toronto and fed back for Matthews. Matthews off the boards to the far side for Marner. Marner stands up, took a hit, but got it back to the point of drive, and that was deflected away. Maybe Swayman may have got a piece of it. Played out into the center ice area, and Benoit going back into the Toronto zone. Played up on the right wing side. Chipped into the corner. Tavares plays it around back of the net. Yarncrook coming out of the corner, back to the point. The one-timer went well wide of the net. Down the boards to keep it in. Liljegren, back of the net. Tavares stands it up, tries to chip it out in front. It's on the mesh at the back of the goal. Oh, blow the whistle. All right, finally it is, and there'll be a face-off coming in the Boston end.
And then Boquist with a couple of cross-checks on the back of Bobby McMahon as McMahon was trying to get the puck off the mesh.
So the face-off in the Boston zone. The Leafs winning in overtime against the Buffalo Sabres last night on the goal from Austin Matthews, his 54th of the season.
The last game for the Boston Bruins had a 1-0 lead on the Edmonton Oilers until the dying seconds of regulation. Edmonton wins it at overtime.
Yarncrook to the right wing side. A shot that is swallowed up by Swayman on the short side. As McMahon and Tavares were in there, and then McMahon gets shoved around a little bit more at the end of the play.
Yeah, Boston, I mean, why wouldn't you be a little cocky now, right? You took a scrum after the last one. Leafs were down 5-on-3.
Our plays are 3-0.
And I will say this, just based on the last couple of plays, this ain't going to be an even up game. They've had the opportunity, the officials, to call marginal calls against Boston to even it up.
Leafs win the face-off. Wrist shot deflects in front of the net, but it is cleared to the blue line, kept alive by McCabe. Down into the corner, back of the net, Tavares, nicely played into the corner. Tavares stops up, knocked down, played into the corner again. He got it freed up, and then McMahon was knocked over by Witherspoon, and the Bruins are just going to launch it high and get it to the line and in. Brought in now, Witherspoon to the near side. Greeke tried to get a shot away. That was stopped. The rebound in front, down his wall, and he's got that swallowed up. And there'll be a face-off coming in the Toronto end.
Yeah, one of the things I like about Simon Benoit is how he stands up the blue line and forces the play. And what we just saw there, Bruins carry it into the Leaf zone, and everybody collapses back on Joseph Wall. I think if you've got some back checkers that can bail you out, you stand up, take the man, make the play, instead of giving, even on the goal against Buffalo last night. See, everybody just collapsed back.
Yep.
and you give up 60 feet free ice.
Draw contained by the Leafs, and they bring it out at center ice. Chipped in then by David Camp around the boards. Nylander couldn't get to it. Lyubushkin is able to keep it alive, but gobbled up by McAvoy and played to the near wing, and the Bruins are just going to get rid of it and get it out and down the ice. And another icing coming here.
Boston Bruins, 15 overtime losses on the year. Like we mentioned, the last one was because of Leon Draisaitl scoring with the goal he pulled and then ending it in overtime. But that is the most in the league, 15. New York Islanders are next with 14.
Draw to the right of Swayman in the Boston zone. Draw one cleanly by the Maple Leafs. Back to Riley at the point. Fed off on the wing. Marner sends a shot to the front of the goal. It's bouncing puck in front. They bang away at it. And Matthews couldn't get it sent to the side of the net. Bertuzzi able to swing it around the boards. It's going to come to Riley. Riley back to the point. Nicely fed over on the right wing side. And a drilling shot went wide. The backhand then by Riley is stopped, and McAvoy is down and hurt. Here's a Matthews chance, and it's swallowed up by goaltender Swayman. McAvoy down on all fours.
Boy, would that have been sweet had Matthews been able to capitalize on that as the officials, because the Leafs have control of the puck in the Boston zone. There isn't going to be a whistle, but for McAvoy, this looks like more maybe a knee injury, Joe.
I don't know what happened.
Oh, he might have taken a puck in the lower extremities. Yep.
Yeah, and the facial expression would tell you that that's exactly what happened.
That could be a suspension.
It should be something.
Morgan Riley, I think that did more damage than the cross check to Ridley Gregg.
McAvoy is going down the walkway to the Boston dressing room.
And we shouldn't joke. I mean, it's
well, no, but if you've
worse.
played the game, you've had that happen to you, and it's
all
not
these
fun.
idiots stand around you laughing. In
That's
practice.
right.
Yeah.
Need an adjustment.
Yes, it was the right night to celebrate a cup, right?
Yeah, the 2011 Boston Bruins were fetted out before the game. Actually, I heard today that the jockstrap was invented in 18-something on this day.
For bike riders.
Yes, for bike riders. I saw that. Imagine all of this all coming together. Bruins don't get the puck out. Shot from the blue line deflects high and into the near corner. Domi after it there. Max Domi played it back at the net. A centering effort for Nylander didn't reach him. It comes to Liljegren. Now to Nylander. Down into the corner to Domi. Back to Willie. Liljegren into the corner. Domi's shot was deflected wide. Riley keeping it in. Good pressure here from the Maple Leafs. Tavares back of the net into the corner now for Domi. Back it goes to Nylander. Nylander finds a little open room. Can't shoot it. Still has it. Works back to the blue line. Lost the puck and the Bruins have a breakaway. Trent Frederick is in on goal. Scores.
Too many twists. As Willie Nylander tried to twist just inside the Leaf line, lost the puck, and Trent Frederick scores on a breakaway. And you and I have talked about this, how the Leafs' save percentage on breakaways hasn't been great. And for Joseph Woll, Trent Frederick is pretty much out of gas, and he just fires it along the ice 5-hole. So as much as Nylander is going to take the brunt for the giveaway, Joseph Woll, that's one you got to have. Would you not agree?
17th of the year for Trent Frederick. But, I mean, it's one that Willie has to be accountable. I agree. Played in over the line and down into the Toronto zone. And the Leafs were pressing. They'd had a couple of good scoring chances. And now find themselves down a pair. Long lead pass looking for Marner turns into an icing, and it's going to come back into the Toronto zone.
Leafs have lost 5 in a row to the Bruins, but this is 4 games this year that the Leafs have fallen 2-0 to Boston in a game. And for Nylander, it's an unforced error. But still, that's fired from fairly well out, isn't it? And it seems to catch Joseph Woll by surprise. But I thought Frederick looked like he was out of gas.
Draw one by Toronto in the Leaf zone. McCabe banks the puck out at center. Chipped in over the line. Into the corner goes Matthews after the puck. Matthews against the boards. Bertuzzi adds support. Comes out of the scrum with it. Now trying to play it back of the net for Marner. Marner to Matthews. He tried to stuff it in on the short side, and that was stopped. He comes out again. Centering pass, and that was deflected wide of the net. Bertuzzi is cross-checked in front of the net by Charlie Coyle. And he's going to plead that there's a little bit of blood showing here.
I believe the official just said, suck it up, big boy. So Bertuzzi and his former teammate Coyle mix it up in front of it. Now the officials are going to talk about it. Oh, this will be good.
Yes, this will be interesting. Wait till we find out. There may not even be a penalty after this discussion.
Bertuzzi, obviously a member of the Bruins. Bertuzzi had 10 points. Here's 10 points in the 7-game series. One was a punch, one cross-check, and then another one to the face. And then pushes Bertuzzi once he's down, and a couple of other ones for good measure. It's what you want from Bertuzzi. But boy, I mean, this will be interesting.
Boston, number 13, 2 minutes for slashing and 2 minutes for high sticking.
Well, there's the attempt at the even up.
Yeah, I
Not
guess.
a 5-on-3, but it'll be a 4-minute power play for the Leafs.
It comes at the 5-minute mark of the second period.
Now, I mean, in theory, because Bertuzzi's cut, you could give a double minor for the high sticking, couldn't you?
Yes, and then you're
Well,
probably,
and then you can add on the 2 minutes for roughing.
Well, if you wanted to, yeah, then you're really asking for a lot. But Bertuzzi is having a discussion with the official that, I am bleeding. I'm over here.
And Brad Marchand is there saying, look, I did worse than that to Nyes in the first period. How do you call that one?
Mm-hmm. Well, here's the chance to get back into the game. And the Maple Leaf power play has been not very good. In fact, in the last 5 games, 0 for 10.
And the 11 games before that, 16 for 25. It has cooled down after the Leafs got back from their road trip out west.
Tavares wins the draw. Matthews on the right point. Gets it off to Marner. Marner, a shot that's high and wide of the goal. Far side. It's deflecting foul to Tavares. Along the boards for Nylander. Nylander trying to play it back to the point, and he has. Near side now for Marner. Marner down low. Matthews. Back into the slot for Riley. Far side, Willie fanned on it completely. Marner gets it back to him, though. Nylander back to the point to Riley. Riley holds and let the shot go, but no traffic in front of the net. And Swayman takes that on the chest and has a fairly easy time making that save with 3:30 left to go in the double minor.
Now, I'm not sure if Sheldon Keefe was forced to take Bertuzzi off the ice because of the cut. But John Tavares has replaced Bertuzzi here on the power play. 3:30 to go in the 4-minute double minor to Charlie Coyle.
And Tavares will remain out there as he'll take the draw with Trent Frederick. And Frederick won the draw this time, and the Bruins have iced the puck. Riley goes back to it. Leafs trailing 2-0. A lead pass trying to stretch it through the middle, and Nylander just failed to get to it. Marner in front now for Tavares. Tavares holds back to Marner. Marner holds it along the boards for Riley. Riley works back to the point. Sends it to the half boards to Matthews. Matthews still with it. Looks in front. Matthews still with it. In the circle. Tried to make a saucered pass. It was partially blocked. Matthews gets it back again, but it's stolen and shot down the ice by Boston.
Leafs got to get a guy in front. I think that's why you like Bertuzzi, but again, you see the 5-man unit all spread out, and nobody's going to shoot from long range without traffic.
Matthews wheels in on the far boards. Banks it back to the blue line to Riley. Over here to Nylander. Now Tavares in front of the net, but the pass for him was an easy intercept and shot down the ice. 2:27 left in the double minor.
Interesting to see the second unit with no Matthew Nice.
Drop pass now for Domi. Off to Yarncrook. Yarncrook on the right wing side. Squeezed in there was Bobby McMahon. Here's Yarncrook tripped. Knocked down back of the net. It goes to Domi. Domi holds. Looks in front of the net and a shot. And somehow Swayman has stopped that. And trying to make sure it didn't go behind him was Parker Witherspoon. But a face-off coming in the Boston zone. First decent scoring chance the Leafs have engineered.
Yeah, this was Max Domi from behind the net. Just threw it out front. Bobby McMahon let it go in the lower part of the left wing circle. And this seems to go under the glove of Swayman. Drop over his pad and just stay out above the goal line.
Go out to the right of the Boston netminder. 2:02 left now in the double minor. So the first penalty has expired. And the Bruins are going to get the puck out at center and bring it in on the right side. Zacha trying to make a pass. That was blocked. It goes into the corner for Heinen. Heinen loses it. And the Maple Leafs are going to steer it ahead. And Yarncrook will play it back to Domi. Domi to the far side. Tossered off now for Liljegren. Liljegren dropping it back. Brought out now by Yarncrook to Domi. Domi to the line and in. Slides it into the left wing corner. Too far for Bertuzzi. Yarncrook adds support in there against the inboards. Bertuzzi trying to get away from Carlo. The puck still free. Domi swinging it along the point. It'll come back to Liljegren at the blue line. Down into the corner. Domi with it again. He fans on it completely. And the Bruins are going to get it out at center ice.
And he had Bobby McMahon wide open in the slot.
Heinen gets it back and down. Marner's in alone. Scores! Mitch Marner coming off the bench, got behind the Boston defenders. And it's quickly played up to him with the long change, and Marner steps in and snaps it to make it 2-1.
That was Timothy Liljegren that was going back into the Leaf zone. Picked the puck up. The right wing side snaps it off the boards. I mean, this is the perfect bank pass. Off the boards to Mitch Marner, who had come off the bench. Now is it going to be close? No, he's got control of it, I believe, as he brings it over. They might look at it as an offside, but he does control it. Oh, what am I saying? What am I saying? Here's the rule. This is what it is. Yeah, they're going to drop the puck. But the Leafs on the board, unable to cash in twice in the double minor, but in the second part of the penalty are able to spring Mitch Marner free, because really the Leafs, I mean, the power play did not look dangerous at all.
25th of the year for Marner. His 76th point, as he is third in team scoring. As the Maple Leafs are on the board, they trail it 2-1. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Bet365 doesn't do ordinary. That's why they've introduced the Same Game Parlay Plus. It's a game changer. Making a same game parlay across different games has never been easier, because the biggest games and most popular markets are all in one place. Check out the Same Game Parlay Plus and find out why. It's never ordinary at Bet365. Must be 19 or older, Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connexontario.ca.
From the biggest stadiums to the coziest holes in the wall. From house parties to porch hangs to pride celebrations. From your favorite fuzz shop to your local Indian spot. From noodle bars to sports bars to salsa bars. There's a Molson with your name on it. Canadian Ultra XL. Molson. Everyone in. Must be legal drinking age.
Unhibernate. A verb. To laugh in the face of snow because you drive a Subaru. As in, when I unhibernate, I have the roads all to myself because my Subaru has symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive and others don't. Or, the award-winning safety in my Subaru means I can unhibernate all winter while my neighbors stare longingly from their bedroom windows. Or my favorite usage, I am going to unhibernate this winter by visiting my local Subaru dealer today. Welcome to Uncommon Winter Confidence.
You're listening to Toronto Maple Leafs hockey.
Nice has tied the game, but a brilliant play by Max Domi.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
One of the stranger acquisitions today, I guess, for the Maple Leafs, Cade Weber, who was a fourth-round draft pick for Carolina, is a big 6'7" defenseman for Boston University, but apparently he was not going to sign. And so the Leafs trade a sixth-round pick and get this young man. And from all indications, he is a big, physical defenseman. At 6'7", I'd say that's physical. So something down the road to keep an eye on. Puck in the Toronto zone. Brody got it ahead for Reeves. He couldn't get it into the zone. Now the Bruins chip it in along, trying to work into the net area. Brazeau got it around back of the net. Brazeau with it again, can't come up with it. And Reeves gets it off for David Camp, who plays it out at center ice. Shattenkirk sends it back into neutral ice. Chipped along the boards, trying to play it in was Boqvist. Now Benoit misses Brazeau with a hit. The puck into the near corner. A centering effort made there by Laco didn't work. Now along the boards, Camp has his man pinned there. Brazeau gets the stick up and takes down Benoit, and the Maple Leafs don't get the puck out. Fourth line hemmed in their own zone. A shot taken here goes deflecting wide of the net. Brody chopping at it as it comes to the blue line. Laurie has it intercepted, and it's going to be brought to center ice now by Gregor, and Noah Gregor plays it into Boston territory. 10:43 to play, second period. The teams have traded goals here in the second, and it's 2-1. Brought in now by Bertuzzi. A pass into the slot area.
I think the Leafs are going back on the power play. And Trent Frederick is the one that seems to be protesting too much.
Boston number 11, Martin Valley for holding the stick.
It's going to be holding the stick. I think he clamped on to Austin Matthews' stick. And then Matthews sold it pretty well. But 10:33 to go here in the second, and the Leafs an opportunity for another power play goal to tie it up. Oh yeah, I mean this is trying to be real cute, as he's got the chicken wing clamped onto Austin Matthews' stick, and that's from outside the blue line into the top of the slot.
Yeah, that took a little while, didn't it?
But Matthews was smart. He kept skating, and then it was like he was trying to tow.
Leafs unable to keep the puck in. Bruins get it out at center. Coyle, long shot, deflects high, and it's going to go up into the screen out of play. And it'll be brought back into the circle in the Toronto zone.
Well, and if you are scoring at home, they are even on penalties now.
There you go.
They were distributed a little differently, but total minutes have been evened up.
Joseph Wall, familiar with Toronto Dominion Garden in Boston, playing for Boston College. Bean Pot, big tournament that goes on in Boston. Leafs get it in over the line, into the corner. Matthews trying to clear it away, but it is shot down the ice, and Nylander will have to hustle after, and Brad Marchand is going after it as well. And Marchand comes out with the puck and then plays it into the far corner on a backhand. He'll get it again, but it's off his stick, and now Nylander working in on the left wing. Stops up at the top of the circle. Tried to play it into the slot area, but it was tipped out at center ice. Marner stretching things out. Gets it up on the wing for Riley. Riley sends it back for Matthews. Matthews, a pass up on the boards for Tavares. Back to Matthews. Back to Tavares. Tavares into the corner for Matthews. Overskated the puck. Rattled around the boards by Boston, but not cleared. Riley does a good job to keep it in. Marner dropping it back for Nylander. Nylander returns the favor for Matthews. Over for Riley. Down low. A centering pass. Oh, what a great chance Tavares had, and he didn't make contact with it. Then it's stolen as Matthews makes a bad pass, and it's shot down the ice. 35 seconds left to go in the power play. 2-1 the score. The Bruins the lead.
Wouldn't it be justice if Tyler Bertuzzi bangs one in here?
Here is Yarncrook across the line for McMahon. Back of the net it goes. Domi couldn't come up with it. Boqvist against the boards. Domi steals. Domi centered it in front of the net, and it was knocked away. Puck on the far side with Bobby McMahon after it. 3 Leafs, they're trying to come away with it, and they do. Back to the point it comes. Liljegren a drive. That is swallowed up by Swayman and held.
Boy, now Swayman throwing a left into the crowd.
Bertuzzi and one of the Bruins, I can't see his number, in a headlock.
Could be Lauko that he's
it is
engaged with.
Now there's something else going on that we can't see just yet.
And Bobby McMahon on the far side.
And now Bertuzzi.
That's Witherspoon.
With Witherspoon.
Bertuzzi's got one glove off, and he's saying,
McMahon.
If you want to go, there they go.
And now they are. They've dropped the gloves, and a left hand by Bertuzzi caught him right on the button. Witherspoon trying to get a right hand free. Bertuzzi an uppercut. Witherspoon with his helmet on. Bertuzzi landed the best punch of this. And another uppercut, another drive. 1, 3, 4. He's got him in trouble up against the boards. Bertuzzi wins this cleanly. Witherspoon will go off for some repairs.
All right, I said a goal. I think he'd take that fight. Only 2 seconds left on the Leaf power play. And, we've talked about this and what you like. And we've obviously got to see it from mid-April on. But instead of saying, how are the Leafs going to react? How are they going to respond to certain players? Well, now we're seeing how certain teams and players have to respond to the Leafs. And for Witherspoon, I don't know if that is the first career NHL fight, but he may not want to do it again. As Tyler Bertuzzi just kept grabbing him and shaking him, dropped his glove, and then Witherspoon said, okay, let's go. And that's how the Bruins responded.
Fired the left hand and really caught him with a couple of buttes. So the Sudbury native, now McMahon is in the box as well. And a couple of Bruins have joined them in there as well. So it looks like it's even Steven there. And there's 2 seconds left in the Toronto power play. Bertuzzi continuing the discussion. Is that Trent Frederick that he's...
Yeah, Trent Frederick will fight anybody. I mean, he's probably the legitimate threat for the Bruins when it comes to dropping the gloves. I would say the Leafs probably have a few more guys willing to do it than the Bruins right now. Doesn't make them a better team, but makes them a different team than Boston Toronto series before that.
Noah Gregor playing the puck around the boards. It comes back to the near side. Reeves with a shot. That was stopped by Swayman. And it's cleared to the line, but not out. McCabe to Reeves. Reeves on along the boards, and a shot goes off a leg as Noah Gregor tried to send it in front. And the Bruins will get it down into the Toronto zone. McCabe latched on to. The puck comes in front of the Toronto goal, chipped off the glass, and played out at center ice by Reeves, and followed up on the play by McCabe. McCabe works in on the right side, backhands it to the far corner. Camp tried to feed it off there for Nylander. A bouncing disc that Tavares couldn't settle. And the Bruins have it back in their own zone with 7:38 to go. 2-1. Boston with the lead. Drop pass in the Leaf zone, and a shot went wide of the Toronto goal. Shots favoring Toronto now, 16-13. Brought to center ice by Domi, who steps into his man as he took a run at McAvoy. Puck back in the neutral zone, and then Domi was knocked down at center ice by McAvoy with the puck nowhere near him. Sent down into the Toronto end. Riley plays it around the boards. Rink wide pass for Lyubushkin up on the wing, and now Matthews chips it in. McAvoy goes after it. Matthews chases him. But the Bruins will get it up on the left wing, and a long lead pass is going off a stick, and no icing as the Leafs play it up on the wing now and now try to get it out of the zone, and they do. Brought forward now on the right side by Matthews. Into the top of the circle, dropping it back, and a shot was whistled wide of the net. Kept alive by Benoit. Down into the corner. Knocked down on the play. Benoit keeping it in at the point, but it is knocked past Liljegren and out at center ice. Liljegren to the right wing side. Much better period for the Maple Leafs here in the second. A drop past Benoit looking for... Oh, why didn't he shoot it? Oh, my goodness. Marner had an empty net, and he stick-handled around back of the goal. Holy mackerel, what was he thinking?
Well, usually his vision is so good. You thought he would have been able to read it just to deposit it into the empty net.
Puck out into the center ice area.
Wow.
Yes, wow. Is right.
Out of all the players.
Of all the people. Played out at center ice by Boston. Coyle. And the folks at the Toronto Dominion Garden in Boston are buzzing about that near miss. Al Camp plays to an open wing, but it's onto a stick of a Bruin, and the shot was knocked away. Comes again in front of the net, knocked down on the play. In front was Pasternak. That's who it was given to. Great save by Wall. Centering pass off the goal post by Pasternak. Bruins with a lot of pressure here.
Boy, a big save by Wall, and then a big goal post off a Pasternak blast.
Now, a penalty coming to Toronto. Or maybe not. There's another big scrum involved in all of this.
And Ryan Reeves is on the ice.
Yep. Well, and...
Boy, somebody's throwing a left at Gregor through a screen. That's Morgan Geekie. Leafs are looking at the officials as if to say, is there anything else?
Yep. Gregor being moved out of the way. Reeves had knocked down Geekie.
I'm not sure. I don't know whether Mitch Marner, seeing Swayman diving over, thought if I delay, I can go around him.
Wrap it in.
But we'll see. We'll get the penalty sorted out.
All right. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590, The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Get closer to Hollywood's biggest night on the all-new SiriusXM app. Hear all the latest Oscars predictions and previews.
Do you think it's going to clean up at the Oscars? I really think it's an incredible film.
Deep dives on the year's hottest films and exclusive interviews with nominees.
Nominated for Best Supporting Actress, Emily Blunt.
Hello.
Plus, get red carpet ready with hit fashion and pop culture podcasts.
Last night's Best Dressed Liz. Where should we begin?
And check back after the big night for more award season reactions. Find it all on the Talkin' Podcasts page on the SiriusXM app.
The Power Play with Steve Koulias.
With Tyler Toffoli of the New Jersey Devils.
Lindy Ruff, is he still the prankster in the room?
Just a quick little funny story. We had the little playoff football pool, and me and Nate Bastian won. Lindy obviously came up to me right away and asked where I was taking him out for dinner. He's been great at it, just with the whole season and being there, talking to all the boys when things aren't going well, and just trying to encourage us to play up to our potential. It's been good. He's awesome.
The Power Play, weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app. The NHL trade deadline is coming.
Friday, March 8th. Tune in for all-day coverage.
Beginning at 7 a.m. with NHL Morning Skate.
At 11 a.m., it's Mick Kern and your calls.
At 1 p.m., Boomer Gordon brings you the trades as they happen. Then,
when the bell rings at 3 p.m. Eastern,
Steve Koulias and the Power Play break it all down. The best analysis, insight, and breaking news.
Follow at SiriusXM NHL on X.
And tune into Trade Deadline Day. NHL Network Radio.
NHL Network Radio.
On demand.
On demand with the all-new SiriusXM app.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91.
Leafs Radio Network.
Looks like it is going to be 4-on-4 hockey here. Geekie and Gregor both getting minor penalties.
The Leafs got a break here because...
Did Mitch Marner hurt himself after going around the net? Might have been laboring a little bit at the bench. Watch as he kind of twisted that right ankle or knee.
Gregor's going to get, what is it? Are they calling it tripping or knee? I think it's going to be a trip. And then Geekie went back after, and it was on Charlie McAvoy that Gregor got the knee out. Definitely a penalty on Gregor, but Leafs get a break where they just pick one out of the scrum after that.
Well, right now we got to worry a little bit about Mitch Marner, whether he is going to be available. It's brought to center ice. Lori across the line, drops it off to the near side to Pasternak. Pasternak holds 2-1 Boston the lead. Nylander intercepts a pass, and he's skating it out at center. Flips it ahead on the near side for Tavares. Tavares chipped it into the corner. Goes in there after it. Mason Lohrei got it to the side of the goal. Almost lost it there. And the Bruins looking to make a pass, get it up the wing, but can't.
I think Boston may be picking up another penalty here. Or is it the Leafs are going to... It might be Tavares. Yeah, Tavares got his stick up briefly on Lohrei. There you go. So 4-on-3 now for the Bruins. And that'll be for a minute 22. John Tavares trying to lift the stick, brought it up. Lori did the right thing, which is snap your head back to let the officials know.
15:26 the time.
But it is a penalty. It's John Tavares being a little too ambitious, trying to bring in the loose puck right in front of the Boston net. So Boston scored 5-on-3. Now here's a 4-on-3 for a minute 22.
And it is Camp, the lone forward, as the pass goes off on the right side for Marchand. Marchand dropping it off into the corner. McAvoy played around back of the Toronto goal. Good hit there by McCabe to knock his man down. And it is Camp circling out of his own zone and skating to center. He would like to try and rag this puck a little bit. Drops it back into his own zone to Brody. Brody will launch it out and down the ice.
You don't mind that hit behind the net either, do you?
Nope. Here's Marchand bringing it to center. Marner on the ice. That's a good note. Played around back of the net to the far side. Here's Pasternak working into the corner for Marchand. Marchand looking in front for Coyle. Goes back to the point to McAvoy. Back to Marchand, top of the circle on the far side. Stick there by Benoit, deflected it into the corner, but the Bruins maintain possession. McAvoy on the pass and a shot then by Pasternak was stopped by Wall. The Leafs around back of the net, trying to hold it there as Lyubushkin against the boards. It comes right out in front of the net, but it's grabbed off again now by Boston. McAvoy circling. 13 seconds left in the 4-on-3. Down low, a pass in front of the net, down is Wall. Pasternak tried to make a cute little play between his legs to flip it over the shoulder of Wall, but the Leaf goaltender would have none of it.
That's the James Van Riemsdyk special, isn't it? Pasternak upset with himself, thinking he maybe had a little more time to draw it around Joseph Wall. Well, I really like the defending here of Benoit and Ilya Lyubushkin. And before that, it was a big hit, Jake McCabe on Brad Marchand, carrying the puck in behind the net. Huge face-off here, though.
3:20 left to play in the second period. 2-1 Boston. Draw one by the Bruins. Pasternak a shot. Good pad save made by Wall. Rung around the boards by the Maple Leafs, but it doesn't clear. And now it will go back to Brody, and this time he gets it out and down the ice. 33 seconds left in the Boston power play. Now 5-on-4. At center ice to the line is Zacha. Got down into the corner. The Bruins have a power play goal, but it was when they were on a two-man advantage in the first period. Shattenkirk at the left side. Slips it into the slot. A shot. Pad save. The rebound in front. They score. Geekie on the right circle. And I don't know if McCabe collides with Wall as he tried to get across, but Geekie finds the back of the net. It's 3-1.
Huge power play goal for the Bruins. 2:44 to go here in the second period. After Joseph Wall had made a couple of big saves, and you're right, Jake McCabe kind of got stuck facing the Leaf net as the puck zipped behind him, and then instead of turning to try to find it, Joe, he sort of collapses facing his own goaltender. And I mean, I don't think Wall gets over in time anyway, but for Morgan Geekie, that's his 15th of the season and his 6th goal in the last 9 games.
Played off the boards for the Maple Leafs. They don't get it out of the zone. A long shot goes around the wall to the near corner. 2:30 left to play in the period. And how big does that Mitch Marner empty net look now? Bertuzzi takes his man to the boards. Matthews trying to dig it free. Glove to the line, but not out. Long shot deflects wide of the Leaf goal. And on the near side, Marner will give it off to Morgan Riley. Riley to center, sends it down deep into Boston territory. Here's Bertuzzi trying to center. That didn't connect to Marner. Played around the boards. It'll find Mitch Marner on the far side. Back to the point. Benoit shot! And as much as Bertuzzi tried to get in front, Swayman had a pretty good look at this one and is able to swallow it up with 1:54 to play in the second period. Boston 3, the Leafs 1. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. That's why we've introduced Same Game Parlay Plus. It's a game changer. Making a same game parlay across different games has never been easier because the biggest games and most popular markets are now all in one place. Check out Same Game Parlay Plus and find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Must be 19 or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connectsontario.ca.
Move up to Heathwood. Hi, I'm Hugh Herwin. Experience true luxury at Williamsburg Green in Kitchener. Williamsburg Green is everything you want in a community. Enjoy fabulous trails, parks, playgrounds, sports areas, and more. Our beautiful all-brick homes include luxury features you've always dreamed of, even a fully finished lower level. It's time to move up to Heathwood. Learn more at heathwood.com.
There are many peculiar words in the English language. Words like salivigant, peregrinate, nemophilus, peripatetic, and conviviality. Yet, there is no word for getting the most out of winter in your Subaru, thanks to symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive and X-Mode. Until now. We call it unhibernate. As in, while your neighbors stay home, you'll be unhibernating all winter in your Subaru. So peregrinate to your local Subaru dealer today, and welcome to Uncommon Winter Confidence.
You're listening to Toronto Maple Leafs hockey.
The cross in front, they score!
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
Shattenkirk and Zacha assist on the geeky goal that makes it 3-1 Boston.
And that's huge for them. Second power play unit is able to get it done. But again, you had 4 Leafs collapse down towards the front of the net and leave Morgan Geekie wide open in the right wing circle. I realize David Pasternak's not on the ice. Doesn't mean you should give up that soft area. TJ Brody got caught out a little high.
And Nylander didn't get to him at all over on the right side. Here's DeBrusk getting down into the Toronto zone. Played back to the point. Long shot, scores from the blue line. It looked like it may have redirected and changed direction in front, but the Bruins have opened up a 4-1 lead.
And this was Brandon Carlo on the point shot. Charlie Coyle was in front with the Leaf defenseman, but I think Carlo might be the one that's going to get it. As this sneaks through, Tavares and Charlie Coyle are in front of the net. And I don't think it touches anything. No,
I thought it might have gone off Tavares or somebody in front, but it is Carlo.
Better angle now. Oh, no, that's got to hit something, doesn't it?
So the Bruins scored twice in the final 2 minutes here, 3 minutes of play, and have opened up a 4-1 lead.
Well, Leafs have come back from some 3-goal deficits. One thing for sure, Joseph Woll is going to have to be perfect the rest of the way if there's any chance of getting back.
Chipped out into the center ice area. Leafs play it ahead to the line and in. Reeves goes to the front of the net, but it is played around back of the goal. It comes into the near corner. Gregor hit there as Reeves works it around back of the net. Ryan Reeves can't get it in front. It comes back to the point now. A long shot. No one in front of the goal, and Swayman has an easy time swallowing that up. 59.8 seconds remaining in the period.
One of the things you can't do, though, is you can argue about the 5-on-3 early in the game. Noah Gregor's tripping penalty, they got away with that. But John Tavares taking a high sticking penalty in the defensive zone. Boy, those ones kill, don't they?
Yeah.
especially when they're
I think that went off of Tavares, or it could be Coyle even in front of the net, but it changes direction on Wall. Goes over his shoulder and into the net. Leafs unable to keep the puck in on a face-off win, and it is McCabe getting it up on the right side and fired in now by McMahon. And it's played up on the wing, but now McMahon keeps it alive. Domi knocking it into the corner. Yarncrook is there. Matthew Nyes has not returned since being elbowed by Marchand in the first period. And it is flipped high to center ice. Half a minute to go in the period. Played off the boards to center. Yarncrook goes rink wide. Brought by McCabe in over the line. Left wing side, Domi. His shot from an angle had no chance of getting through. 12 seconds left in the period. Played to the line and knocked out into center ice territory. And the final 5 seconds are going to tick down with Morgan Riley holding on to the puck and sending a long shoot in on Swayman, and that will end the period.
Well, should the Bruins get another one, this game could get pretty interesting as far as Brad Marchand
and stuff. Yeah.
You know, obviously the Boston Bruins did not like the knee-on-knee between Noah Gregor and Charlie McAvoy. And this could be more than a preview for the first round, but the Leafs could have gone a long way towards making this a first-round appearance between these two clubs had they won one or two of these games.
Marchand and DeBrusk get the assists on the Carlo goal. It comes at 18:23, and the Bruins open up a 3-goal lead after 2 periods of play. We'll step aside. Ailish Forfire and Justin Cuthbert coming your way. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
For college basketball fans, the madness is already here.
One of the best rivalries. Another instant classic.
With NCAA tournament dreams on the line, every possession matters.
Three-pointer at the buzzer for the win. It's good. It's good.
And each game is a chance to improve a resume.
Cannot overemphasize how big a win this is.
As Selection Sunday draws closer, hear all the pivotal games on SiriusXM and the all-new SiriusXM app.
The Power Play with Steve Koulias.
And we're with John Cooper, head coach of the Lightning. You've been in Tampa 12 years. Do you think you could run the table where you are?
You know, we have something special here. For me personally, as long as the fire still burns and the burn to win and to make this city proud, I will do this as long until they kick me out. And as long as that's happening, if somebody takes me, I'll be there to give them everything I have.
The Power Play, weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app. The Point with Boomer Gordon.
The Avs got a little Jekyll and Hyde going on this year. And when they're rolling, they look unstoppable, and you think, wow, no one's going to slow down the Avs. And then when it doesn't go well, you go, they're just not deep enough. Nichushkin isn't there right now. We don't know if Landeskog is going to come back. Yes, Colorado's good, Jake, but unless McKinnon's getting 2-3 points every night, they don't have the parts.
Point with Boomer Gordon, 1 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app. The Power Play with Steve Koulias.
With Tyler Toffoli of the New Jersey Devils.
Lindy Ruff, is he still the prankster in the room?
Just a quick little funny story. We had the little playoff football pool, and me and Nate Bastian won. Lindy obviously came up to me right away and asked where I was taking him out for dinner. He's been great at it, just with the whole season and being there, talking to all the boys when things aren't going well, and just trying to encourage us to play up to our potential. It's been good. He's awesome.
The Power Play, weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app. From in the crease to in the locker room.
Mr. Rick Tocchet, if you're taking a mix of coaches you had the best of, what is that mix for Rick Tocchet?
Scotty Bowman behind the bench, tactician. Mike Keenan, a lot of stuff that coaches do now, he did. Jim Schoenfeld, the father figure. And Mike Sullivan. You know, I still talk to guys like Craig Berube, Travis Green. So, you know, there's a mixture, and then you got to find your own niche, right?
SiriusXM, NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and on your schedule with the SiriusXM app.
Hey Toronto, I'm David Morsuti, host of the daily Toronto Maple Leafs podcast, Locked On Leafs, part of the Locked On Podcast Network on the SiriusXM app. Every weekday, we bring you the latest Leafs news and analysis, break down all the action, including this game you're listening to right now, and preview the next one. We're giving you everything a Leafs fan could want, all in a daily 30-minute podcast. Download Locked On Leafs right now on the SiriusXM app, available with all trials and popular plans, or where you get your podcasts. Search Locked On.
Feel the passion of Major League Soccer all season long on SiriusXM FC.
Stupendously magnificent!
Every week, hear all the top matches, including every Inter Miami game.
Messi, up, overhand!
And get analysis and insight from our team of experts like former MVP Tony Meola.
He looks so confident. It's starting to look so easy.
It's Major League Soccer's biggest season ever, and you can experience it on SiriusXM FC 157 and streaming on the all-new SiriusXM app.
The biggest names in the game.
Trying to get behind, wrist the line, and walks in, put it between his legs, shoots it, score!
NHL play-by-play on SiriusXM.
Welcome back to Molson Lake's Hockey on Sportsnet 590, The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network. Ailish, Forvar, Justin Cuthbert for your intermissions. That one got out of hand pretty quickly. Leafs trail 4-1 after 40 minutes. The Boston Bruins in Boston. Now there's highs and there's lows. What do you want to start with?
Yeah, that wasn't a better period, but I almost feel better about the period. I don't really understand.
Let's start with the good moment then.
Okay. I mean, I thought the best moment was Tyler Bertuzzi fighting. Beating the brakes really off Parker Witherspoon. And it is a legitimately great moment because it was a couple months ago where Tyler Bertuzzi was last in Boston playing the Bruins as a member of the Toronto Maple Leafs, kind of smiling on the bench. Brad Marchand took Timothy
reiterated
Liljegren
that
out.
clip for
that
weeks.
was okay. So we're questioning allegiances a little bit. Like, does he really want to be a Maple Leaf? Is he fitting in whatsoever? Does he long for his days with the Boston Bruins still? Apparently, there was a long-term extension there that he could have had. And it felt a little awkward. But now him fighting a guy who wasn't a member of the Bruins last year, I guess that's kind of important context here. But just having a moment where you beat up a Bruin in Boston. And that doesn't happen every day for a Leaf to beat up a Bruin in Boston. But that happened with Tyler Bertuzzi. Felt like a good moment from him. It just didn't lead to anything tangible for the Maple Leafs after that.
Oh, he was feeding Parker Witherspoon with a spoon.
Nice.
Yeah. You can have that one, Bonesy. That was awesome. That was the best part of the period for the Maple Leafs.
Yeah, and it was an unhinged period in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
Like
I keep writing the word unhinged in our document.
Yeah, it started with Jake McCabe and the cross checks in terms of the unhinged nature of this one, but the scoring started with a really bad mistake from William Nylander, circling numerous times at the top of the zone, with the defenseman crashing down a little bit as he's, working the top of the zone, poked off his stick. Tread Frederick steams in and beats Joseph Woll with not a great finish. One you'd love Joseph Woll to have just to keep William Nylander's powder dry to a certain extent. Like, just step up.
Like, Willie would have owed Joseph Woll a Rolex.
And he would have got it. Well, maybe not.
Maybe like a nice...
Maybe a meal on the road.
Pair of shoes. Nike.
Okay.
Like some kicks.
That's probably fair. And I think that would have been deserving because that was a pretty bad mistake from William Nylander. But Joseph Woll couldn't make the save. And frankly, he hasn't been able to make a couple saves tonight. Like, it has not been a great game from Joseph Woll so far. Giving up 8 goals now in 2 appearances versus the Bruins. Like, it's just... Samsonov's outplaying him at the moment. And maybe that's not fair because he's just coming back and he played pretty well the other night. But Samsonov's been the better goalie here of late. And yet it seems like this organization's leaning Woll and at least giving them split carries when it's pretty clear Samsonov's at a higher level at the moment.
Okay, I'm going to go back just quickly to the Willie thing because that was like an inexcusable 30 seconds of hockey. Like, Willie is so dynamic when he can keep the puck on his stick and make these beautiful, it's like he's got a puck on a string, right? Like, it's just whatever he wants to do, he can usually do it. But you're up at the top of the blue line and you've had the momentum. The puck was in the Bruins' end for almost 3 changes, it felt like. Just fully the ice was tilted. Willie's got the puck. Willie's still got the puck. Willie's got the puck. The Bruins start closing in on him at the top of the blue line and pickpocket straight down the ice. And yeah, the goal for Joseph Woll was, if you're a scorer, the most humiliating way you can score on a goalie is just on the ice 5-hole. It is just, and it's
from far out too. He shot that puck 100%. Above the dots.
But if you're a goaltender, that's the most like, oh, that's what you tried? If you can save that. It's the opposite. So that's just a really inexcusable thing from Willie. And I thought, okay, so we're not going to see Willie for the next little while. But then the Maple Leafs get that call that maybe the refs are trying to give them a call back by giving them two 2 back-to-back. I don't even know how they work.
Yeah, Charlie Coyle took 2 penalties on Tyler Bertuzzi at once.
And he got a 4-minute penalty.
Got 4 minutes
instead of a
total
5-on-3.
instead of 2 2-minute penalties.
Nonetheless.
Together.
So they get an opportunity, so Willie's back out there. So I'm now, the game's out of reach at this point, 4-1. I wonder if we don't see Willie for a little bit of the third period because they were right in it. And Mitch Marner, now we're going back to bad moments. Mitch Marner had an opportunity when it was it still just 2-1 at this point? 2-1,
he had the chance to tie the game, yeah.
You'll see this one all over social media. The net cannot be more empty. The net is wide open. You could fit 15 humans in the net at this point. And I don't know if it bobbles over his stick. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. But his set of shoots goes around behind the net. And then it looks like he actually injured himself. Like he twisted himself up a bit. It just was a tough look. Like we're getting into like what is going on with this team type moment. But that, that's a tough one. And then the game that's out of reach is 4-1.
Yeah, that was the swing in the game. Could have been 2-2. Suddenly it's 4-1 because Mitch Marner, usually has the vision on lock, usually has the read right. But in this case, it wasn't Swayman diving across. But if Marner let it go quicker, he wouldn't have even gotten close to it with that chance. So a couple uncharacteristic moments, I guess you could say, from top guys that have really changed the game. First, the Willie mistake at the top of the zone and the Frederick goal. And then Mitch Marner having a chance to tie it up and failing to convert.
And it's not like those guys get paid like a lot of money or anything.
You want those, especially in Boston with
Yes.
a 4-point game on the line.
And this would be the 7th straight loss to Boston if you do drop this game. Let's take a quick break, and we'll take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard on the other side and get you set for the third period. You're listening to Most Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Every year, fans debate over the draft. Who's going first? At Chuck's, they already know. The top draft choice is that icy cold 18-ounce Molson Canadian you're holding, and it's just $4 at Chuck's during Leafs games. No wonder that at draft time, Canadians are always in high demand. Chuck's Roadhouse Bar and Grill. Food the way it ought to be. Price the way it used to be.
Get the official NHL app to watch, read, and listen to all the deets.
All I can say is absolutely wow.
All the sauce. All the saves.
Stop from Vasilevsky.
All the hits. All the snipes. All the sellies.
He scores! Unbelievable!
All the hockey. If it's hockey, it's here. Listen to every NHL game for free, now with Apple CarPlay and Android Auto. Download the official NHL app now.
Move up to Heathwood. Hi, I'm Hugh Heron. Experience true luxury at Williamsburg Green in Kitchener. Heathwood's all-brick homes are built with upgraded features and elevated finishes. Chef-inspired kitchens, spa-like en-suites, and a fully finished lower level. Even better, Williamsburg Green has parks, playgrounds, and trails to explore. It's time to move up to Heathwood. Learn more at heathwood.com.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. That's why we've introduced Same Game Parlay Plus. It's a game changer. Making a same game parlay across different games has never been easier because the biggest games and most popular markets are now all in one place. Check out Same Game Parlay Plus and find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Must be 19 or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connectsontario.ca.
Take 2 in a truck.ca. So when you gotta move, all moving day. Think 2 in a truck.ca. Cause all of us movers are not the same. So that's our company name, 2 men in a truck.ca. We're lots of men with lots of trucks, so give us a call today.
Unhibernate, a verb. To laugh in the face of snow because you drive a Subaru. As in, when I unhibernate, I have the roads all to myself because my Subaru has symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive and others don't. Or, the award-winning safety in my Subaru means I can unhibernate all winter while my neighbors stare longingly from their bedroom windows. Or my favorite usage, I am going to unhibernate this winter by visiting my local Subaru dealer today. Welcome to Uncommon Winter Confidence.
You're listening to Toronto Maple Leafs hockey.
What a brilliant move by Willie Nylander, and we have a tie game.
On Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Leafs Radio Network.
Welcome back to Most and Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590, the Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network. Leafs trail 4-1 after 40 minutes in Boston. And if things were to fast forward to round one, day one of the playoffs, they would be in Boston, playing Boston. And they would be in a tough spot. It was once 4-1, though, in Boston. Anyway, so the Maple Leafs. Do they want to play the Bruins in the playoffs? Well, we've been saying that that's a better option than Florida, but at this point, it doesn't look like it.
Yeah, the reality is there's probably not a good option, right? They're probably too good to fall into wild card position, draw potentially the New York Rangers. The reality is the two toughest tasks in the entire league might be the only options that they have inside the Atlantic Division. Not to say that Boston and Florida are the best two teams in the NHL, although I'd say Florida would be one of them. But they may be the worst options for Toronto.
They got 20 minutes to change our mind. Let's take one last look at the NHL scoreboard presented by Bet365. Visit the app for the latest odds and find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Must be 18 plus, Ontario only. Play responsibly.
Okay, busy night in the NHL rolls on. 3-1, the Devils lead the Blues in the third period. It's 1-1 Flyers and Panthers. Flames leading the Lightning 5-2. Oilers trailing 3-1 in Columbus. Hurricanes have a 2-1 lead over Montreal in the Kotkaniemi revenge game. 6-0 Capitals over Penguins. Put the nail in the Penguins. Sabres trailing Nashville 2-1 second period. Just getting underway, Wild and Coyotes. And still to come tonight, Canucks and Golden Knights, Senators and Kings, Islanders and Sharks.
A latest update on Matthew Nyes, who left in the first period from Joshua Cloak at The Athletic. Things can change, but early word on Matthew Nyes is that his injury is not serious and he's being kept out as a precaution. We will see. That would be a good piece of positive news for the Maple Leafs after he left the collision. Asterix.
He's going to have to visit the jeweler because his chain broke on the play.
He's falling all over the ice. All right. Last 20 minutes of the game, Joe Bowen and Jim Ralph will have the call, the third period next. You're listening to Most Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590, the Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Reacquaint yourself with the women that rule the rap game. Don't be a hard rock when you really are a gem, baby girl. Sirius XM's Queens of Hip Hop, a channel dedicated to the ladies who laid the foundation and those making history right now. What's up is big, Lotto. Bad chick, that could be a fantasy. Featuring commentary and hand-selected sounds from Lotto, Queen Latifah, Lady London, and more. Watch the Queen Queens of Hip Hop for a limited time on Channel 79. On now and year-round on the all-new Sirius XM app.
The Power Play with Steve Koulias.
And we're with John Cooper, head coach of the Lightning. You've been in Tampa 12 years. Do you think you could run the table where you are?
You know, we have something special here. For me personally, as long as the fire still burns and the burn to win and to make this city proud, I will do this as long until they kick me out. And as long as that's happening, if somebody takes me, I'll be there to give them everything I have.
The Power Play, weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. The Point with Boomer Gordon.
The Avs got a little Jekyll and Hyde going on this year. And when they're rolling, they look unstoppable, and you think, wow, no one's going to slow down the Avs. And then when it doesn't go well, you go, they're just not deep enough. Nichushkin isn't there right now. We don't know if Landeskog is going to come back. Yes, Colorado's good, Jake, but unless McKinnon's getting 2-3 points every night, they don't have the parts.
Point with Boomer Gordon, 1 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
Feel the passion of Major League Soccer all season long on Sirius XM FC.
Stupendously magnificent!
Every week, hear all the top matches, including every Inter-Miami game.
Messi, up, overhand!
And get analysis and insight from our team of experts like former MVP Tony Meola.
He looks so confident. It's starting to look so easy.
It's Major League Soccer's biggest season ever, and you can experience it on Sirius XM FC 157 and streaming on the all-new Sirius XM app.
The biggest names in the game.
Trying to get behind Ristolainen, walks in, put it between his legs, shoots it, score!
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM
and the Leafs Radio Network.
Leafs have a big hill to climb in the third period, down 4-1 to a Boston team that protects leads rather well. But there are two glaring plays that are going to stand out to this point in the game. One was William Nylander turning the puck over on the power play and a Frederick goal that maybe Joseph Woll, as you said, it was a shot right along the ice and it looked like it was 5-hole that he could have closed up. But just the turnover. Secondly, Mitch Marner with a gaping empty net. For some reason, tried to go around the net and hoping to find Matthews in front for a tap-in when he had a chance to score and make it a one-goal game.
And I'll give you one more. John Tavares in a 2-1 game takes a high-sticking penalty in the Boston zone. Accidental or not, there's 3 of your big boys that have had significant plays in this game.
Matthews in over the line, closing with a shot, and that went over top of the net as Bertuzzi was hauled down, and I think a penalty is coming here to Boston. And it may be McAvoy who's having a word with the official to argue the call. So if there is going to be a comeback, one would suggest it better start here in a hurry.
Well, and we just mentioned Marner, Nylander, and John Tavares.
Boston, number 73, 2 minutes for interference.
Interference is going to be the call. I think McAvoy loses his stick, Joe, and then kind of clamps on to Tyler Bertuzzi. Jim Montgomery, the Bruins coach, doesn't like it. Well, you know what, Bertuzzi, he sells this so well. I mean, this is the Speedos are pulled up, and he's out at the end of the diving board, and down he went as soon as he turned. Little Darcy Tucker there.
Under a little discomfort as he goes to the bench. I'm talking about Bertuzzi, and the Bruins have iced the puck right off the face-off.
The late power play, despite the power play goal by Marner, has not been sharp. That goal came off the rush.
Yeah, the power play has done very little. Here's Matthews getting it ahead across the line, dropping for Matthews. It goes to Riley. Riley backhands into the corner. Tavares back of the goal. It goes to Marner. Marner looking in front, out into the slot for Matthews to the right wing side. A one-timer by Riley was blocked. Riley again on that far half boards, down into the corner, back of the net it goes, gets it back again from Bertuzzi, looks back into the slot area. Matthews is back at the point, now into the corner once more. Here's Tavares coming out with a shot that's knocked away, and it comes to the near wing. Marner back of the net. Nylander centering in front of the goal, and a one-timer by Riley is swallowed up by Swayman.
Well, that's a huge stop by Swayman. Leafs finally get a puck to the net as Willie Nylander from behind the goal. I mean, this goes a long way. I mean, this is a great read by Swayman. Willie Nylander looks like he's going to go behind the net. Instead, stops up short and then finds man Morgan Riley coming down the right wall.
I think you wanted Matthews there and not Riley, right? As it is shot out and down the ice by Boston off the face-off win. Wall plays it ahead. Tavares in neutral ice, looking to drop it back. Riley comes to center. He drops it off on the wing to Nylander. Into the zone it goes to Tavares. Swung back now for Matthews. Matthews drops for Marner. Marner at the blue line, still with it. Works it off on the boards to Riley. Riley gives it off to Matthews. Matthews works it back to Marner. Marner with a pass in front of the net, a deflection, and it's shot down the ice by Boston. 23 seconds left in the power play. Liljegren with the second unit over the boards. Domi hits the blue line with a pass on the wing for Bertuzzi. Chipped it back in for Max Domi. Domi against the boards, loses it. It's cleared to the line, just kept in, though. Here's Liljegren down low, looking for a pass in front. It comes back into the slot and a shot, and Swayman takes it on the chest. And is going to hold on for a face-off in the Boston zone.
That's a sign of great goaltending, isn't it? Just nothing through. Nothing squeezes through. No ugly ones.
And no rebounds.
The best opportunity before that was Morgan Riley coming down the right wing. John Tavares nearly redirects one in. You also see how Swayman really likes to get out of the top of the crease, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's aggressive. There's no two ways about that. Face off in the Boston zone, won by Toronto. McCabe sends it towards the net. That didn't reach it. Good traffic in front by Boston to clog things up, and now they are going to punch it out at center, but it goes into the bench and out of play, and a face-off again coming I believe, in Boston territory, but we'll wait and see where the linesmen have decided to get to.
Boston is locked out with some goalies, haven't they? I mean, they get Tuukka Rask, who was first-round pick of the Leafs, or draft pick of the Leafs. Justin Pogge, Tim Thomas came out of absolutely nowhere, and even Swayman was a fourth-round pick.
Bruins send it down into the Leaf zone. Brody got it up on the wing, and it's shot on a delay in, and now Brody starts back out, passes up on the right wing side. Reeves clears it into the corner, goes in there after it, slammed his man Shattenkirk to the ice with a hit. They battle against the boards. The puck comes free for David Camp on the wing for McCabe. McCabe is thundered to the ice there on a hit, and the puck comes up on the right wing side, and out come the Bruins with a pass to center, and they'll flip it into the Toronto zone. Brody reversing the puck for Noah Gregor. Gregor skates out with a pass on the left wing. Benoit will shoot it into the Boston zone. Around the wall it'll go to the near corner. Off the glass and out and down the ice. And icing a possibility here. And will be whistled down as Van Riemsdyk didn't get there ahead of Liljegren.
The Bruins are so good at defending. They don't have a play when you got a lead in your own end. Fire it off the boards. Get it out. They don't try to force the puck through the middle to get out of their own zone.
Well, in the old days, it was having Bergeron win faceoffs.
Oh, yeah.
And that job is had to been handed off, although he was in the building tonight being honored with the 2011 team. And this time the Leafs unable to get the puck, and it is cleared by Boston back into the Toronto zone. Liljegren gets away from Van Riemsdyk, plays it back on the backhand ahead now for Järnkrok. Järnkrok and Van Riemsdyk. Van Riemsdyk stole the puck. It gets back into the slot, and a shot is blocked by a sprawling Simon Benoit. Van Riemsdyk against the boards. Had a pretty good grab on one of the Leaf sticks as it goes around back of the net. Benoit playing it up on the wing now, and it is Järnkrok steering it back to the defenseman, and Benoit's back at the Toronto goal. The Bruins 4 and the Leafs 1. Final meeting between these two teams. The Leafs will see the Philadelphia Flyers twice here in succession in not too distant future, as a shot went wide of the net. Matthews failing to redirect it at the goal mouth. Bruins get it out at center, and Pavel Zacha plays to an open wing. Puck over skated, brought back in by Matthews. Matthews taken to the boards by Zacha, got it into the corner. Marner couldn't come up with it, and the Bruins will break it out. McAvoy shoots it into the Toronto end. Bouncing puck now for Lyubushkin against the wall. Lyubushkin double teamed in there. Pasternak got it up on the wing, but not out. It comes back to the point, kept in, and a long shot wide of the Leaf goal comes to the near side. Chopped at by Bertuzzi, and this is going to come to center ice. Leafs have not had much of a push. In fact, they have not had, well, I guess they've had 3 shots on goal here, but all of them have been fairly easy saves as the Bruins work it back in with a shot that was high and wide by Shattenkirk. Now Domi is over in the corner trying to get something started, and he is with Brad Marchand.
Well, we've had the discussion during the intermissions, and I think Max Domi's getting the penalty. That somebody has got to make Brad Marchand accountable for the hit away from the play that knocked Matthew Knies out of the game. And you're saying it can't be Ryan Reeves, because Reeves' reputation of being a fighter, he can't go after somebody of Marchand's stature.
No, and it certainly isn't going to be.
And you brought up Max Domi.
Yeah, well.
And that's exactly what it was.
And it's certainly not going to be Department of Player Safety.
No. So I think the Leafs will be shorthanded again. But it will be interesting. And this glove to the face.
Toronto, number 11. 2 minutes for roughing.
Now, they could have called Charlie Coyle in. I mean, you know what? That's what they called Knies on the first period, coming into a scrum.
Mm-hmm.
But he comes in and grabs Max Domi from behind, gets him in a headlock. But I'll tell you, I like this. I mean, you may not come back and win this game. Now it's about sort of marking your territory should the first round of the playoffs come and you start in this building.
Domi for roughing. This is the 5th power play for Boston.
The only thing, and I'm sure Max's father ties in the same thing, you're going to do that. Get your money's worth.
Get your money's worth. Yep, exactly.
You might want to throw a couple of extra ones in there. And nobody would know better than that than Brad Marchand either.
Or Ty Domi, for that matter. Down into the corner. Leafs penalty killing, get it up on the wing, and shot out and down the ice by Kalle Järnkrok. McAvoy around back of the net. 14 minutes to go in the third period. 4-1 Boston. They drop it off on the right wing side for Pasternak. Pasternak dropping it off again for Shattenkirk, who works to the left wing side. Coyle now with it. Coyle getting it off to Marchand. Marchand drops it all the way back to the blue line. Near side Pasternak. He drops it again, and a one-timer is blasted there by McAvoy, but stopped by Joseph Woll. McAvoy with it again to Marchand. Marchand down into the corner. Pasternak curling out. Marchand goes to the front of the net. Pasternak on the far half boards. Down back of the net. McCabe unable to get to it. Now puck still free as it's squirted around by Coyle. It'll come to the point. McAvoy works down. Drops it back again. Marchand working at the point. Gives it off to McAvoy. Down low at the goal line, a centering pass just off the stick of Pasternak, and he was in his favorite spot over there on the far side. 38 seconds left to go in the power play. Marchand with a shot well wide of the goal. Cleared to the far side. Good trap there by Pasternak to keep it in. McAvoy on the right wing side. Closing with a centering pass. It's knocked back. Marchand. The Leafs are a tired group out there. On the penalty kill, a one-timer whistled high off a stick and up into the screen. In behind, goaltender Joseph Woll. 15 seconds left to go on the power play.
And then Marchand and Coyle have been out for over 2 minutes for the Bruins. It's amazing, though, eh? You take that high-sticking penalty in the second period, it comes back to burn you. You decide you're going to take a little revenge on Brad Marchand, and it looks like you're going to get away with it.
Bruins control the face-off. Played around back of the net. Centering effort was chipped by Benoit. The puck still in the Toronto zone, though, and a weak shot knocked into the corner by Woll as the penalty expires. Round back of the net is Morgan Geekie. Geekie in the near corner. Down low, centering pass. Off the stick, and Domi, who's out of the penalty box, carries to center and can't get around the defense. Carlo will send it back in. Bruins in with DeBrusk. DeBrusk into the slot area, and a shot went off a leg and went wide. Nylander slow to get to the puck on the far side and then has it stripped away. Played around back of the net. Bruins after it again with Zacha. Back around the boards, it's going to come to the point. To the near side for Carlo. He'll play it down into the corner. Around back of the net. Boston now still with the puck as it comes to the near side and is rung around the wall to the far side. Bruins are still after it. Benoit getting to the near side. Unable to get it away there from the Boston player. And now has it in the wall and just mercifully getting a whistle here to get a change of players as Woll covers up. 11:40 left to play in the third period, and the Bruins leading 4-1. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
For college basketball fans, the madness is already here.
One of the best rivalries. Another instant classic.
With NCAA tournament dreams on the line, every possession matters.
Three-pointer at the buzzer for the win. It's good. It's good.
And each game is a chance to improve a resume.
Cannot overemphasize how big a win this is.
As Selection Sunday draws closer, hear all the pivotal games on SiriusXM and the all-new SiriusXM app.
The Power Play with Steve Koulias.
I'm with John Cooper, head coach of the Lightning. You've been in Tampa 12 years. Do you think you could run the table where you are?
You know, we have something special here. For me personally, as long as the fire still burns and the burn to win and to make this city proud, I will do this as long until they kick me out. And as long as that's happening, if somebody takes me, I'll be there to give them everything I have.
The Power Play, weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. The Point with Boomer Gordon.
The Avs got a little Jekyll and Hyde going on this year. And when they're rolling, they look unstoppable, and you think, wow, no one's going to slow down the Avs. And then when it doesn't go well, you go, they're just not deep enough. Nichushkin isn't there right now. We don't know if Landeskog is going to come back. Yes, Colorado's good, Jake, but unless McKinnon's getting 2-3 points every night, they don't have the parts.
Point with Boomer Gordon, 1 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91.
Leafs Radio Network.
Boston 4 and the Maple Leafs 1. 11:40 to play in the third period.
It's a little bit of a dip for the big boys, isn't it? Austin Matthews and just 2 goals in his last 7 games.
Leafs break out now with Morgan Riley getting it ahead to Bertuzzi. His pass was knocked out of the air, and the Bruins are going to get it right back out at center ice. Liljegren rifles it back into Boston territory. Down into the corner on the far side. Tavares trying to dig it free. It comes out in front. Tavares with a shot. Swayman got a piece of that. Liljegren had the puck take a crazy bounce on him, and it's cleared by Boston to center ice. Riley goes around back of the net. Tried to shoot it in. Had his stick partially tapped, and then not much on it. Bruins get it right back at center and play it high. And on Joseph Wall is going to catch that and just stop play with the face-off coming in the Toronto zone.
Also worth noting, we talk about Austin Matthews. When he's not scoring, somebody else is going to pick it up. This is 3 games now where the Leafs have scored about 1 goal in regulation time in each game. They were able to escape their game against Buffalo last night with a 2-1 overtime win. But, these, once you get into the playoffs, these are the games you have to learn how to win, right?
Yep.
The offense isn't going. There's not a lot of time or space on the ice. Let's see if Tyler Bertuzzi or Max Domi are done with Brad Marchand for the night.
Here's the Leafs getting it ahead on the wing for Brody. He's going to shoot it into the Boston zone. Bruins turn the puck over. Marner back of the net. Trying to dig it free is Domi. Marner comes out of the corner with it. Gets it back to the point. Brody sends it towards the goal. That's knocked down in front of the goal and batted ahead and out at center ice by Boston. Pasternak will lay it down into the Toronto end. McCabe misses a hit from Pasternak. Got it back of the net for Brody and then returned. And McCabe looks up ice and decides to go back to his defense partner. Brody slowly to center. A pass ahead that was out of the reach of Gregor and turns into an icing. And will come all the way back into Toronto territory as a result. The Leafs 6 straight wins for the Bruins against the Maple Leafs. And if that's going to turn at all in the postseason, they've got to get some better performances. But, just smarter.
And let's not forget, 3 games in 4 nights, 4 and 6 for the Leafs. Bruins did play on, I think it was Monday night or Tuesday night against the Edmonton Oilers at home. But this is a tough part of the schedule. Like you said, the Montreal Saturday, then you've got time off to recharge.
Played out at center ice. Bruins clear it back. Reeves stepped into his man and the puck comes free, and now here's David Camp turning back. We'll leave it there now for TJ Brody, and Brody waits for a change of players. Domi's line coming over the boards. On the left wing for Benoit. Benoit got it into the zone, quickly shot right back out again, and cleared back in again by Toronto. Nylander into the forecheck, but it is cleared around the boards by Parker Witherspoon, and the Bruins just get it out and down into the Leaf end. Wall leaving it back at the goal, and Liljegren will wait for teammates to get back into position. 8:55 left to play in the third period. Benoit shooting it into Boston territory. Witherspoon sends it around the wall, but it's cut off by Max Domi. A centering pass. Volleyballed away as Tavares got it away. Back into the corner now. A centering effort off trying to bank it off the goaltender was Nylander. And that didn't work, and it's out at center ice. Leafs up on the left wing for Max Domi. Played right back down into Boston territory. Grzelcyk skates away from 1-4 check and plays it out at center. Riley stood up his man as the puck comes to Brody, and he's just going to knock it down into Boston territory. And Swayman is going to cover up on it with some traffic in the vicinity and stop play with 8:09 left to play in the third period. Bruins 4 and the Maple Leafs 1. Shots on goal favoring Toronto 25-23, but a couple of glaring errors. High sticking penalty by Tavares, turnover by Nylander, and Mitch Marner deciding to go through an open net and not shoot it has had a rather large impact in the game. Brody getting it back to the point. Marner's pass into the slot area, trying to get it free. Bertuzzi, he shot it high and wide of the goal. Comes to the blue line. Brody against the wall. In along the boards now for Matthews. Back behind the net for Bertuzzi. Bertuzzi in the far corner. Back of the net for Marner. Marner back to the point. And then a pass by Brody that was attempted for Matthews. Goes down into the Toronto zone as a good play made there by Boqvist to intercept. Kicking a puck out in front of the net after losing his stick didn't work, and the Leafs are back at center ice, and it is McCabe backhanding it down into Boston territory. Tavares back to the goal, can't come up with it. And the Bruins start out with a pass up on the right wing side. Brazeau will send it down into the Toronto end. Liljegren back of the net. Simon Benoit got it to Liljegren. Liljegren off the boards for Yarncrook. Back to Simon Benoit. He'll shoot it back into Boston territory. Leafs are in Montreal on Saturday night, which is always an entertaining
first time this year
event. Yes.
Amazing.
Isn't it? Centering pass deflected in front. Unable to get to it was Bobby McMahon. It comes back to Morgan Riley. He's going to try and stretch things out. Sends it around back of the net for Tavares. He couldn't trap it. And it is cleared by the Bruins off a body down the ice. Icing will be waved off. 6:35 to play. Riley with a pass up on the left wing. Long shot by McMahon. Steered wide easily by Swayman. Leafs get it again. Back to the point. Riley over on the right wing side. Looking back for McMahon. His shot. That was blockered away by Swayman. Chipped to the side of the goal by the Leafs. Knocked into the corner then by David Camp. Kicked back towards the blue line. Riley trying to keep it in. And David Camp took a wild swipe at it, but it didn't work. And then an icing call is coming here against the Boston Bruins.
Right, in the category of irrelevance, Leafs out shooting the Bruins 28-23. Boston here in the third period have been very happy. Just how many times have they iced the puck? 4 or 5 times already now. Don't have a play, just get it out.
Joel Edmondson will join the team in Montreal. And tomorrow, of course, is the trade deadline. I would be very surprised if the Leafs are involved in anything more, but you never know. Here's a shot by Liljegren, and that was off Swayman and knocked wide of the net. Bertuzzi unable to get to it as it's cleared up on the wing. Kept in by Liljegren. Back of the net now for centering pass for Marner. Trying to backhand it there and scores on a backhand by Bertuzzi, but it's waved off.
No, I kicked it in. I think, judging from the official, he might be throwing Bertuzzi out of the game. That was pretty emphatic. But yeah, I don't think Bertuzzi tried to hide it.
No goal on the play. The puck was kicked with a distinct kicking motion. No goal.
Yeah, that does not bring an argument. Austin Matthews threw it out front. And 4 Bruins called it before the officials did. Pointed at Bertuzzi as if to say,
yeah,
cheater.
Yeah. At any rate, 4-1 Boston. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
So when you gotta move, all moving day. Think 2-minute truck, 2-minute truck.ca. Cause all of us movers are not the same. So that's our company name, 2-minute truck.ca. We're lots of men with lots of trucks. So give us a call today.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. That's why we've introduced Same Game Parlay Plus. It's a game changer. Making a same game parlay across different games has never been easier because the biggest games and most popular markets are now all in one place. Check out Same Game Parlay Plus and find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Must be 19 or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connectsontario.ca.
From the biggest stadiums to the coziest holes in the wall. From house parties to porch hangs to pride celebrations. From your favorite fuzz shop to your local Indian spot. From noodle bars to sports bars to salsa bars. There's a Molson with your name on it. Canadian Ultra XL. Molson. Everyone in. Must be legal drinking age.
You're listening to Toronto Maple Leafs hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
Joel Edmondson in attendance after being acquired from the Washington Capitals. The Leafs will move on to Montreal and tangle with the Canadiens there on Saturday night. And Jim and I will have that game for you beginning at 7 o'clock.
Showed up a lot on social media. Playoff series between the Leafs and the Montreal Canadiens. Joel Edmondson's cross-check for the face of Wayne Simmons. Did not get a penalty on the play. Was fined $5,000, but those are the players the Leafs need. Guys that can get away with stuff.
Yes.
And then
we'll have a good track record
then we just know that it's the players, it's not the team.
Exactly.
Right? We just got to get the right players that know how to do it, like Brad Marchand earlier in this game.
Puck down in the Boston zone, knocked out at center, and then Coyle will just play it down into the Toronto end with 5:17 left to play here in the third period. Bouncing puck stolen, long shot gloved by Wall. And that will stop play with a face-off coming in the Toronto end.
Well, the later we go into this game, the more you could be penalized for starting anything. But I really liked Max Domi with Marchand on the far boards. Doing exactly to Marchand what Marchand would do to anybody else. Like we said, one thing, whether it's going to be reviewed by the league or not, we try to stay clear of those conversations on the air anymore. Marchand should have been at least an interference play, a headshot on Matthew Nyes away from the play in the first period. And that's the other thing with the Leafs, Joe, playing 3 games in 4 nights, 4 and 6. You lose Matthew Nyes.
You lose, yeah. You're getting thinner, and obviously.
3:18 was the ice time for Nyes.
Yep. Played out at center ice. The Leafs go back into their own zone. Labushkin gets it up. So with this defense core and Edmondson coming into the roster, who is coming out? That will be discussed ad nauseum, I would imagine, over the next couple of days until that decision is made on Saturday. Brought in over the line by Benoit. Benoit working around back of the net. Knocked down on the play. The puck in against the boards. Tied up there with Witherspoon. Camp trying to come away with it. Benoit has it wedged up against the back of the boards, and it's finally dug out by Boston, and they're just going to flip it down into the Toronto end. Noah Gregor had it knocked away. Bruins get it back to Pasternak. A pass back in front of the net, chipped wide of the net by Trent Frederick. Frederick taken to the boards. The puck comes back to the blue line. Fed over on the far side. Looking back for Shattenkirk, and then a long shot is swallowed up by Wall with 3:37 left to play in the third period. The Bruins 4 and the Maple Leafs 1. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Escape the winter doldrums with Sirius XM channels warm enough to change your latitude.
We couldn't laugh, we just would go insane.
Soak Soak in the sounds of the Aloha State on Hawaiian vacation. Climb aboard Yacht Rock Radio for smooth, soft rock from the 70s and 80s. Or get away to reggae vibes, Radio Margaritaville, and many more. Just search Relax in the all-new Sirius XM app.
The Power Play with Steve Koulias.
With Tyler Toffoli of the New Jersey Devils.
Lindy Ruff, is he still the prankster in the room?
Just a quick little funny story. We had the little playoff football pool, and me and Nate Bastian won. Lindy obviously came up to me right away and asked where I was taking him out for dinner. He's been great at it, just with the whole season and being there, talking to all the boys when things aren't going well, and just trying to encourage us to play up to our potential. It's been good. He's awesome.
The Power Play, weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
Feel the passion of Major League Soccer all season long on Sirius XM FC.
Stupendously magnificent!
Every week, hear all the top matches, including every Inter-Miami game.
Messi, up, over,
and get analysis and insight from our team of experts like former MVP Tony Meola.
He looks so confident. It's starting to look so easy.
It's Major League Soccer's biggest season ever, and you can experience it on Sirius XM FC 157 and streaming on the all-new Sirius XM app.
The biggest names in the game.
Trying to get behind, wrist the line, and walks in, put it between his legs, shoots it, score!
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM Radio Network.
3 minutes and 37 seconds left to play here in the third period. There's been no further scoring after the Bruins broke this open in the final 3 minutes of the second period. Geekie on the power play, and then Brandon Carlo to open up the 4-1 lead.
I tell you, this is where you're impressed with Boston, right? They've only had 3 shots here in the third period. But the Leafs really have not threatened to get back into this game. Everything that Jeremy Swayman has seen has been from the outside. He's been perfect on it. Bruins have cleared the puck out of their own zone when they're in trouble. They'll take the icing calls. And they've really kept everything to the outside from a Leafs standpoint.
Played back out at center ice. Bruins work it to the line, but don't get it in. I don't know if Brad Marchand has played a shift since the Domi incident. 3:05 left to play here in the third period as Riley gets it up on the left wing for Tavares. He'll play it down into the corner. Stood up by Witherspoon, and the Bruins just chip it off the boards and get it out at center ice again. Turning back with it was McMahon. He turns the puck over. Brazo in over the line. Justin Brazo into the corner. Got it back to the point. Fed around the boards. It's going to come to the near side. Tavares late getting there as it's kept in by Brandon Carlo. And now the Leafs get it up on the wing, but have it turned over and poked to the line and out finally to center ice. 2:26 to go in the third. Played back behind the Toronto goal. Riley comes out with it. A bank pass at center. Chipped ahead for McMahon. And I think all of the big boys have just been given the rest of the night off here as it is played back down into the Toronto end.
Interesting if the mindset was to protect them, though, isn't it?
Center ice area. Lyubushkin got it ahead for Bertuzzi. Bertuzzi in across the line, trying to get it in front of the net. Nylander was going to the front of the goal as it comes back to the blue line. Nylander with it again, closes with a shot high over top of the net off the glass. Lyubushkin keeping it in with 1.5 minutes to go in the third period. Played into the far corner, and Matt Grzelcyk is there, and we've got a whistle. And now we've got Max Domi in a fight here, and a couple of left hands on Charlie McAvoy. So Max has certainly taken up the behalf. Now we've got McCabe trying to get at somebody.
That's Frederick. Frederick will drop him.
And Bertuzzi is with Frederick, and McCabe is in there as well. Now Lyubushkin is trying to get Van Riemsdyk out of the mix. And McCabe and Frederick, with their gloves on, don't seem to be in any interest in getting anything more going, but Max Domi has certainly made his presence felt here in the final period.
I think that's great. And Frederick is yelling at the officials for something, but Eddie McAvoy A couple of cross checks to Domi in front of the net. Domi whacks him back, and then McAvoy, I mean, Domi doesn't jump him. McAvoy eventually drops the stick.
Max got the one good left in, and it was a beaut. And then Nylander all of a sudden is involved with Frederick, which was of all of the people that you would think would get involved. And that's what brought McCabe and finally Bertuzzi into it.
And Frederick didn't drop them. And he's one player that I really admire from a Bruins standpoint. He's a guy that'll fight. We've seen him score in this game on a breakaway. It was a key moment for the Bruins in the second period after a Willie Nylander giveaway. Max Domi. I mean, he has been physical all over the ice.
It has been a physical game.
And for people that don't know, in the first period, Brad Marchand shoulder elbow to the head of Matthew Knies away from the play, knocked Knies out of the game. And after that, Max Domi went after Marchand. And you're right. I mean, I don't think I've seen Marchand on the ice since. His last shift for Marchand was just 26 seconds. And he is stuck at 16:54 of ice time.
Now Reeves is out there as the puck is dropped and it is shot in on goal. Swayman knocking it aside back of the net, and the Bruins are starting out with it. They'll get it to center and play it down into the Toronto zone. Wall chipping it back along the boards. It'll come up on the wing but not out. Trapped at the blue line. Shattenkirk to the other side. Long shot, and that's swallowed up by Wall and held for a face-off in the Toronto zone.
Was it King
Minute
Clancy?
10 to go in the hockey game.
King Clancy, the one that said if you can't beat him on the ice, was that punch him line?
No, that was the owner, Conn Smythe.
Right.
If you can't beat him in the alley, you can't beat him on the ice.
Well, we've started beating them on the ice, but I'm going to say that they've got the edge in the two scraps we saw, Tyler Bertuzzi and Max Domi.
Played off the
for what
boards.
it's worth.
Yep, and obviously trying to change the culture of the Maple Leafs. Those two players were brought into the organization with just this kind of thing in mind, right? And there's going to be a lot talked about, you know, the loss and everything else, but really two big plays really turned the course of this game around. The giveaway by Nylander, the breakaway goal on the shorthanded goal scored, and then Mitch Marner skating by the empty net. And for the love of God, I don't know why he didn't shoot the puck.
And I'm going to throw in the Tavares high sticking penalty when it was 4-on-4.
Yep.
Because that eventually led to another power play goal for the Bruins. I mean, even at that point, you're still in it. 2-1 late in the second.
Yep. Played around the boards to the near side. McMahon couldn't get the puck out. 34 seconds left to play in the third period. Bruins get it back into the slot for Shattenkirk, and that was stopped by Wall. Played to the blue line and back in. Another rolling puck in front. Cleared but not out. Shattenkirk with it once more. 20 seconds left. Down in on the near side. Lyubushkin runs into his man Brazeau. Lyubushkin chasing Brazeau to the far side. Brazeau trying to muscle his way out in front of the net. That's to no avail. Long shot. Knocked around wide of the goal. And Järnkrok will settle it down, and that will be it. So the Bruins are full marks for a 4-1 victory as they celebrate their 2011 Stanley Cup Championship team with a pregame ceremony. But a lot of things that the Maple Leafs will have to kind of look in the mirror and say, you know what? It was there. But the other thing that you have to like is when it came time to push back or to push first, Maple Leafs were very much involved in that.
Yeah, like we said, I think you like the fact that you didn't win on the scoreboard. I think you won in the fight category. Want to get to the 3 stars?
Yes, brought to you by Molson's.
All right, well, I'm going to keep it pretty simple. Trent Frederick, star number 3 for the Boston Bruins, had the breakaway goal in the second period to make it 2-0. Jeremy Swayman stops 28 of 29. He just doesn't give up. that one goal that you say, wow, that wasn't a great goal. That's going to put the Bruins in trouble. And he just so consistent throughout the game. And star number 1, David Pastrnak, to be the 2 games against the Leafs is easily the best player on the ice in either team. One of the scary stats, though, Joe, as we get through the 3 stars, the Leafs against the Eastern Conference are 13-13-6.
Just refresh my memory. Do you have to get out of the Eastern Conference to play the Western Conference in the final? Or?
I'll double check the format, but I believe that is the top. But the good thing is they don't have home ice advantage yet because they haven't been great at home either.
All right, Eilish Forfire and Justin Cuthbert coming along with the post-game show. You've been listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
You've been listening to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network. There's a Molson with your name on it.
For college basketball fans, the madness is already here.
One of the best rivalries. Another instant classic.
With NCAA tournament dreams on the line, every possession matters.
Three-pointer at the buzzer for the win. It's good. It's good.
And each game is a chance to improve a resume.
Cannot overemphasize how big a win this is.
As Selection Sunday draws closer, hear all the pivotal games on SiriusXM and the all-new SiriusXM app.
The NHL trade deadline is coming.
Friday, March 8th. Tune in for all-day coverage.
Beginning at 7 a.m. with NHL Morning Skate.
At 11 a.m., it's Mick Kern and your calls.
At 1 p.m., Boomer Gordon brings you the trades as they happen. Then,
when the bell rings at 3 p.m. Eastern,
Steve Cooley's and the Power Play break it all down. The best analysis, insight, and breaking news.
Follow at SiriusXM NHL on X.
And tune into Trade Deadline Day. NHL Network Radio.
NHL Network Radio.
On demand.
On demand with the all-new SiriusXM app.
From in the crease to in the locker room.
Mr. Rick Tocchet, if you're taking a mix of coaches you had, the best of, what is that mix for Rick Tocchet?
Scotty Bowman behind the bench, tactician. Mike Keenan, a lot of stuff that coaches do now, he did. Jim Schoenfeld, the father figure. And Mike Sullivan. I still talk to guys like Craig Berube, Travis Green. So, there's a mixture, and then you got to find your own niche, right?
SiriusXM, NHL Network Radio. SiriusXM 91. And on your schedule with the SiriusXM app.
Hey Toronto, I'm David Morsuti, host of the daily Toronto Maple Leafs podcast, Locked On Leafs, part of the Locked On Podcast Network on the SiriusXM app. Every weekday, we bring you the latest Leafs news and analysis, break down all the action, including this game you're listening to right now, and preview the next one. We're giving you everything a Leafs fan could want, all in a daily 30-minute podcast. Download Locked On Leafs right now on the SiriusXM app, available with all trials and popular plans, or where you get your podcasts. Search Locked On Leafs.
Feel the passion of Major League Soccer all season long on SiriusXM FC.
Stupendously magnificent.
Every week, hear all the top matches, including every Inter-Miami game.
Messi, up, overhand.
And get analysis and insight from our team of experts like former MVP Tony Meola.
He looks so confident. It's starting to look so easy.
It's Major League Soccer's biggest season ever, and you can experience it on SiriusXM FC 157 and streaming on the all-new SiriusXM app.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91.
Hockey lives here.
Suzuki sweeps it. There's a chance. Rebound, Caulfield shoots and scores.
NHL play-by-play on SiriusXM.
Hi, this is Ray Hudson, and for all the biggest matches from club soccer's holy grail, the UEFA Champions League, tune in to SiriusXM FC 157.
The best hockey lives here.
Burns gets it back. Stick handles to the backhand. Moves in front. Score!
NHL play-by-play on SiriusXM.
Radio Network. Leafs drop another game to Boston this week by the same score of 4-1. This one a very physical affair. They lost Matthew Nyes earlier in the game. Brad Marchand did everything he could to get under the Leafs' skin. The game was in reach. Couple glaring errors from the Leafs, like Nylander losing the puck, Marner missing an empty net, questionable officiating. All of that will be broken down nicely by the guys and Leafs talk. But before we get to that, one last look at our NHL scoreboard presented by Bet365. Visit the app for the latest odds and find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Must be 18 plus, Ontario only. Play responsibly. All right, lots of games in the NHL today. Already concluded. Devils beat the Blues 4-1. Panthers beat the Flyers beat the Panthers 2-1. Blue Jackets beat the Oilers 4-2. Flames beat the Lightning 6-3. Bruins beat the Leafs 4-1. Hurricanes beat the Canadiens 4-1. Capitals smoked the Penguins 6-0. Predators up on the Sabres 3-1 in the third period. Wild and Coyotes scoreless in the second period. Canucks and Golden Knights later to come. Islanders and Sharks and Senators and Kings still to be played. Tomorrow, our trade deadline coverage starts bright and early all day long until the final trades trickle in around 3 p.m. Leafs Talk with JD Bunkus and Sam McKee will get you fired up for all of that and more. So thanks for listening to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
No. Leafs Talk. JD Bunkus, Sam McKee. Boy, the Boston Bruins have beat the Toronto Maple Leafs 7 straight times. And I got to tell you, I think you and I, we'll see how this show goes. I think this one meant different things to the two of us, just based upon our text. I will fully admit that I'm sour about this one. I hated
Johnny Leaf fan tonight. Let's go. Let me have it.
Can I tell you something? I actually think that Johnny Leaf fan was doing a little bit, probably a lot of the mental hurdles that the Leafs analyst was doing tonight, going, it's 50-48, even though these guys have beat the Leafs 7 straight times and they keep whooping their ass. It's meaningless. It's meaningless. It's meaningless. Well, I'm like that big old fat wrestling fan crying in the stands going, it's real to me, damn it. Regular season games are a test to me. That seemed real to me.
If regular season games are meaningless, boy, we got nothing for the last 7 years.
Yeah,
that's all we got, pal.
Oh, to me tonight, this is the way I'll set her up.
All right.
I thought tonight mattered because this team has beat they beat you 6 straight times.
Yeah.
They're your divisional rival. They scheduled a Stanley Cup celebration the night before your game with them. And I don't think that was a coinky dink. I think they looked at the schedule and said, screw these guys. We hate these guys. They don't know what this is about. We're doing it when they're in our building, especially since there is a good shot that we'll play them in the first round or at some point anyways in the playoffs. I hate the Boston Bruins. I don't like seeing the Boston Bruins have success. I don't like seeing them run around and have a bunch of joy. And I thought that they had all this talk before this game about how they've got the blueprint to beat Toronto and they just feel like they can defend against them and they can keep them out of the tough areas. And they sent that message out publicly. They gave the Leafs that bulletin board material. And how did the Leafs show up? By losing the game exactly the way that the Boston Bruins said they were going to do it. Like, this is Conor McGregor saying he's going to knock you out in the first round and then following through on it. Like, this matters. I'm sorry. I'm not going to pretend as though this doesn't make me feel a certain way about playing Boston in the playoffs, or that this is completely inconsequential and that, it's just going to come down to goaltending and coin flips. The Boston Bruins are the tougher team. They got more dogs. They play better in the tougher areas, and their stars can rise to the occasion. And that's the way it is. That's the way I'm feeling about it right now. How's that?
Fine. That is a fine opinion, which I will not disagree with anything you said there. Maybe the tougher part, considering there was 3 separate occasions where the Leafs were the first guys to drop their gloves. So maybe I'll disagree with you on that one a little bit.
Not the same to me.
I know, but I'm just saying, there was a bit of that. But I will say that everything you said there is painfully accurate, and I can't really disagree with you on a lot of it. I think tonight was a pretty hard scheduled L. I will say that. I think that the Leafs had some good, the first half of the first period. I mean, I don't know how many Leafs Bruins games I've watched in that building where the Leafs have absolutely got caved in the first 10 minutes of that game. That feels like that's just a rite of passage, and Jacob McCabe's cross-checking guys in the mouth, multiple guys in the mouth in the first shift. But I thought they did push back after that. I thought they responded. I thought they got themselves into the game. Mitch Marner scores that power play goal. It feels like they're in it. He has that puck land on his stick on a great pass from Simone Benoit. He doesn't shoot it in the net, and the game turns from there. They score on their chances. The game's over. But yeah, it's hard to really disagree. It's pure ownership, bud. They've won 7 straight. They beat the Leafs in 3 straight playoff series. They have zero fear of any of the Leaf stars. The Leaf stars shrink in these games against the Bruins. We have a drop on Real Kipper and Born of Brad May saying, well, it's not good. And it's not good, but it's not a pretty situation. So I don't know where you want to go, but I really can't disagree with it.
Well, I get the position that some people are going to take on this, which is the Leafs are right there. And if Mitch Marner shoots it in an open cage, then maybe the Leafs, maybe they win that game. But to me, this is just ifs, buts, candy, and nuts, baby. Like the Leafs had opportunities. Who had the brain farts in this game, right? Like Leafs have an open cage. Marner doesn't rip it in. William Nylander, who is supposed to be getting up for these games and who is supposed to be just as good, if not better, than David Pastrnak, according to some people, turns a puck over when he's the last man back trying to do a toe drag at his own blue line and gives up a breakaway, which, by the way, I'd like Joe Wool to make one of those two saves tonight. I know it's a breakaway, but pretty soft shot. Would like for him to be able to make that play.
He thought he was going shelf and he fanned on it and he beat him 5-hole. It's an awful look.
It's a tough look. But yeah, what you've got John Tavares taking a dumb penalty from 200 feet from his own net. Like all the Leafs top guys that are supposed to be setting the tone are all making bozo plays. And the one guy that didn't really make one was a ghost again tonight in 34, Austin Matthews, who basically in these contests against Boston, they say, have what you want outside. You guys can play on the perimeter. If you want to come in here, we are going to lay the lumber and we are going to make you pay. And it really doesn't seem like the Leaf Stars are overly interested in going to those spots.
Yeah, they hate playing the Bruins. I think Marner has a pretty good record of scoring against the Bruins. I would say, I don't know what it actually is, but just over the last, I don't know what Matthews' numbers are against the Bruins, but to me, it just feels like he really doesn't enjoy these games. And it's, the temperature was rising in this game. It felt like the new guys that are here that are on 1-year deals are trying to kind of elevate it to getting a little bit physical, throwing their weight around. Guys are kind of chasing people around. And it's just the same old story where he just doesn't get mad ever. And like the outside of being he was not very good. I would say, in fact, he was bad. Or it's hard to be bad when you're really not even noticeable. Like he just really didn't have any moments where he popped off the screen to me. It's just, it's the same story. We can talk about it a million times. It just drives me crazy that his temperature never rises. He never gets mad. He's 6'3". I don't know how much he weighs. He's a big dude. Just lean on somebody, get mad. He just never gets angry. And this is the type of game where look at what their stars are like. Like Marchand, who's running around, taking guys out, getting assists, getting in everybody's face, screaming at the refs, emotional the whole game. David Pastrnak, just doing what David Pastrnak does, scores a power play goal, annoyed, just hitting people in scrums, doing it. It's just such a huge juxtaposition. And this has always been the thing with the Leafs stars. That's like the curse, is that they don't really get angry. Tavares, he doesn't jump into that scrum. He's just sitting there watching Coyle, watching that scrum, doesn't really get in there. Willie doing what Willie does is just, that's the curse of these guys. And it just shows up in these emotional games versus the Bruins where it really doesn't seem like they want to be involved. That's what it comes down to. For sure. And flat out, like the thing to me is the Leafs are an offensive team. We've mentioned this. That's supposed to be the identity of the group. That's what they did when they added the Domies of the world. And at one point in time, we're trying to go out and get Klingbergs, right? They need more secondary scoring. They need other guys throughout the lineup, but Matthews ripping goals. He's the greatest goal scorer of all time. They've got these star players. The only goal that they scored tonight was on a broken play on the power play, where Boston has kind of a boneheaded moment where instead of putting the puck in deep, they turn the puck over and it breaks Mitch Marner free. And again, he could have had the second one, but what were the dangerous chances that Toronto had tonight? Like if you're pointing to the shots tonight, you're out of your mind because everything Toronto had was on the perimeter. They were not dangerous. They were not threatening. They weren't getting deep position. Like, what was your number one moment that you would think about Austin Matthews from this game? I don't have one, buddy. Like, do you have one single memorable shift or moment or play or anything? I can't. No, I can't give you one. I'm sorry. Same. Unfortunately, I really can't. And it's like, I feel it just, a lot of Leaf fans will defend him to the end. And I understand that. And I'm partly in that crew too, that, it's just a guy that's this good that plays for the Leafs and signed 2 separate contract extensions here. Like there's a part of me that defends him. And there's a part of me that also like, it's really the devil and the angel on both shoulders here, bud. Mm-hmm. It's like, you love him scoring goals. You love the way that it's just, he's on a trajectory for one of the all-time goal scorers wearing blue and white. But when it just looks like this in some of these big games against your division rivals, it hurts. Right?
To me, it's hard games against hard opponents where you got to go to hard areas.
Well, just look at the playoff series against the Florida last year. So
that's it.
He's been so brilliant all year. And like, I see a ton of talk about him there. There's a flu running through the room and maybe that's it. It's hard to play sick, but like, does he have the bubonic plague? Like, yeah. I mean, how sick is he? Like, he's out there.
The training staff coming in wearing those big
holy masks. Like, I get that you're sick, man. Like, we've all gotten through stuff sick. It's just a tough look. And you really, there is a part of me, like I said to you, that it's a scheduled L, and I understand second half of back-to-back.
Sure.
And but the thing is, I liked the efforts from the non-stars tonight. And a lot of these, I thought Bertuzzi, Domi's looks like he's mad. Yarncroft's playing hard. I thought Bobby McMahon looked big. Reeves, he's running into guys. It's just.
Dude, can I interrupt you on this?
Yes.
I think this is what kind of drives me nuts about the way they continue to build this team. And Tree Living did it too so far at the deadline by adding the snarl, right?
Yeah.
He's like, we're going to get Lyubushkin and we're going to get Edmondson, like these nasty guys who will. And it's like, it's almost as though the GM is trying desperately to tilt the aggression of those guys by putting enough dudes around them that'll do it.
Yeah.
Right. We keep going, they need the snarl and they need the nastiness and go and get the players. I like that stuff too.
Yeah.
But to me, it's almost like,
I love that stuff. In fact,
I do love that stuff. I did not love the McCabe cross-check to start the game. I just thought that was a bozo play. And I think that it's just incredibly selfish to do that, especially when the formula cannot be fall behind the Bruins and that you need that win on the road. And it would be a good statement for this team confidence-wise to beat them. But outside of that, I love the scrums. I love the way they stuck up for one another. I love Domi chasing guys around, fighting McAvoy. I love Bertuzzi with the lefts. But you know what I mean? Like it feels like they keep trying to transplant all these players onto the Stars and going, look, we're getting all this stuff around you. Will you do it too? And then they're just like, no, we're not that guy.
We will not. You're not that guy, pal. But that one was, dumb. The second one, dumb. Bertuzzi, look at, watch Marchand here. Spears him right in the, what. And then he takes a huge dive like he always does. And he puts his hand over his head and then he screams at the ref like he's never done that to anybody. Like he's an elite rat. He would be every single Leaf fan watching this favorite player of all time if he wore blue and white. Like he's just that kind of guy. But to finish the point on tacking the grit to the core. I mean, they've tried this like 4 or 5 different years. So you're going to need them to score a lot in the playoffs to make up for the lack of that. And that's what it's come down to. That's what it's always come down to. And sometimes that doesn't happen in the bigger ones. So maybe this year will be different, bud. I don't know.
You know me, man. I'm a old school hockey fan. I love big hits. I love scrums. I love fights. I got near emotional when Bertuzzi started sinking lefts here, where I love it. But it didn't move me the same way tonight, just from the standpoint of like, hey, how about you guys carry your way into scoring some goals? I'm over moral victories and wow, you're not afraid of Boston. It's like, cool. Who cares? I want to see you win the hockey game.
I think there's certain
results.
I think there's certain guys in this. I think there's certain guys in this team that aren't afraid of Boston for sure. I think there's certain that are. And I mean, I'm watching this fight here on Sportsnet Plus YouTube. I mean, this is straight from the Sudbury schoolyard, bud. Like this is tough. Like he's not like a straight up tough guy, but he'll fight you. He's scrappy and like he got a hold of him. Good grab. Look at that hair.
Great grab. Like, the grab is
great grab. Bing, bang. Just fed him. Like absolutely fed him. He didn't want to go him. I loved it. I loved that from him. I loved Domi trying to fight Marchand. I do like it. But you wish
I'm not saying I don't
like
it.
I know you're not.
In the game. It'd be nice to
finish here. Like I like this. And then have your stars on top of these guys going out there and battling every shift, shoot 3 in the net. So it's a 4-4 game, right? Yeah. That's what you really hope for. And I guess that's what you're hoping for from 6 weeks from now where you need the top half of the roster to score a lot. Like I said, that's the plan. You need the top half of the roster to score a lot and need the other half of the roster to kind of give you what they did tonight. Can we talk about Marchand a little bit?
Well, yeah, I was just going to ask you if you thought that the injury to Nyes was intentional.
Of course it was.
Okay.
Like,
I disagree.
You've watched hockey your whole life. He saw him the whole way. Nyes didn't see him coming. Watch how far he comes. Bang. He saw him coming the whole way, got the hands up high, elbowed him in the mouth, made it look like he didn't do it on purpose. It's just vintage Marchand. And it's he does what he does. It's just classic. I'm not reinventing the wheel. Looking right at him, hands up, bang. Like, I don't know how you can say that's not on purpose. It's clearly accidentally on purpose situation. Gets him right in the mouth, knocks him out of the game. And to be frank, I think it's a really soft move that he doesn't fight Domi. Like, it's Max Domi. You're eligible to be fought. You took a run at one of the Leafs players, their rookie, knocked him out of the game, probably gave him a concussion, elbows him in the chops. Max Domi goes over there and asks him to fight. And the fact that he ends up on the ice covering his head again, it's a really soft look from Marchand, and he's just a total bluffer. It's a bad look. It really is. Sure. And I respect Marchand, man. I like the game. I get it. I understand what he does, but he's got to go in there. He really does.
I think that Brad Marchand is straight up far away above Max Domi, and he doesn't owe him a damn thing because he's a Hall of Famer, and Max Domi is a guy who's played on 4 or 5 teams, like trying to make a fit with the Toronto Maple Leafs. And like, I get it. If people don't want to give Brad Marchand the benefit of the doubt, I agree. Like, he's a rat. He's trying to get under your skin. He's a physical player. He plays on the edge. But I think that this is just a play where he braces himself better. He sees Nyes earlier, but like, Matthew Nyes is a 6'3" mutant. Brad Marchand is, 5'10", built like a bowling ball for sure. But I think it's a split-second bang play. I don't think it's a dirty play. I think it's maybe a penalty. Like, it's a bit close to interference, but not even really. Like, I don't know. I don't think this is a dirty play. Like, I just don't.
Look how far he saw him coming.
I think that you are really discounting how fast that is happening. That's a second. Like, look at the clock from when Marchand turns his head to when he just beats him to bracing for him. Like, I don't really care either way. I don't think it's a dirty play. I guarantee you the league won't even look at it for a second.
Of course not. Like, he's not going to get a suspension. McCabe might. He might get kicked out of the league for those cross checks. I don't know. Yeah. old Perros saw those and he's like, "Oh boy, it's time. It's time, honestly, baby. Let Perros cook. It's time."
So stupid because again, this is a situation where they already set the precedent of, well, technically he could have defended himself from that cross check in the face because it was in the game, and it's just like, the guys are dumbos. By the way, on that cross check.
Okay, go ahead. Yep.
The Leafs absolutely did not lose this game because of the refs tonight, but I just don't understand how the refs screw that up and give Nyes a penalty and give them a 5-on-3.
They butchered it. It's just be better. Be better. Like, they got it way wrong. I don't know how you get it so wrong, but it's not really lost, but it was a bad call for sure.
No, but it was a horrible call, and it did help put them behind the 8 ball. Like,
for sure.
It's a 4-minute penalty versus a 5-on-3, and maybe Boston scores in the 4 minutes, but like, I just don't even understand how an officiating crew comes together and they can't figure that out. Like they tag Matthew Nyes with a roughing penalty. He's standing there looking shocked, and then you end up with a 5-on-3. It just asinine.
It's hilarious how literally the exact same thing happened later in the game, and the Leafs got the 4-minute penalty. They're like, "Well, we learned from our last mistake, so you guys get not as big of an advantage as
they made a mistake there too." Bertuzzi's bleeding. Should have been 6 minutes.
Should have been a 6-minute penalty. Absolutely no question.
Well, they didn't get it right. They didn't learn. They just went. They did it slightly better.
Better. They got it slightly right. Buddy, what more can you ask for? God. It's a hard job. It's a fast job. It's hard. Yeah,
I'm just saying, you know how reluctant I am to talk about referees, and they just do it every night where I go,
we haven't been reluctant. We haven't been reluctant recently, but we've been on ref talk every night here.
Tell me the night that I shouldn't have done ref talk.
No, that's what I mean. I'm joining you in it. I usually hate it, but that was a tough one for the refs.
Anyways,
no
what were
question.
You gonna say?
No, I just was going to go back to the Marchand thing about him being a Hall of Famer. Like, I mean, does that mean he doesn't have to fight anybody?
No, I just
like he can just run. Well, he can run around like a chicken with his head cut off and do dirty stuff and not have to fight. Like, he's above that.
I think that he's above having to fight Max Domi or feeling like he had to answer. I don't think that was a play that he had to answer for. Like, I just don't. Like, I fundamentally disagree with you about the.
But like a lot of guys would have gone there. A lot of guys in the league would have gone.
Sure, but he doesn't. And he's Brad Marchand. He doesn't fight.
Yeah, it's just exactly. It's a really tough look for a guy that plays the way and acts the way he does. Okay. That in the third period of a 4-1 game where you're clearly going to win, on the banner night for your team when all the boys are in town, that you won't drop the gloves with Max Domi. It's a tough look.
I guess I just look at the captain of the Boston Bruins who plays that way, and that I'd literally lose a limb to have that heart and soul transplanted onto Austin Matthews and criticize him for being like soft or not having a bad look. Like I don't agree. Like I said,
I'm telling you my opinion. It's a bad look.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm just saying I don't agree. Like, it's an agree to disagree situation. I thought that it was good on Domi to try to smush his face and go after him. It's like, to me, when you're Marchand, you play that way, then you are fair game for Max Domi's of the world to take runs at you and do that stuff to you. Yeah. You're not above, like, not getting cheap shotted. Like, here's
my Marchand impression anytime something bad's coming.
Turtle. And dude, he does it every time too, where he lays on the ice. But it's embarrassing. That's part of the thing too, is where he's a rat and he gets under your skin, and he doesn't.
I just think it's embarrassing. Kick him off the tour.
He doesn't give you the satisfaction. So we talked about the brain farts. We talked about the inability to go to rough areas. We talked about the Nyes injury. We
got to have a Wall conversation.
Yeah, it's Joe Wool time. I basically almost got chased out of town for saying that this was going to be a goaltending battle and that I needed to see more from the kid who is got 26 starts in the NHL. People came at me with the pitchforks like I was Frankenstein for even suggesting that he might not that this was going to be an open competition. But he let in 2 bad goals tonight. You got to mix in a save, and now that's 3 games against the Bruins where he's given up 4 goals in each of the contests.
Yeah, and that to me is why it was a interesting decision to playing in both games, and why I think I don't know. I hated this one here. It's a hard one to see, I guess, a bit of a screen, but he's small in the net like that. You know what oh God, not to go there, but God, that reminded me of Reimer with Chara shooting it in the net, talking about the 2011 team, but he just made himself smaller, goes in the top of the corner there. The breakaway one, I think he was expecting him to go high glove or whatever, and he just fluttered one along the ice, beats him, the other 2 or whatever. But yeah, it's 8 goals have entered the net in his 2 games against the team that you're going to play in the playoffs. Not good. So like you've said before, you think it's a clear battle, but you know who they want to win. I'm sure that they're pretty concerned about this right now because Sammy's been good. There's no question. He's been really good in his last 2 games. Loved him in the Rangers games. Thought he was really good last night for a moment with against the Sabres, but that's on a knife's edge too. So it's just I bet you this game probably shook him to the core a little bit in a lot of different reasons. But yeah, they need Wool to find it here a bit.
I also want to just restate that I believe in Joe Wool. I think that he's a good goaltender. I love his demeanor. I think that this has been 2 games now where he's looked a little shaky against Boston, and that worries me a touch, that these have felt like big games, and I don't love it. You noted it yesterday, and I'm sorry that I didn't hear you on it. I don't like when Wool plays the puck.
I didn't say it on the show. I texted it to you a few times and texted it to a group chat with me, you and Borny. I've texted it multiple times to you. Yeah.
Sorry.
It's okay.
I was just,
when you said that take back to me in the text, I was like, I've been saying this for like a week.
Maybe here's what I'm willing to think too, is that you may have incepted me as well, which is
fair.
Yeah.
I think inception. I'm here for that.
Yeah. The inception take ended up happening. I just thought that, again, if you're going to beat Boston, you're going to need saves. And there's 2 of those in that game that you need. You flat out need. And he made a big pad save to start the game. And I don't think that this is I don't think that this is Samsonov's net right now where he has some incredible runway. I think that what I said all along was that while Samsonov's hot, you let him be the 1A, Wool's the 1B. You basically have a 50-50 split. But to me right now, you're given the Saturday night and the bigger games to Ilya Samsonov, and you're still trying to work Joe Woll in and build his confidence up and get him to a point where he was earlier in the season and where you feel like he's undoubtedly the guy. But as of right now, I don't understand the case of like he's undoubtedly the guy from, and again, the people that are making this case have seen him play 26 games in the NHL, which I just, I don't understand it.
I still think he's a better goalie. I do, but it's been a rough start to him coming back here. So little concern.
He was good in the first game that he came back.
Who did they play in that game?
That was the Arizona game.
Yeah, he was
really good. He was really good. And he made a bunch of key saves. I got full faith in Woll. I think both these guys are going to be playing well. I think that it's genuinely going to come down, in my opinion, to the final 2 weeks of the season. Like, that's what I think you're hoping for if you're the Leafs, is that you're going back and forth and that there's a real chance you end up playing both guys in the playoffs. Like, I don't think that's outside the realm of possibility. Also, if you're going to do positive spin on the goaltending, at least Boston didn't get a look at Samsonov and shatter his confidence again, because maybe they ended up doing that. So they didn't get a look, right?
Maybe that's why they kept him away from there. They're like, you can have the Sabres and the Montreal Canadiens, Sammy. Yeah. There's probably something to that.
It's at least a little bit of a something, you know. Didn't get a look at him. Didn't get a look at him. Anything else from this game for you? Oh, I got one other thing.
Yeah. No, I kind of mentioned it in passing when we were talking about the lines, but Yarncrocs playing hard. I get it. He's playing way harder than usual. Like, since he's been good this year, but he's going to the net and beating that puck to a square. Like, he is chopping at the front of the net, skating hard, using his body. Like I said, probably my favorite Leaf tonight. I don't know if it's 100%, but like, I think he was really good, and he has been good. He's been playing hard. He got the belt last night for some reason. I guess he was just because he's been playing hard and he's coming back and they like him or whatever. But been impressed with him, and I think he's really an important guy for this team.
So, there's been a lot of Dubas dragging lately, and probably
that's a good one.
He might. There's a shot that he might be the worst GM in all of hockey. Like, it just. It's not outside the realm. He may have just turned Jake Gensel into Michael Bunting. He
loves this too, bud.
My God. It's just, anyways, I fired some texts out to some people in Pittsburgh tonight, and I'll tell you that the confidence that when they first got him is wavering.
Yeah, I guess so.
So you got to give him credit for that signing, because it's a really good one. But I agree with you. Yarncroc was awesome tonight. I thought that if you were doing who were JD's 3 favorite Leafs? 1, 2, 3
stars of the night.
Yeah, Leafs 3 stars. Yarncroc is definitely one of them. I think Bertuzzi is one of them. And like, I it's weird to say this, but I really like what Bush has given him. He's just solid back there. He's just steady.
Yeah. No, he's a steadying influence, no question. He doesn't make a lot of mistakes. I don't know. I feel bad about that Tired Brain podcast we did where I was like, I hate him. Oh, I hate him. Tanev, he's fine. He's fine.
I got to tell you.
Too many words that day. I'm just like doing words all the time. I have regrets on that take. No, but he's totally fine.
Brother, this is the industry, and this is what drives me. This is where I get in my feelings so hard, because people will, like, you say something, they go, you used to say this. I talked for hours every single day.
I don't remember.
Of course anything. I have to change my opinion on some stuff. Time moves forward and stuff changes. But that feeling of the instant regret for a take because either you were too cranky or you didn't have you wanted to be a contrarian. Somebody said something and it bothered you the wrong way, and you snapped the other way and you go, God, I'd love to have that one back.
Buddy. Yeah, it's just tough, but I like him, and I do like Edmondson.
Oh,
I think it's nice to have a nice big mean man in there. I don't think he's gonna light the world on fire, clearly, but I think he would have been fit right in tonight in terms of clearing the front of the net and scrumming it up. I think he's a good one for the penalty kill. Kill needs work big time, especially if you're gonna play this terrifying power play. The power play again tonight. They get the power play goal, but it's not really a power play goal. That 4-minute, they looked really bad. They had the other one where they could barely complete a pass. Willie's throwing saucers into nobody. It's just, they got to get the special teams figured out before the playoffs start, or else it's going to be a waste of 8 days or whatever. But
Nylander was just like careless with the puck tonight, man. Like, really careless.
Can I ask you? Like,
I just want to finish on the Edmondson thing.
Yeah.
He's clearly coming in for Liljegren, who was dog awful again tonight. Like, just He broke their backs. He's too soft to play against tough teams. Like, it's obvious his confidence is shattered. I would be immediately shipping him out of town for whatever you could get, because I don't want to have to deal with the whole re-signing him thing. I keep getting, I texted a bunch of my nerd buddies, hey, you still in on Liljegren? And they're still standing firm. So he's still got his defenders out there. And I know there's concerns about this Leafs blue line and their ability to make a breakout pass, but like, guess what? That's supposed to be his game, is getting the puck out. Well, guess what? It's not really working. The penalty kill to me.
That was Bash Brothers, that clip of him getting. Just quickly on Liljegren?
Sure.
The Bruins own him. They own him. He's like, it's clearly he hates playing against these guys. He makes a ton of mistakes against them. You think about what happened with Marchand. He hates going into this building. They own him. That play in that power play where they're getting towards the end and it comes out to the sideboards, and I don't know who it was, just out strengths them. And they're like, oh, he's holding the stick. It's like, just be stronger. Get the puck on the stick and get it out. You're a defenseman. You're playing the penalty kill. Your whole role there is to win that battle. And he just doesn't do it. And it comes around right away. Bing, back of the net. You're down. Yeah, wow. Lily is -8 in his last 4 games against Boston. Okay, that does. So my eye test is correct. They own him. But yeah, it's -7. Mistype. Way to go, Jobo.
The main thing that these two guys that you brought in are going to do for you is hopefully shore up your penalty kill. Like that, the stuff that you're seeing is you're going to be able to have Edmondson, who's a left shot D, with the right shot D of Lyubushkin, and you are desperately hoping that those guys are going to give you a jolt to your penalty kill. Like that. That's the main thing that I think people are missing. And yes, are they too left-handed? Yes. Am I concerned about their ability to make breakout passes? 100%. Do I think that was part of the reason that they lost in the Stanley Cup playoffs last year? Do I think it's been an issue for them this year? Like, all across the boards, the answers are yes. I do not think that they built a perfect blue line here. But what I do think is that it's a better playoff blue line than the one that they had before. And yeah, I am a fan of Edmondson's game. I don't really have like overwhelming fears about it. If there was better options, I would have taken them. But yeah, they're really left shot heavy now. And now it feels like they're going back to Brody on the right side, which I thought we basically all figured out he should be playing on his left side. And
even on his left side, it's dipped.
But that's it. I think that there's going to be a pairing of potential. Like, I think it's going to be Edmondson and Brody. I don't see another scenario. Like, I don't like, that's what it's going to be. And that feels like too high of a role for Edmondson.
The two, I just, God love Brody and what he's given them. But that to me is a subtraction that you could, like, if you could find a way to bring in one guy and have Liljegren and Brody go out, like, it just, they're just not the same play. Like, Brody is just not the same guy. And it's tough to watch. He just doesn't retrieve the puck the same way he used to. That was his like big skills, that he would go back, get the puck for you, make a safe play. And the guys are just eating him up along the boards now. Guys just gain the zone against him so easily. It's just there's not going to be anybody that's going to change their fortunes at this deadline, clearly. And I got to ask you, what I was going to ask before we go, like, do you believe that the Leafs can beat the Bruins in a series?
Yeah, I think they could. Like, I don't think it was like 52-48 or whatever they were saying on the broadcast tonight, where it's like, it's a coin toss. I don't believe that. I understand like the gambling math behind these things.
What would the line be going into the series?
Boston has won 7 straight games and they would have home ice advantage. And so I would think that Boston would be like closer to -200 favorites and that there would be some value on the Leafs. The Leafs clearly have the ability to beat that team. Like, but I don't know what is supposed to, like, I understand being a fan, and I know sports are different for everybody what they are. Like, for some people, they just want to bitch all the time and they just want to vent constantly, right? They come here because they want to hear us be like mad, and they're mad too. And I think that's fine, because I actually think that sports are supposed to be kind of a healthy way to vent. I understand some people that just want to be entertained and they love the players and they love the team and they ride or die with every win and loss. And
that's fine too.
That's what I'm saying. They don't like negativity. I don't like when either side of it is like constantly berating the other about how they need to be as a sports fan, or like what's a bad sports fan and a good sports fan. Usually the only one is the one who's saying that. But I don't really see how it's anything other than complete fan irrationality right now to look at 7 games in a row to Boston and the way that these two teams play each other and how the Bruins have just kind of obliterated Toronto's biggest strength, which is their star players, and say, well, it's a coin toss, and if the Leafs just get some saves, like,
yeah, I agree. I mean, the best argument I have is that like sports are weird. So sometimes,
you reach deep in your bag. Hold on, I got something for this.
No, but like sports are weird. They've won. The Leafs have lost 7 straight to the Bruins, and they've put them out in the first round. They're weird. I don't know. But outside of that, I don't know. I don't know.
If these two teams play each other. I don't like making predictions. I think Bob McKenzie's got it right with the whole like don't make predictions, because first of all, who cares, and it's kind of asinine. But my only thing is I don't think that the Leafs would be favored, and I think that Boston's clearly got something on them right now. If you say you've got the blueprint against the team and you let Luke Fox run that article across Sportsnet.ca and all the Leafs get to pin it up in the dressing room, and then you sit out the Stanley Cup celebration and you're all mad in your dressing room, and then you come out and they beat you the exact same way that they always do. It's like
it's the same score as on Monday.
Yeah, like
4-1. Dial it up.
I can't ignore it. Okay, I can't ignore it. I just got to see what my eyes are telling me, and that's what they're telling me. So anyway, we'll be back on Saturday night.
I'm all good. Yeah.
Follow us on Twitter and Instagram. We went long on this sucker. I got a 3-hour show tomorrow too. So I don't know how you guys escaped. Like, I don't know how Real Kipper and Bourne, our biggest hockey show, ends up staying 2 hours. Every other show expands. It's like I need a summit on this. Like, I'd like an explanation from some people as to what went down. But I've got guests that are coming in studio all day long. I'm really excited for it. So stay tuned to that tomorrow. Sportsnet's got you covered all day long. I think if there's something of like crazy consequence, maybe we'll jump on and do an emergency pod. But if it ends up being a depth forward, like it looks like the addition is, then
they're not doing the Nick Dowd. Not doing the Nick Dowd emergency pod, bud.
Nick Dowd would be way better than what I'm expecting.
Yeah, for sure.
Nick Dowd is like.
Can I tell you what I'm expecting?
Yeah,
nothing.
No,
I don't think they're going to do anything.
They're getting the forward.
You think?
Yeah. And I've been trying to get on my,
Oh boy, here we go.
You want
a scoop for me? Scoopy?
No, I don't have a scoop. But I did text a couple people in the know on Edmondson and on Parayko, because there's a lot of Parayko buzz about the back, and I talked to 2 people who both gave back with, like, they wouldn't have given that contract if the back was that bad. Both. So,
okay. So what you're saying is trade for Parayko.
I'm a little bit more in the trade for Parayko than I was before. But yeah, whatever. And the other thing was that I got back universal praise for Edmondson as a teammate, and just as like, literally one guy wrote me back saying, is completely as advertised. Like, game and personality are like a pure match.
Okay. So
excited for that.
Feels like a Colton Parayko trade with how much millions moving and people that have to approve these sort of things. Feels like it's going to be a bit of a stretch before 3 p.m. tomorrow, but tune in to the JD Bunkus podcast to find out if it happens.
3 hours, baby. 3 hours.
Let's go.
3 hours, dog.
Only 2
3
for
hours,
me, baby.
Yeah, 3 hours. Oh, so sick. I'm by myself too. There's 3 of you guys. Like, got a real crack squad running things here. It's like they're doing great.
Let's wrap it up before we lose our jobs.
All right. See you guys later. Leafs Talk. Subscribe, review, follow Twitter, Instagram. Hit the thumbs up. We'll see you Saturday night.
Unhibernate. Verb. To laugh in the face of snow because you drive a Subaru. As in, when I unhibernate, I have the roads all to myself because my Subaru has symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive and others don't. Or, the award-winning safety in my Subaru means I can unhibernate all winter while my neighbors stare longingly from their bedroom windows. Or my favorite usage. I'm going to unhibernate this winter by visiting my local Subaru dealer today. Welcome to Uncommon Winter Confidence.
Move up to Heathwood. Hi, I'm Hugh Heron. Experience a new level of luxury at Williamsburg Green. Your new single-family home will have all the modern features you dream about, even a fully finished lower level. Kitchener's newest master planned community with bike trails, parks and a new library. Williamsburg Green has it all. It's time to move up to Heathwood. Learn more at heathwood.com.
Think two-man-a-truck.ca. So when you gotta move, all moving day. Think two-man-a-truck.ca. Cause all of us movers are not the same. So that's our company name, two-men-in-a-truck.ca. We're lots of men with lots of trucks, so give us a call today.
You've been listening to NHL Play-by-Play on SiriusXM. Head over to SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, for the best hockey talk.
New Jersey Devils taking the St. Louis Blues. Devils on XM 222 Internet 937, Blues on Internet 945. 7 p.m., Carolina Hurricanes face the Montreal Canadiens. Hurricanes on Sirius 208, XM 219 and Internet 925, Canadiens on Internet 935. 7 p.m., Florida Panthers take on the Philadelphia Flyers. Panthers on Sirius 211, XM 221 and Internet 932, Flyers on Internet 941. 7 p.m., Tampa Bay Lightning face the Calgary Flames. Lightning on XM 207, Internet 946, Flames on Internet 924. 8 p.m., Nashville Predators take on the Buffalo Sabres. Predators on XM 206, Internet 936, Sabres on Internet 923. 9 p.m., Arizona Coyotes take on the Minnesota Wild. Coyotes on XM 205, Internet 921, Wild on Internet 934. 10 p.m., Vegas Golden Knights take on the Vancouver Canucks. Knights on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 949, Canucks on Internet 948. 10:30 p.m., LA Kings face the Ottawa Senators. Kings on Sirius 208, XM 219 and Internet 933, Senators on Internet 940. 10:30 p.m., San Jose Sharks take on the New York Islanders. Sharks on Sirius 209, XM 220 and Internet 943, Islanders on Internet 938. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Thursday, March the 7th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates.
On the court and off, your home for the NBA is SiriusXM. Follow all the drama as your favorite team vies for it all. SiriusXM NBA Radio, SiriusXM 86.
Despite season-long inconsistency, the Washington Capitals remain in the hunt for an Eastern Conference wildcard playoff spot. Steve Wino was an NHL writer for the Associated Press, who's headquartered in the U.S. Capitol, and he's on the hot stove on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 91, sizing up where the team stands right now with hosts Ryan Payton, Dennis Bernstein, and Dave Pagnotta as it closes in on the backstretch of the regular season.
Handicap their chances, and do they do anything at the deadline? I know there's been more talk about players moving out than coming in, so just your thoughts on the Caps here.
It's a really weird spot for Brian McClellan and the Capitals right now because they're in the race. But their schedule after the deadline, they play the Blackhawks next Saturday, and then 9 of their next 12 opponents are playoff-bound opponents. They're murderers row. They have a 5-game Western Canada trip. Their schedule is so brutal down the stretch that even being in the race, it doesn't even feel like they're that close to being in the race. And what they have is they have 3 pending free agents who probably will fetch decent returns, and Anthony Mantha, Joel Edmondson, Max Pacioretty, and even Nick Dowd, who could fetch a first-round pick, and Charlie Lindgren, the way he's playing, packaged correctly with one of the other guys fetching a first-round pick, is something that Brian McClellan really has to consider. And he's speaking with us this afternoon and still doesn't know what he's doing between selling. I don't think he's going to be buying a whole lot, but he could sell off 5 players. He could do some combination of buying and selling. Nick Jensen, I know that the Toronto Maple Leafs are interested in him. Edmondson is the kind of player that I think a lot of teams would love on defense. Anthony Mantha, the Edmonton Oilers, and multiple teams are interested in. They have a lot of interesting candidates to sell. It's a very weird spot. It's a really tough week of decisions for Brian McClellan.
It still, Steven, defies logic to me, and I can't wrap my head around the whole fact that this team is only 5 points out. I say only. 5 points is kind of big when you have a month and change left to go. I get that. But you're sitting at a minus 30. You've scored 158, allowed 188. I still can't get over the fact that they're actually in this thing just based on that statistic.
Right. It's been a very strange season for this team because they've gotten blitzed by a lot of teams. The Capitals have won a lot of close games, and only recently, within the last maybe 2 or 3 weeks, have they consistently been scoring goals. Alex Ovechkin finally is kind of on track. This is a team that was averaging 2.3 goals a game going into the All-Star break. And finally, they've started under Spencer Carberry a concerted effort of putting pucks toward the net, putting bodies toward the net, and scoring goals. Is that enough for them to really be in the playoff race? Who knows? The Devils, certainly that loss to the Ben Affleck Ducks last night, not good for their playoff hopes. But the Capitals are strangely in kind of that mix with the Penguins, with the Islanders, the Flyers being a little bit ahead of them. But it was smoke and mirrors, I think, a little bit earlier in the season with the Capitals. But you're going to get Dick Dowd back from injury. You're going to get TJ Oshie, Martin Ferravari, these guys back from injury, and it really, to me, it's that the fact that they're in it with that kind of goal differential and the way things have gone sideways in some of these games shows how good of a coach, first-year coach Spencer Carberry has been for this group.
They need a lot to have happen for them in the next month and change to make it in. A ton of ground to make up 5 points, but still a lot of teams in front of them, and some teams will chase them as well. We'll see.
SiriusXM NFL Radio Channel 88 brings you expert analysis from former players, coaches, and executives, plus reaction to all the latest news on the only 24/7 station dedicated to the National Football League.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Thursday, March the 7th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL, 7 p.m., Boston Bruins take on the Toronto Maple Leafs. Bruins on Sirius and XM channels 91 Internet 922, Leafs on Internet 947. 7 p.m., Pittsburgh Penguins take on the Washington Capitals. Penguins on Sirius 210 XM 223 and Internet 942, Capitals on Internet 950. 7 p.m., Columbus Blue Jackets face the Edmonton Oilers. Blue Jackets on Sirius 209, XM 220, and Internet 928. Oilers on Internet 931. 7 p.m., New Jersey Devils take on the St. Louis Blues. Devils on XM 222, Internet 937. Blues on Internet 945. 7 p.m., Carolina Hurricanes face the Montreal Canadiens. Hurricanes on Sirius 208, XM 219, and Internet 925. Canadiens on Internet 935. 7 p.m., Florida Panthers take on the Philadelphia Flyers. Panthers on Sirius 211, XM 221, and Internet 932. Flyers on Internet 941. 7 p.m., Tampa Bay Lightning face the Calgary Flames. Lightning on XM 207, Internet 946. Flames on Internet 924. 8 p.m., Nashville Predators take on the Buffalo Sabres. Predators on XM 206, Internet 936. Sabres on Internet 923. 9 p.m., Arizona Coyotes take on the Minnesota Wild. Coyotes on XM 205, Internet 921. Wild on Internet 934. 10 p.m., Vegas Golden Knights take on the Vancouver Canucks. Knights on Sirius and XM channels 91 Internet 949, Canucks on Internet 948. 10:30 p.m., LA Kings face the Ottawa Senators. Kings on Sirius 208, XM 219, and Internet 933. Senators on Internet 940. 10:30 p.m., San Jose Sharks take on the New York Islanders. Sharks on Sirius 209, XM 220, and Internet 943. Islanders on Internet 938. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Thursday, March the 7th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates.
Follow every second of the action on NHL Network Radio. From behind the bench to every play on the ice. If it's hockey, it's on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio. SiriusXM 91.
Recently, Philadelphia Flyers head coach John Tortorella referred to the more youth-oriented NHL as being somewhat of a dumb league because many of the young players coming into it are unaware of what it takes to be an all-around NHLer. Former St. Louis Blues head coach Craig Berube is on the morning skate on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 91, sharing some thoughts on the subject with co-hosts Gord Stellick and Scott Laughlin.
Craig, do you kind of smile, your buddy John Tortorella, paraphrasing a little bit on the other side when last week he's in Toronto, the Toronto media, and it just says, yeah, you know what, there's just the young kids today are so entitled. He said it's dumb or whatever, just they don't understand. You got to take your place and wait. So, I mean, just the challenge, I think more articulating the challenges of being a modern day coach, whether it's you, him, or everybody else with younger players, certainly compared to your day.
Well, it is, and it's probably a lot more work and a different approach for sure that you have to take as a coach, in handling young players that are coming in, and they've gone through junior, gone through college, they've been the top players there and scoring goals and doing all these things, and a lot of them are entitled that come into the league, and I think it's just, as a coach, it's your job and some of your veterans to change the mindset of these guys as much as you can and get them more focused on what's best for the team and not what's best for them. But it's hard because, you think about players that are coming into the league and young guys, they want to get paid, right? They want to make their money. And I don't blame them. That's what, they're playing hockey. Obviously, they love the game, but they still want to get paid. And I find that once they get that second contract and they're making some real good money, things change a little bit. The team becomes more important than them as individuals. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's good insight.
It doesn't. And, Craig, I have to say, I don't disagree with what John had to say, but I will say this, too. When you were playing in the NHL and you were coming into the league, if you remember back to the days of the Quebec Major Junior Hockey League, there were guys throwing up 150 to 200 points. But a lot of the guys that came out of the queue, they said once they got to pro hockey, they had to be taught how to play away from the puck. They were not great defensive players. I've seen the totals come down in the queue. I've seen them come down pretty much across the board in the Canadian Hockey League. The point totals aren't as gaudy as they once were, but I think in some way, shape, or form, the players are being coached differently. I think that, there are some players who certainly still have to be taught, but I think that some of these guys are coming into the league more of finished products maybe than they once were decades ago. Do you think that might be the case?
Well, yeah, I think, the coaching everywhere is a lot different now, and they're getting very good coaching, obviously, in junior and college. But I still think a lot of the production for me, it's down in a lot of areas, obviously in the NHL too. It's the goaltending one, and it's also there's just such a there's way more of a mindset to play good defense and to check a lot better. I think, like you said, the coaching, you hit it on the head. It's a lot different than it was, and there's a lot more focus on defense and making sure you're doing a good job there. And obviously the goaltending, I think, is vastly improved.
Hear it all on demand. Your favorite shows, your favorite games. Don't miss a second of your favorite SiriusXM programming on demand with the SiriusXM app. Download it now for free.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Thursday, March the 7th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL, 7 p.m., Boston Bruins take on the Toronto Maple Leafs. Bruins on Sirius and XM channels 91 Internet 922, Leafs on Internet 947. 7 p.m., Pittsburgh Penguins take on the Washington Capitals. Penguins on Sirius 210 XM 223 and Internet 942, Capitals on Internet 950. 7 p.m., Columbus Blue Jackets face the Edmonton Oilers. Blue Jackets on Sirius 209 XM 220 and Internet 928, Oilers on Internet 931. 7 p.m., New Jersey Devils take on the St. Louis Blues. Devils on XM 222 Internet 937, Blues on Internet 945. 7 p.m., Carolina Hurricanes face the Montreal Canadiens. Hurricanes on Sirius 208 XM 219 and Internet 925, Canadiens on Internet 935. 7 p.m., Florida Panthers take on the Philadelphia Flyers. Panthers on Sirius 211 XM 221 and Internet 932, Flyers on Internet 941. 7 p.m., Tampa Bay Lightning face the Calgary Flames. Lightning on XM 207 Internet 946, Flames on Internet 924. 8 p.m., Nashville Predators take on the Buffalo Sabres. Predators on XM 206 Internet 936, Sabres on Internet 923. 9 p.m., Arizona Coyotes take on the Minnesota Wild. Coyotes on XM 205 Internet 921, Wild on Internet 934. 10 p.m., Vegas Golden Knights take on the Vancouver Canucks. Knights on Sirius and XM channels 91 Internet 949, Canucks on Internet 948. 10:30 p.m., LA Kings face the Ottawa Senators. Kings on Sirius 208 XM 219 and Internet 933, Senators on Internet 940. 10:30 p.m., San Jose Sharks take on the New York Islanders. Sharks on Sirius 209 XM 220 and Internet 943, Islanders on Internet 938. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Thursday, March the 7th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates.
The PGA Tour comes to life on SiriusXM. It's your destination for everything on the tour. Hear live, hole-by-hole coverage and expert analysis. PGA Tour Radio, SiriusXM 92.
While they've hit a rough patch lately, it's generally been another outstanding regular season for the Boston Bruins. Bruins radio broadcast analyst Bob Beers joins Gord Stellick and Scott Laughlin on the morning skate on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 91, to go over their recent struggles and the season overall.
With 4 straight losses here, how much reason is there to be concerned if you're a Boston Bruin these days?
I mean, there's been a couple games that they've lost here recently coming out of the break, coming out of the All-Star break, that have been ugly losses in terms of the way that they played. I think there was one against Calgary and one against the Washington Capitals that they really hated the way that they played. And I know that Jim Montgomery was talking a couple days ago, or maybe it was yesterday, just saying that, those are the ones that have really, bothered him. He doesn't like to lose games, obviously, but they've been encouraged by the way that they played the last 3 games and have found kind of different ways to lose them. So concern is one way to look at it. I don't think anybody's pushing the panic button just yet, but they realize how they have to play in order to win games. They got away from it for a little while. They're starting to get back to it now. Now they have to find the results, and there's little mistakes here and there, and they've lost these games in different ways. So they're trying to figure it out. There's a number of areas that still need to be cleaned up.
Yeah, Bob, and there's always trying to figure out what's the best way to hit the playoffs after an 82-game regular season. I mean, they had the classic phenomenal regular season, first-round disappointment, and this year, really, by and large, it's been a great regular season. I don't know what you take from what happened last year and how you become a better team for the playoffs, but can you kind of try to maybe quantify what their objective is heading into the playoffs this year?
Well, I mean, some of it's going to be dictated by the deadline. Have an idea, but they had a lot of moves made last year at the deadline, and you lose some of that draft capital. So you don't have that in your back pocket plus the salary cap. So it's going to be a challenge, I think, for Don Sweeney and his.
I'm home. Found the phone. Time to give away some gifts here. 5 memberships. Here we go.
Goals or handing them offensive chances. So when the Bruins are on their game, they keep things to the outside. They protect the middle of the ice. That's Jim Montgomery preaches the process, and he keeps talking about that, and they're holding true to that. We kind of know how they play defensively, and make it hard to get up the ice against them. But when they're really on their game offensively, it's the cycle down low, holding on to pucks, making teams work.
SiriusXM has soccer covered end to end. SiriusXM FC. Hear live play-by-play and talk shows hosted by legends of the game. It's SiriusXM FC on Channel 157.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Thursday, March the 7th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL, 7 p.m., Boston Bruins take on the Toronto Maple Leafs. Bruins on Sirius and XM channels 91 Internet 922, Leafs on Internet 947. 7 p.m., Pittsburgh Penguins take on the Washington Capitals. Penguins on Sirius 210 XM 223 and Internet 942, Capitals on Internet 950. 7 p.m., Columbus Blue Jackets face the Edmonton Oilers. Blue Jackets on Sirius 209 XM 220 and Internet 928, Oilers on Internet 931. 7 p.m., New Jersey Devils take on the St. Louis Blues. Devils on XM 222 Internet 937, Blues on Internet 945. 7 p.m., Carolina Hurricanes face the Montreal Canadiens. Hurricanes on Sirius 208 XM 219 and Internet 925, Canadiens on Internet 935. 7 p.m., Florida Panthers take on the Philadelphia Flyers. Panthers on Sirius 211 XM 221 and Internet 932, Flyers on Internet 941. 7 p.m., Tampa Bay Lightning face the Calgary Flames. Lightning on XM 207 Internet 946, Flames on Internet 924. 8 p.m., Nashville Predators take on the Buffalo Sabres. Predators on XM 206 Internet 936, Sabres on Internet 923. 9 p.m., Arizona Coyotes take on the Minnesota Wild. Coyotes on XM 205 Internet 921, Wild on Internet 934. 10 p.m., Vegas Golden Knights take on the Vancouver Canucks. Knights on Sirius XM channels 91 Internet 949, Canucks on Internet 948. 10:30 p.m., LA Kings face the Ottawa Senators. Kings on Sirius 208 XM 219 and Internet 933, Senators on Internet 940. 10:30 p.m., San Jose Sharks take on the New York Islanders. Sharks on Sirius 209, XM 220 and Internet 943. Islanders on Internet 938. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Thursday, March the 7th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates.
Follow every second of the action on NHL Network Radio. From behind the bench to every play on the ice. If it's hockey, it's on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio. SiriusXM 91.
New York Rangers rookie forward Matt Rempe, all 6'7", 241 pounds of him, is quickly making a name for himself among the league's heavyweight fighters. But on the Sunday brunch on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 91, former NHL tough guy Cam Jansen tells host Dave McCarthy that Rempe has to bring more than just his fists to earn a regular spot.
So have you been entertained from what you've seen out of Matt Rempe his first couple of weeks in the NHL?
Well, of course. And I think everybody has. This big kid with long hair comes into the league playing for the biggest team going, all eyes on him. Like, he's getting a ton of attention. Listen, the fights are great. He had to protect himself a little bit. Here's the deal. This is all cool and fun, but is he doing all the little things to stay in the lineup? Because you can only fight so much. That only goes so far. Hell, it's entertaining, and that's great, and we want that. And there's a lot of eyes watching this kid. But is he doing everything else to stay in the lineup? You know, everybody talks about, oh, he went squared up. That's fine, but it only goes so far. So I'm not watching him close enough to know that he's getting the puck off the wall every time. Is he making the right choice with the puck in the neutral zone? Is he creating offense, holding on to it? I know he ran Lyubushkin over the other day. Mm-hmm. That could have probably gone one way or the other. He got kind of lucky on that, in my opinion. But
what do you think of that? You thought maybe a charging penalty? Like, was that a borderline hit in your mind?
Yeah, probably is. You know.
Yeah,
probably is.
What about the Bastion hit the other day against New Jersey?
Same thing.
Yeah.
I mean, he killed him. I mean, Bastion gets up, he's got blood all over him, and I don't want to be that guy though. Like, suspend him, do this, do that. But I'm just being honest. Like, if that happened, if I did that, like, man, I would be like. When I saw it on the replay, even if I did, I'd be like, ooh, God, I don't know. Maybe I'm going to get a call, you know?
Yeah, well, I mean, it was funny. The Bastion hit to me, like, the guy was reaching, right? He was out of control on the boards. Yeah. He was reaching, and I thought that one was fine to me. Rempe is a big boy. His feet didn't come off the ice there. The arms were down. I still think there should be a responsibility for the puck carrier in today's game to keep your head up. And there are some guys that just do not do that anymore. It kind of reminded me, I don't know if you recall, I don't know, maybe a month or so ago, that Brendan Dillon hit on Noel Acciari, where Acciari was coming 1,000,000 miles an hour down the wall. He was out of control. He's reaching, and then he basically just ran into Dillon. You got to keep your head up to an extent at times, I still feel, no?
Oh, of course. Absolutely. I like these big hits. I don't want to see guys get hurt, obviously. I feel like I have to say that, but you don't want to see people get hurt. But these big hits they're fun. They're part of the game. They've been part of the game. I'm just looking at it like what the ref's thinking. Yeah. And if I'm the ref, I can't believe, even if his shoulder went into his head, that they didn't, sometimes they'll throw the book at you, sometimes they won't. So every one of his hits, because of his size, if he really lays into somebody, they're going to be, you roll the dice on it because he's so big and powerful that his shoulders are down, but he's so much bigger than them. He's going to catch guys in the head a lot because of his size. So he might start getting dinged left and right. I hope not, but I'm just looking at like what are the refs thinking about this?
SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio is the place for expert advice, strategy, and information from the best fantasy sports analysis to win your league. Plus, hear pick-by-pick coverage of live drafts and interviews with top players, coaches, and team executives on SiriusXM 87.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Thursday, March the 7th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL, 7 p.m., Boston Bruins take on the Toronto Maple Leafs. Bruins on Sirius XM channels 91 Internet 922, Leafs on Internet 947. 7 p.m. Pittsburgh Penguins take on the Washington Capitals. Penguins on Sirius 210 XM 223 and Internet 942. Capitals on Internet 950. 7 p.m. Columbus Blue Jackets face the Edmonton Oilers. Blue Jackets on Sirius 209 XM 220 and Internet 928. Oilers on Internet 931. 7 p.m. New Jersey Devils taking the St. Louis Blues. Devils on XM 222 Internet 937. Blues on Internet 945. 7 p.m. Carolina Hurricanes face the Montreal Canadiens. Hurricanes on Sirius 208 XM 219 and Internet 925. Canadiens on Internet 935. 7 p.m. Florida Panthers take on the Philadelphia Flyers. Panthers on Sirius 211 XM 221 and Internet 932. Flyers on Internet 941. 7 p.m. Tampa Bay Lightning face the Calgary Flames. Lightning on XM 207 Internet 946. Flames on Internet 924. 8 p.m. Nashville Predators take on the Buffalo Sabres. Predators on XM 206 Internet 936. Sabres on Internet 923. 9 p.m. Arizona Coyotes take on the Minnesota Wild. Coyotes on XM 205 Internet 921. Wild on Internet 934. 10 p.m. Vegas Golden Knights take on the Vancouver Canucks. Knights on Sirius and XM channels 91 Internet 949. Canucks on Internet 948. 10:30 p.m. LA Kings face the Ottawa Senators. Kings on Sirius 208 XM 219 and Internet 933. Senators on Internet 940. 10:30 p.m. San Jose Sharks take on the New York Islanders. Sharks on Sirius 209 XM 220 and Internet 943. Islanders on Internet 938. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Thursday, March the 7th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates.
Get the latest news, opinion, and analysis from MMA to boxing and the professional wrestling world 24/7. SiriusXM Fight Nation. SiriusXM 156 and the SXM app.
Despite season-long inconsistency, the Washington Capitals remain in the hunt for an Eastern Conference wildcard playoff spot. Steve Wino is an NHL writer for the Associated Press, who's headquartered in the U.S. Capitol, and he's on the hot stove on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 91, sizing up where the team stands right now with hosts Ryan Payton, Dennis Bernstein, and Dave Pagnotta as it closes in on the backstretch of the regular season.
Handicap their chances, and do they do anything at the deadline? I know there's been more talk about players moving out than coming in, so just your thoughts on the Caps here.
It's a really weird spot for Brian McClellan and the Capitals right now because they're in the race. But their schedule after the deadline, they play the Blackhawks next Saturday, and then 9 of their next 12 opponents are playoff-bound opponents. They're murderers row. They have a 5-game Western Canada trip. Their schedule
Channel 91, sizing up where the team stands right now with hosts Ryan Payton, Dennis Bernstein.
Yeah, he needs to go to bed. He's going to bed. All right, I got the mic on here. You waiting for Jamie? Just get her. Well, I wonder if Ryan's still alive. I should send everybody over to him. No, he stopped. Oh, bro. Ryan Anderson, man, I tried to get you help, brother. Jesus. Oh, Isaiah Paskin, my brother. Oh, the old SOP days. Where's my webcam at? Jack. Yeah, I hear you. Oh, no, you hear me. I don't hear you. I see you typing. Jamie, you got to go to bed, baby.
Come on.
Go to bed with Fuki. Come on. Let's go, Jamie. She wants to see her dad. Let her be on TV real quick, okay?
Okay,
I'm going to pop this camera on real quick.
Come here. No, up. Come on.
Before I go to bed and finish the laundry and everything.
Get up.
Maybe do some dishes. All right, where is it? There it is. Hey, what's up? Oh, my God, it's bright. Damn. There's Jane, girl. That's my baby. Jack. Sorry, I got you confused, man. My old SOP soccer days, where all this started, man. This all started way back in 2018. Early 2018 is when the world started changing here. There's Sarah, my daughter, kicking ass tonight at cheer. Get it. That's right. Go to bed now. Take it though. She's got enough dad in her.
Come on now.
She's good. Let her go. Go. Put that on the thing. Turn the TV off. Thank you. All right, people. I appreciate it. Man, this light is really bad. All right, we'll go with 1.
Jimmy.
All right, we'll go with one here. But thank you. Man, my house, this is a work in progress, man. We've been in this house now about 10, 15 years now. Holy cow. It's going like crazy. But yeah, it started a long journey with SOP Soccer a long time ago. My buddy Nick Bateris, I see you out there on CHGO Sports tearing it up, my man. Keep it up. John Donovan, shout out to you as well right from the get-go. All the SO peeps, I'm going to start kicking back the soccer stuff. Thinking maybe, I'm hoping by June, July. So maybe get some Copa America action in, some Canada soccer stuff as well. I'm working on some connects with John Herdman and TFC from my Canada soccer days with SOP Soccer as well. But Richard Scott moved on. Richard Scott, hope you're doing good, brother. All the stuff at One Soccer's kicking ass. I missed that chance, brother. I missed it, and I appreciate your opportunity as well, getting in there with Canada Soccer and meeting John Herdman and Jonathan Osorio and Fonzie and all those guys. Anyways, Jack, have a great night. I think you're the only one left in the chat, man, but we still have 262 people with it on their TVs as well. You know, loving it. Just peace out, ladies and gentlemen. Time to shut this down. Thank you, Michael, for the super chats this evening. Awesome. Really appreciate it. And 13,240 views and counting. Average view duration. Holy schnabel. Whoa. Man. Guys, I used to do this on the soccer channel, even with the Leafs and TSI. That's how it started too. What? I had like 12 people watching, and I was like, oh my God, we have 12 people in the chat. Hi, everybody. Wow. Look at this. 1,000, 1,500, up to 2,000 watching the Leafs all together on TSI, hanging out, chatting it up, man. I love it. The dream. Don't ever let anybody tell you your stupid idea is not going to work. Because if you put enough thought and effort and time into it and belief when you've got that passion, no one can stop you. Doesn't matter who they are. No one can stop you. Jack, we're going to be at the top of the world, brother. First come, first serve. Top of the world in Toronto, and that's going to be the start of changing the world at 100K right here. Ladies and gentlemen, have a great evening. Peace and love. God damn, I'm getting so bald. This is horrible. See you, everybody.